Virgin by E.M. Denning. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Chapter 1. Jonah. If the next word out of your mouth is trajectory, I'm never playing darts with you again. You're only mad because you suck at this. Jonah poked his tongue out of the corner of his mouth to concentrate on kicking Spencer's ass. If we drank at my place, I could kick your ass in Mario Kart, but you're tired of losing. Jonah took his shot and hit near enough to the bullseye that Spencer officially had no hope of overtaking his score. Did you ever stop to think that I let you win? Jonah cast an amused look over his shoulder at his best friend Spencer, who rolled his eyes and stepped up to take his turn. Not that it would make a difference to the outcome of the game. It's not fair that you're this good at darts. Spencer lined up his shot and swore under his breath when it went wide, nearly missing the board completely. It's not my fault that Colby was a competitive nightmare growing up. He had to be better than me at everything he could. Not like it was hard for him to beat me at sports, but I had to take my wins where I could get them. Jonah put the darts away and clapped Spencer on his big, broad shoulder. The man was built like a tank. Come on, I'll buy you a drink. You make it sound like growing up with Colby was awful. It was, Jonah scoffed. Because Taylor is the baby of the family, Colby would never compete with him. Only me, because I'm older. I swear, his name is in the dictionary under middle child syndrome. Maybe awful was a stretch, Jonah thought. Colby wasn't that bad. He was just a gung-ho, eager sort of guy. Always had been. And with Mom long since passed away and Dad raising 3 boys and running Bennett's, the family diner, on his own, sometimes the kids were left to their own devices. Jonah still didn't know how the 3 of them survived each other. Having Taylor around probably helped, to be honest. He was 6 years younger than Jonah and 4 years younger than Colby. But where Colby doted on Taylor, he picked on Jonah. Colby had to be the best, the strongest, the fastest. After a while, Jonah had learned not to care about his competitive streak, but that didn't mean he had to let Colby win at everything. Having a jock for a brother had turned out to be an advantage, especially one who made Jonah help him train for soccer camp and swim meets. Too bad the small edge it gave him toward not being a nerdy social pariah hadn't helped him to be less awkward around men he was interested in. Jonah stopped at the bar and ordered a couple more pints for him and Spencer. They were regulars at the Anchor, a local bar that was the kind of place people went to hang out and have fun. The Anchor was dim without being dingy and decorated in different woods. Pictures of pirate ships adorned one wall, a slight nod to the name of the bar, Jonah thought. There were pool tables and dartboards, and they carried a variety of beers from local microbreweries. The food was typical bar food, but it was always good. On the way back to their table, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He took his seat before digging it out and checking. Is that from Damon? Their other friend, who sometimes made up the 3rd member of their trio, was supposed to have met them there. Jonah wished it was from Damon. Anything was better than getting another message like the one he'd just read. Flames lit the side of his face and he shoved his phone away. No, it was from Tom. The boyfriend? He wasn't my boyfriend. We went out a couple times, but... shit, Jonah, I'm sorry. Do you want me to let the air out of his tires? I could draw dicks on his windshield with dry erase markers. Jonah drained the rest of his beer and contemplated getting another, but Spencer shook his head. That won't help. I feel stupid, that's all. Spencer furrowed his brow. You must have really liked him. He shouldn't have laughed as hard as he did, but he couldn't stop himself. No, actually. He was drier than a slice of stale bread. But that was half the appeal, you know? Spencer eyed him with more curiosity than Jonah was comfortable with. Stale bread is appealing? I don't follow. It was no secret, to Spencer at least, that Jonah went on a lot of first dates, but not a lot of second ones. Seldom did he make it to a third, and he had never told Spencer why. But he was tired of carrying it around like it was some kind of shameful secret. Logically, Jonah knew there was nothing wrong with being a 27-year-old virgin. So what if he taught teens that had more sex than he'd ever even thought about? So what if he was a socially awkward mess of a man who couldn't bring himself to let someone touch him in the ways he ached to be touched? Sometimes he thought it might kill him. He'd lie awake at night and imagine all sorts of dirty scenarios where he was touched and fucked, held down, held open, and used. He knew that no one had ever died from lack of sex, but sometimes he wanted to. Okay, that was dramatic. "Jonah?" Spencer said, making him realize he'd been quiet for too long. Jonah opened his mouth, intending to spill all his secrets to Spencer, when Damon appeared. He dropped down next to Jonah and flung a friendly arm around him, pulling him into a side hug. "Sorry I'm late. I got hung up." Jonah's nose wrinkled. "You smell like Tom Ford and sex." "You're full of it. I do not." Damon's cheeks turned slightly pink, indicating that not only was he lying, but also feeling sheepish about being caught. Jonah and Spencer had chosen not to pry into his secret love affair a while ago. Damon seemed happy, and whoever he was with had to be at least partially responsible for that, so they left well enough alone. Having a closet full of secrets himself, Jonah knew what it was like to want to keep things from spilling out. "I started that bear last week. Did I tell you to?" Spencer steered the conversation away from Damon's love life, and Jonah's lack of one, and onto his art. Spencer was the shop teacher at the high school where Jonah taught mostly math and science. Spencer also built sculptures out of scrap metal in his spare time. "You better be taking progress photos this time." Damon reached over and stole Spencer's drink. He took a sip and gave it back with a shudder. "Yep, that's still fucking gross." "You do that every week," Jonah said. "Someone once told me beer was an acquired taste, and I have yet to acquire it. I figure one of these weeks it might not taste like something that sat in the bottom of a boot." "I still don't see why you think I should bother with photos." Spencer moved his beer out of Damon's reach. "I keep telling you to post them on the internet. Start an Instagram or something. People love creative shit like that." Spencer arched an eyebrow, and even Jonah had to wonder about Damon's choice of words. "Creative shit?" "Oh, shut up. You know you impress me with your sculptures. You're this giant, talented, hot-as-hell mountain of a man. People will eat you up." Damon was always free with comments like that. If he thought someone looked good, he said so. If he thought someone was talented, he made sure they knew about it. While it threw some people off, over time, Jonah and Spencer had gotten so used to being on the receiving end that they almost never noticed when he said something about how hot they were. Spencer was hot. Most easily described as a bear, he had a short, well-groomed beard and hair just long enough to pull back into a low ponytail. Jonah always considered himself to be on the plain side, which was part of the reason he was still single. And a virgin. Mousy brown hair, cut short enough he didn't have to bother styling it, but longer than a buzz cut, didn't exactly inspire people to line up around the block. Spencer didn't hide the disgust from his face. "I don't think I'm interested in that. In fact, the more you talk, the less appealing it sounds. If, big if, I started something like that, I'd only show off my art. I'm not interested in someone who sees my face online and decides they need to be with me." "Well, that's fine too. People love a good mystery." "I don't think you're helping matters, Damon." Jonah finished his beer. He thought about ordering another one, but he still had stacks of grading to do over the weekend, and he loathed working through a hangover. He shoved his empty glass away, earning him a look of concern from Spencer. Jonah appreciated that Damon had interrupted their previous conversation, but part of him knew Spencer wasn't about to let it go so easily. "I'm always helpful." Damon grinned, looking far too pleased with himself to be talking about Jonah or Spencer. "Unless you're going to reveal details of Mr. Expensive Cologne to us, don't be a tease, Damon," Spencer said to him, acknowledging for the first time that there was definitely a someone they all knew existed, even if Damon was keeping him a secret. Damon batted his eyelashes. "I don't know what you mean. I'm absolutely 100% single." Jonah doubted the validity of that statement for a moment, then immediately second-guessed himself. Maybe that was his problem. All this time he'd wanted to do things in a specific order, but life wasn't a math equation. He didn't necessarily have to follow the typical steps. Meet a guy, date a guy, fall in love with a guy, fuck a guy, especially if the result was always going to be the same. Maybe it was time to rethink his formula. He could take a page from Damon's book and have lots of casual sex. Damon was bisexual, but mostly he partnered with men, especially recently. It had been a while since Jonah had heard Damon talk about a woman he'd been interested in, but since Damon started seeing his mystery man, he'd been tight-lipped about any of his escapades. At least Jonah wasn't bisexual. He doubted he could stand being rejected by more than one gender. It was bad enough being rejected by men like Tom, who was as interesting as a blank sheet of paper. Jonah forced himself to be social for another hour, sipping at one more drink just to have something to keep his hands occupied. But the conversation often drifted past him, and he felt like an ass for not being able to pay attention to Damon or Spencer. Damon might not have noticed Jonah's silence, but Spencer had. The weight of his stare bored into Jonah, and he could almost see all the questions Spencer was itching to ask. "I need to get going. I have papers to grade and plants to water." "If you got plastic plants, you could hang out longer," Damon joked. "Next weekend we'll do dinner at my place. Spencer can bring the drinks and you can bring dessert." "Why don't I get to bring the drinks?" Damon asked. "Because you think beer tastes like boot water. Spencer can pick the drinks. You can bring dessert," Jonah repeated, before he rose and patted his pockets, making sure he had his wallet, keys, and his phone. "Are you okay to drive?" Damon asked. "I can give you a lift home." "I took an Uber here." "Well, why don't we all take off, and I can be the big, responsible best friend and give you and Spencer a lift home?" "You two don't have to take off just because I'm going home," he protested. Damon and Spencer were already standing, though. They'd paid for their drinks, but Spencer peeled a couple of bills off and tucked them under the glass for the waitress. "I have a ton of shit to sort in my shop. And I have to go home and feed my fish." "You don't have fish," Jonah said, tucking his hands in his pockets. "My pet fish takes offense to that." Damon pulled his keys from his pocket and spun them on his finger. "Come on. If you're good, we can stop for fries." Damon dropped Spencer off first, which made sense because his house came before Jonah's on the route they took. But it also turned out to be a trap, because the minute Damon pulled away from the curb at Spencer's, he put on his serious best friend face. "Are you going to tell me what's bothering you?" Jonah sighed and did his best not to fold his arms over his chest, since that was his tell when he was upset about something. And Jonah was not upset. He was tired of not knowing what it was like to be with another person intimately. His one circle jerk as a teenager didn't count because it was every man for himself. It lacked the closeness of another person that he so desperately craved. Tom doesn't want to see me again." To that, Damon said nothing. For several blocks he was quiet. Then he let out a sigh of his own when they were almost at Jonah's townhouse. "You didn't even like Tom," Damon said. "I didn't dislike him." "Jonah—" Damon trailed off, and Jonah didn't know whether the twist in his stomach was smugness or shame that he'd finally rendered his friend speechless. "Maybe I'll take a break from dating for a while. I think I need to reevaluate my priorities." "Well, if you ever need to talk, you know I'm here for you, right?" "I do. Thank you." Jonah absolutely would not be taking his virginity problem to Damon. He was glad he'd been interrupted before doing something stupid like tell Spencer. No, Jonah would deal with this himself. He'd do what any other self-respecting gay man would do. He'd download Grindr, set up an anonymous hookup, and get it over with. Once it was out of the way, Jonah might not be so nervous about it anymore. He'd spent so long building it up in his head that he'd made it this huge ordeal. It was time he got over himself. And under someone else. Chapter 2. Spencer. "Mr. Sanderson, I know you're not horsing around in my shop because you're practically an adult now and you're old enough to know better. Right, Mr. Sanderson?" Spencer chided Blake, who promptly put the tool away and feigned innocence. He scanned the rest of the room, making eye contact with more of his students to deliver the next part of his message. "I know giving in to impulsive thoughts is all the rage, but if you're going to give in to those little voices that tell you to do dumb crap, you need to give in outside of my classroom where I'm not responsible for your missing fingers. Understand?" Blake mumbled his agreement. It wasn't exactly enthusiastic, but it would have to do. It was Friday, and it was the last class of the day. Everyone tired and wanting to go home, Spencer included. Most of the time he taught only shop, both wood and metalwork classes. But this had also been his week to pull lunch hour supervisor duties, and it hadn't been an easy one. There was something in the air that had made the kids act more like wild animals than usual, and Spencer was exhausted. "Don't leave a mess. Remember, the class who has the most stars at the end of the month gets the pizza party." Over the course of his teaching career, Spencer had learned that it wasn't hard to motivate a group of teenagers. So long as he had money in the pizza budget, he had students willing to clean up after themselves. Spencer helped out a couple of the students who were still working on their projects, while the rest of the class set about sweeping the sawdust up, putting the scrap wood away, and stacking their half-finished projects on the shelves at the back of the class. With only minutes to the bell, and a shop that was as clean as it ever got, Spencer dismissed his students a few minutes early. He was gathering his belongings off his desk when he sensed a familiar presence. Turning, he found Jonah lingering in the doorway. His messenger bag was slung over his shoulder, his hair looking slightly more rumpled than usual. "Tough week?" Spencer asked. He quickly checked his desk again to make sure he'd grabbed everything. He still had to lock the shop up, but he'd do that on his way out. "I had to cover Paul's history class last period during my free block." "You look like they put you through it." Spencer strode over to the door where Jonah waited for him. He flicked off the lights and pulled the door shut. After making double sure that it was locked, he set off for the parking lot. Most days, both of them ended up staying after class to get marking done. Or, in Spencer's case, he sometimes had students come in to work on extra credit stuff. A couple of his kids had even volunteered to help other kids get their projects done. Spencer had put weeks of work into securing funding for the shop programs, because they weren't exactly seen as essential. There had been a big push in the past to steer kids toward math and science, toward university degrees and doctorates. But the world needed people who worked with their hands. It needed carpenters and plumbers. People who brought other people's visions to life and built homes. One thing that Spencer had witnessed in his years teaching shop was the wonders it could do for a kid's self-esteem. There were tons of kids who struggled with the academic subjects, but excelled in his classes. He did his best to make sure all his kids had a good time in his class, but he had a soft spot for the ones who struggled elsewhere. "Are we still on for dinner tomorrow?" Spencer asked. "I have ribs marinating, so you and Damon better show up, or I'll die of indigestion." Jonah was a hell of a cook. His entire family were kitchen gods, probably because they grew up in their dad's diner. While Jonah and Colby had gone on to other things, Taylor, the youngest brother, still worked the diner with their dad, Ethan. Spencer usually swung by there once or twice a month for breakfast. "What are you doing tonight?" Spencer asked Jonah as they stepped into the parking lot. The warm breeze danced across his skin, reminding him there were a handful of months left in the school year. Spencer couldn't wait for summer break to throw himself fully into his projects. Nothing much." Jonah stuffed his hand in his pocket and pulled his keys out. "I'm probably going to stay up late grading papers and watching bad television." "Or you could watch good television." "That's boring." Jonah laughed. He turned to Spencer, and for a moment Spencer thought he wanted to say something. But then the look disappeared and Jonah's walls went back up. Even though Jonah was Spencer's best friend and his colleague, there were things about him that Spencer didn't know. Most of the time he was okay with that, but Jonah had seemed unsettled lately. If Jonah would open up to him, maybe Spencer could help. But unless Jonah was honest with him, there was nothing he could do. "I need to get going, but I'll see you tomorrow, right?" Once he had Spencer's agreement, Jonah got in his car like his ass was on fire. Spencer watched him go before getting into his own vehicle. Eventually, Jonah would crack, and Spencer would be there when all the stuff he'd been bottling up spilled out. Spencer lived in a small house with a big shop on the outskirts of town. He was lucky to own anything, let alone a space that let him do what he loved. But it had been his grandparents' place. His grandma had loved to garden, and though Spencer didn't have a green thumb, he did his best to keep the yard tidy and the gardens from being overrun with weeds. The shop wasn't enormous, but it was big enough for 2 vehicles to park inside. Not that he ever used it for that purpose. It was where he did all his wood and metal work at home. Lately, he'd been more into his metal projects. Spencer made a quick detour into the house to check on the food he'd started in the crock pot that morning. The kitchen had been updated in the 90s, which meant it was out of date again, but Spencer didn't care much about aesthetic. Besides, he loved the wood cabinets and the beige tiled floor. The house had a million memories inside it. His grandparents had practically raised him, after all. It was his grandpa who taught him how to weld and how to run a chop saw. Everything he knew, he learned from them. Grabbing a couple of beers from the fridge, he headed out to his shop. When his grandpa was still around, bless him, he'd been a pack rat. And what he lacked in organizational skills, he'd made up for with enthusiasm and a memory like a steel trap. He could find a lug nut, a wrench, or a bent nail in any heap of junk. Clearing through it after his passing had been somewhat nightmarish, but the end result was a shop with industrial-strength shelves from floor to ceiling along 2 of the walls. There was a workbench that ran the length of a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall was taken up by garage doors. In the summer, Spencer often left all the doors open and worked with the fresh air blowing in. In the winter, he kept everything shut tight and had a couple of space heaters he used to keep himself from freezing to death. Spencer popped the top off his first beer and leaned against the counter, staring at his current project. Right now, it was little more than a pile of chains, but eventually it would be a bear. He wanted to build a body out of thick chains, then add some texture in with smaller links. He ended up selling most of his pieces, but Depending on how this one turned out, he might move it to the front yard and keep it there. A knock on his shop door startled him, and he frowned as he crossed the floor to answer. He wasn't entirely shocked to find Greta standing there. As an artist who specialized in upcycling, she often passed him bits she didn't have a use for, but thought he might be interested in. "Come on in, Greta. You want a beer?" Spencer motioned to the extra one he'd brought from the house. "No, thanks. I can't stay. I was cruising the curbs this morning, seeing what little treasures I could find, and I found this box of pop can tabs." Greta set the box down on the bench and flipped it open. "There has to be thousands in there." "Right? Whoever started this collection was committed. Who knows what they were going to do with them? I have too many projects going right now, but I thought maybe you could use them, or you could take them to school if you had an idea for one of your classes." Greta smoothed her hands down the front of her paint-splattered overalls. She'd always sort of reminded him of one of those eccentric characters who were only supposed to exist in books. Her hair was a deep auburn, and the braids she kept it in were shockingly thick. When they first met, they'd flirted with the idea of dating, but that's as far as it went. Their chemistry was limited to friends only, which suited Spencer just fine. "I have no idea what I'm going to do with these, but I'll think of something." Spencer tucked them away on a shelf under the bench. "Did you want to check out my pile of cast-offs?" Greta's eyes shimmered with delight. "Do you have any old wooden ladders? I've been trying to get my hands on them." "I don't, but I can keep an eye out for you." "Damn. It's okay. I'm sure one will turn up. There's a light fixture I've been wanting to make for the loft is all." Greta lived in a constant state of renovation and decorating. It wasn't a surprise to Spencer anymore for Greta to announce that she'd redone this or that in her house. Apparently this year it was light fixtures. "I'll leave you alone now," Greta said, making her way toward the door to let herself out. "Thanks for the junk," he said to her retreating form. Her laughter rang out as she pulled the door shut behind her. Spencer finished his first beer and got ready to work on his sculpture. The pop can tabs were now a nuisance in the back of his mind, a gnat buzzing around his brain, begging for an idea. He finished his second beer, then grabbed his helmet and his gloves and started welding the feet of the bear. They were the trickiest part of the whole thing. Even though they'd be welded to the steel plate, they had to be built well enough to withstand all the weight they'd eventually hold. A person with more sanity might have crafted the bear to stand on 4 legs instead of 2, but Spencer wanted the sculpture to be as imposing and intimidating as a real bear. He'd made okay progress when he stopped for a late dinner. Once the chicken breast in cream cheese with bacon was all shredded up, he added cheese and ate it in a bun. It wasn't anywhere close to what Jonah could do, but it filled the hole. As if he'd magicked him out of thin air, Spencer's phone rang with Jonah's name flashing up on the screen. Spencer answered with his mouth full of food. "Hey, Jonah." "Spence." Jonah sniffled. The hair on the back of Spencer's neck stood on end. Something was wrong with Jonah. He heard it in his voice, broken and soft, and so devoid of anything that resembled the person he usually sounded like. "Jonah, what's wrong? Where are you?" "I'm at—" Jonah must have covered the phone, because everything went muffled for a moment before he returned. "I'm at Mystic. I'm stranded. Can you come get me?" Spencer was halfway to the door, shoving his feet in his shoes before Jonah had finished asking. "I'll be there as soon as I can. What happened?" "I'd rather not. At least not right now, okay? Please, Spence." "Okay, I'm on my way." Spencer climbed in his truck. "Thanks." Before Spencer could tell Jonah to stay on the line, he hung up. Fuck. Spencer tossed his phone down on the seat and buckled up. His truck roared to life and he backed out of the driveway, wondering what the hell had happened to strand Jonah at a place like Mystic. There were definitely better places to go than that. Like the Anchor. Spencer had been to Mystic a time or two, usually because that's where you went when you had an itch that needed to be scratched. Ice flowed through Spencer's veins at that thought, and it was quickly followed by molten hot fury. If someone hurt Jonah, they were dead meat. He'd worry about that later, though. First, he had to get his friend. Chapter 3. Jonah. The night hadn't started out as an absolute disaster, but it had quickly ended up that way, and Jonah had no one to blame but himself. What made him think that he could pick some random torso off an app and hook up with him in a bathroom stall that smelled vaguely of cum, piss, and God knows what else? Certainly not cleaner. The last time the bathroom had been scrubbed was probably sometime before the pandemic, and it showed. To be fair, Jonah had thought they'd drink and dance, and maybe that would loosen him up a bit. But soon enough, his date, for lack of a better word, had followed him into the bathroom. Jonah had tried to go along with it, but the minute the guy latched onto his throat and started sucking up a bruise, he'd grabbed Jonah's very not interested dick. Jonah froze, horrified beyond measure, and he worried that his date, Brent, whoever, might be turned off. If anything, Jonah's date took his lack of interest as a challenge. I can get you there. Don't worry, baby. That's when Jonah got the full-body ick. He shuddered from head to toe and shoved his handsy date off of him. A flicker of rage crossed the guy's face, and Jonah thought for sure he was going to get his face smashed in. Whatever, fucking psycho. His date spewed the words with as much venom as Jonah deserved and stormed out of the bathroom. The whole encounter only lasted long enough to give Jonah what turned out to be the world's fastest, ugliest hickey known to man, and a terrible case of the shakes. He might have made it home unscathed, relatively speaking, but he'd taken his credit card out last night to purchase some school supplies online and had forgotten to put it back in his wallet. The pittance of cash he had in his wallet wouldn't get him around the block, let alone across town to where he lived. All of this because he'd wanted to get it over with. It hardly seemed worth it. His virginity had become an albatross around his neck, and he wanted it gone. Maybe he should pay someone. He counted his available cash and grimaced. He never kept much on him, and that was his downfall. No credit card, no cash, no dignity. He made it out of the bar and sucked in a lungful of air that didn't stink like sweat and stale booze. Jonah pulled his phone out and called Spencer. He managed not to cry, but it was a near thing. He was not sober enough to hold his shit entirely together, and asking Spencer for help had fractured what was left of his decorum. The silver lining that he held on to was the fact that he had Spencer in his life. Spencer was his rock, his anchor point. Jonah would rather walk home than ask either Taylor or Colby to come get him. All hell would freeze over before he'd get his dad to come get him. He hadn't had to call his dad for a ride since he got his license when he was 16. Well, maybe a time or two after that, but Jonah always did his best not to bother his dad. He'd had enough on his plate being a single dad to 3 boys and a business owner. Spencer's familiar truck pulled up to the curb after an eternity of Jonah standing outside the bar collecting looks that ranged from amusement to pity. Jonah climbed in the passenger seat and tugged his buckle on as Spencer pulled away from the curb. "Thanks," Jonah said after a few blocks. He appreciated the lack of questions, even though he knew Spencer must be exerting legendary restraint. "Joe, I don't want to talk about it." The lie was a boulder in the pit of his stomach. It wasn't unlike that feeling he got when he had the flu and knew he had to get sick. It was inevitable, And once he would feel better. All Jonah had to do was open his mouth and tell Spencer. But he didn't want to admit how pathetic he was. "Did you want to see the progress I made on my new piece?" Spencer asked, instead of prying. Jonah almost wished he'd have pried. He smoothed his hands down the legs of his too tight jeans. "Yeah, that'd be great." "Greta came by earlier today." "Oh, God, what did she bring you this time?" Greta was always bringing Spencer little treasures, sometimes big treasures. They had a unique bond, and sometimes Jonah wished he did something crafty so he'd have another way to bond with Spencer. "A box full of pop can tabs. There has to be like 1,000,000 of them." "Where the hell did she find that?" Spencer shrugged. "Where does she find anything?" Spencer peered at him from the corner of his eye. Eventually the questions would come, and Jonah had to prepare himself for it. At least he was away from the bar now and feeling steadier than he'd been earlier. "Are you sure you're not hurt?" Spencer asked, as they pulled into his driveway. "Because I can still turn around and go wring his neck." Jonah's stomach fluttered uncomfortably at the thought of sweet Spencer going after anyone in a violent manner. "I'm fine, Spencer. The only thing hurt is my stupid pride. And his dignity. And his ego. Probably his heart and his self-esteem. The list went on, but physically, he was unharmed." "You know the door code to get into the shop. I'll grab us some water and I'll be right there. Do you need food?" "Just the water." Spencer gave Jonah a strange look, then nodded and headed into the house. Jonah wandered out back and punched the door code into the keypad and let himself into the shop. He never got over how metallic the shop smelled, like copper and vaguely of grease, like the scent of engine oil had made itself a permanent part of the concrete floor. It never ceased to amaze him that Spencer could look at a pile of chain, for example, and say, "Wow, I can make that into a 10-foot-tall bear." He'd made a full suit of armor once out of car parts and other scrap metals. It wasn't a proper suit of armor like a medieval knight would have worn, but rather an interpretation of armor. Something that looked like a transformer had a baby with a scrap heap. It was impressive. Jonah sank into one of the chairs in the corner that Spencer kept for when he had company or when he was working on something that allowed him to sit down. It also wasn't unheard of for Jonah and Damon to invade Spencer's space when he disappeared for too long. Spencer entered the shop carrying 3 bottles of water and a couple bags of chips. He pulled one of the other chairs over and sat down on it, handing Jonah 2 of the bottles of water. "Hydrate." "Yes, Dad." Jonah cracked the first bottle open and made himself drink half before stopping. "Are you going to tell me what happened?" Spencer tore a bag of chips open and held it out to Jonah. "Sour cream and cheddar." "Do I have to?" Jonah grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them in his face. The effects of the alcohol he'd drunk was quickly fading, leaving him feeling wrung out. "You should at least tell me if you're okay with how you got that giant hickey on your neck." Jonah's jaw dropped and he reached up, covering the hickey on his neck. Shit. He'd somehow forgotten about his ugly-ass mark in his panic and his pity party. "It was consensual, I swear. I just—" Jonah sighed and let his hand drop away. "It's pathetic, and talking about it makes me feel even worse, so I don't want to." He shoved another handful of chips into his mouth and washed it down with more water. "You've been cagey lately. I need to know that you're safe." Jonah almost choked. "I wasn't unsafe. Stupid, maybe. The worst part about talking to Spencer was that he actually listened. He had a way of sitting and waiting and saying nothing that made Jonah far too comfortable talking to him. He was like the good cop in an interrogation, The guy who sat there and gave you space to come to them with your confession. It's embarrassing, Jonah started. Already his cheeks burned like twin infernos. Logically, he knew there was no real shame in being a 27-year-old virgin. Sex was neither morally good nor bad, and it didn't define who someone was. Yet, the lack of it in his life was something he became increasingly aware of the older he got. Joe, we were both on that road trip where we ate the bad burgers and spent the next several hours in various stages of grotesque agony, doing unspeakable things in public bathrooms. There's nothing you can't tell me. Jonah clutched his abdomen as a reflex. Oh, God, don't bring that up. His stomach lurched, and the booze he drank threatened to make a comeback. I need air. Jonah got to his feet and half stumbled out of the shop and into the yard. Now that the scent of metal was out of his nose, his stomach settled. He bent forward and put his hands on his knees and took another few breaths. Spencer joined him, tall and quiet as usual. He watched over Jonah, eventually putting a hand on his back and rubbing in slow circles. It was far more soothing than anything Jonah had experienced. It was the last straw, apparently, because the whole mortifying story came tumbling out. I panicked. I met a guy on Grindr and we were going to hook up, but I couldn't. Everyone gets cold feet. That's nothing to be embarrassed about. You don't owe someone sex just because that had been the plan. I know, but you don't get it. Jonah stood and folded his arms over his chest, hugging himself and all his crumbling pieces together. I always panic. I've never been okay enough with a guy to get anywhere. I'm 27 and I've never had sex, okay? The closest I got was a circle jerk in high school, but that hardly counts because most of the guys were straight, or straight-ish, and everyone took care of themselves. I have an apartment, a plant, and gray hair. I'm going to die alone, untouched, and it's annoying, and sometimes I hate being me. Jonah took a deep breath and let it shudder out of him. Spencer still hadn't said anything, but Jonah knew he'd have something nice and supportive to say when Jonah was done bleeding out all over the place. It's not like I had anyone to bring this to growing up. Dad was always busy, and my best/only friend in high school was Colby. Then I got to college and sort of assumed that I'd fall into this awesome sex life, but it never happened. And the longer it didn't happen, the weirder I felt about it. It's become this big thing in my life, this giant, ugly truth that I'm too weird or too prudish or not enough of something for someone to want to batter my defenses down and give me more than 5 minutes to get comfortable with them before they glom onto me and try to eat me alive in a bathroom that hasn't been washed since Obama was president. Jonah raked his hand down his face. I need someone to give me enough time to get comfortable with them before I take the big plunge, you know? But no one seems to want that. They want to know if there's chemistry before they get comfortable. And I've tried doing that way. And I've tried getting comfortable first, but it's a lost cause. Jonah stopped talking. He'd talked himself out of words altogether, like he couldn't muster another sentence if he tried. I give up. Spencer didn't have any sage advice or words of wisdom for Jonah. He did, however, have a big, strong body that swept Jonah into a hug. Jonah closed his eyes and let himself enjoy the closeness of another person. It wasn't a solution, but it helped heal some of Jonah's rumpled spirit. Spencer had a way of making Jonah think everything was going to be okay. Chapter 4. Spencer. Jonah pulled away, and Spencer watched him close himself off. They might be best friends, but Jonah was used to keeping everything to himself. It had cost him a great deal to share as much as he had. Spencer didn't want to push him, but he wished if his walls were going to slam back up, Jonah would at least leave a window open for him. Spencer hooked his thumbs in his pockets to keep himself from reaching for Jonah again. Netflix? Jonah snorted. His laugh was still watery and tight, but he seemed lighter, even though Spencer knew that he was still upset. If Spencer could help Jonah, he would. And wasn't that a kick in the gut? The idea of him touching Jonah like that, of sliding behind his barricade and peeling back all the armor he wore, it was enough to make Spencer squirm. It wasn't something that had never crossed his mind before, if he was honest. Jonah was his type, shorter, slighter, passionate about his interests, protective of his family. He was the whole package. However, the idea that Spencer could be the first one to see him come, to make him let go, had a sudden chokehold on him. He hardened at the idea that he could be the first one to show him passion and ecstasy. It wasn't something he'd thought about in great detail, until now. He'd met Jonah when he came to work at the school, a brand-new degree in one hand and the drive to prove himself in the other. They'd become friends almost instantly. Spencer knew his friend was socially awkward around new people, but once he settled into himself, he was a delight. Quick-witted and sensitive, Jonah was nice to be around. Spencer gravitated toward him like a plant leaning toward the sun. "You won't make me watch anything too happy, will you?" The plastic water bottle Jonah still held crinkled in his grasp. "We can watch something stabby and bloody if you want. We could compromise and watch Gladiator. It has a nice unhappy ending and some bloodshed." The perfect combination. Spencer slid an arm around Jonah's shoulders and steered him into the house. "Can I borrow your shower?" Jonah shuddered and folded his arms over his chest, clearly anxious to wash away the earlier events of the night. "Sure. I'll get you something comfortable to crash in." "Yeah, these jeans are cutting off my circulation." Spencer kept his comments to himself because he liked the jeans Jonah was wearing. They were so tight they might as well have been painted on. Jonah didn't usually dress like that, and it did something to Spencer to see him looking so freaking hot. But he also hated how uncomfortable Jonah obviously was, and he didn't want to make it worse by perving on his friend. "If you hop in the shower, I'll dig into my dresser and find you something to change into. The towels in there are all fresh, so take your pick." Jonah mumbled a thank you and disappeared into the bathroom. Spencer took a deep breath in and let it out slowly, willing his stupid dick to get the memo that Jonah was his friend. He wasn't going to put the moves on Jonah when he was drunk and vulnerable. Besides, he knew his friend well enough to know that he'd be fast asleep within the first 30 minutes of the movie. Spencer went into his bedroom and picked the dirty laundry up off the floor and tossed it into the hamper. He took the clean laundry off the chair in the corner and shoved it haphazardly into his closet before changing into a pair of thin cotton pants. He never slept with a shirt on, and Jonah had spent the night there before, just like this. But for some reason, Spencer thought he should wear a shirt. He battled with himself over it until he heard the water turn off, then quickly snagged a pair of pants for Jonah and one of his bigger shirts. With the items in hand, he knocked on the bathroom door, then opened it a crack to thrust the clothing through to Jonah. "The pants will be too big, but they have a drawstring. Do you want something else to eat, or will water and an aspirin be fine?" Jonah took the clothes from Spencer. "Just water will be fine. Thanks." "Okay, I'll be in my room when you're done in here." Spencer pulled the door shut, and after retrieving water and aspirin from the kitchen, he climbed into bed. He pulled the covers up over his waist and propped himself up against some pillows. He had just found a movie when Jonah came into the room in Spencer's oversized clothing, looking sheepish. Jonah, dressed in his clothes, was the best thing Spencer had ever seen. He liked the sight of Jonah in his shirt and his pants that were too big, even with the drawstring pulled tight. "I never realized how much bigger you are than I am." Jonah threw the covers back and climbed in. He mirrored Spencer's position, propped against a similar stack of pillows. It wasn't anything they hadn't done before. They'd spent many nights watching movies together, but tonight the small distance between them bothered Spencer. He didn't quite know how to bridge the gap, though. The movie started, and Jonah, rather than falling asleep almost right away, seemed restless and unsettled. "Are you okay?" Spencer asked. "Can I do anything?" "It's been a weird night. I should be tired, but maybe I'm still tipsy. I don't know." Spencer lifted his arm, wrapped it around Jonah, and gently urged him closer. "Come here." "What are you doing?" Jonah squeaked, but ended up laughing and curling up into Spencer's side without protest. "You need a fucking hug, Jonah." He let his arm settle protectively on his friend. "I need a lot of things," Jonah said through a yawn. The feeling of Jonah going limp against his side, dropping off to sleep almost immediately, was a kick in the pants. Spencer had long ago put Jonah firmly in the friends-only category. They'd met at a time in Spencer's life when everything was changing. He'd just inherited the house and was dealing with the loss that prompted it. He'd switched from teaching other subjects to taking over the shop classes. One of his old friends had gotten married and moved halfway across the country, and although promises were made to keep in touch, life happened, and they didn't. Spencer wasn't used to seeing Jonah out of sorts like he'd been earlier, and it unsettled something in him that was only calming down now that Jonah was tucked against him, safe and sleeping. The hickey that poked out of the collar of the shirt was unsightly, and looking at it made Spencer scowl, so he turned his attention instead to the line of Jonah's body and the perfect way he molded to Spencer's side. A soft snore had Spencer smiling, and he turned the movie down so it wouldn't disturb Jonah. Not that there was any real concern about that. Jonah slept like the dead after a few drinks. Nothing short of a bomb going off would wake him. Spencer made it halfway through the movie before he turned it off to go to sleep. Jonah mumbled something in his sleep, but seemed largely undisturbed. He detached himself to Spencer, though, and he ended up being Jonah's big spoon. He reluctantly moved his hips back to put some distance between his dick and Jonah's ass. He woke the next morning with Jonah draped over his chest. His mouth hung open slightly, and he snored deep and loud. Spencer nearly laughed at his friend, but a jolt of warmth in his heart had him combing his fingers through Jonah's hair. He brushed the strands off his friend's face, and still Jonah didn't stir. Spencer had a feeling that the minute Jonah woke up, the spell would be broken and he'd pull away. Everything would go back to the status quo, and that was fine. It was. But how long would it be before Jonah did something else out of desperation? What if he got himself hurt? Not just physically, but emotionally he was already battered. Seeing Jonah in pain, so sad and ruined, had twisted something in Spencer, and he wanted to protect his friend in any way he could. He knew Jonah was a grown man and didn't need protecting. He was a 27-year-old who had a career and a whole life around him that he navigated fine on his own. He was well-liked at the school, and most of the time he seemed at least content with his life. But how much of that was actually true? Spencer couldn't help but worry about Jonah. It was unlike his friend to be so out of sorts. Next to him, Jonah stirred, then stiffened. Spencer clutched him close. pinning him in place with an arm around Jonah's shoulders. "It's fine, Jonah." Jonah groaned. "It's not fine." He made another sound, something close to a whimper. "Headache?" "Mm-hmm." "Wait here." Spencer slid out of bed and grabbed more water and aspirin for Jonah. Most of the time, if they'd gone out drinking, they went to the diner owned by Jonah's dad for breakfast. But something told Spencer that Jonah wouldn't want to be around his family that morning. Instead, he dropped a couple waffles in the toaster and popped a coffee pod into his machine. When Spencer returned to Jonah a few minutes later with a plate of waffles slathered in syrup and a fresh coffee, Jonah was sprawled out in the bed like a starfish. One arm was draped over his face, shielding his eyes from the light. Carefully, Spencer set breakfast down on the nightstand. "Are you alive?" he asked his immobile friend. "That depends." "On?" "Do I smell waffles?" "With extra syrup." "And coffee?" Jonah moved his arm off his face and peered at Spencer. "With an aspirin chaser." "Amazing." Jonah closed his eyes again and, after a few deep breaths, pushed himself up into a sitting position and got himself comfortable, propped up against the headboard. Spencer handed Jonah his breakfast, complete with his side of painkillers. He didn't mention the night before or the change in their usual post-drinking breakfast routine. "Chandelier," Jonah said after his first sip of coffee. What?" "Pop tabs," Jonah elaborated. "Pop tabs?" "You could make a chandelier out of the pop tabs Greta brought you." Jonah chewed on a bite of waffle like this was the most normal conversation in the history of their friendship. "Or one of those curtain thingies, like the bead curtains, but pop tabs." "I'll think about it." Spencer had no idea what a chandelier made out of pop tabs would look like, besides a disaster. But he was willing to humor Jonah, for now. It was clear to Spencer that Jonah was in damage control mode and was doing his best to pretend that last night hadn't happened. Spencer would let it slide for now, but he didn't intend to stand by and do nothing while his friend imploded. He wanted to help Jonah, but first he had to figure out how. "Are we still on for dinner with Damon tonight? My place, 6-ish?" "Of course." Jonah nodded and shoved the last of his waffle in his mouth before washing it down with a large gulp of coffee. "I should head home and get some shit done then. I have to check a few things and mark some stuff." Spencer doubted any of that was true, but Jonah needed space. So long as he didn't cancel dinner, Spencer would let him be for a while. "If you don't want to wriggle back into your pants from last night, you can wear those home. Did you need a lift?" "I'll take you up on the offer to keep the pants. And I hate that I have to take you up on the offer of a lift home. I've imposed enough." It wasn't an imposition. Jonah shrugged and finished his coffee, but he had the decency not to argue. Chapter 5. Jonah. For as far back as he could remember, whenever Jonah had something on his mind, he threw himself into cooking and cleaning. When he was younger, it was an unchecked compulsion that had him up at all hours of the night, scrubbing and cooking. As an adult, Jonah was slightly more in control. He hated running outside where people could see him, but he'd bought a second-hand treadmill a few years ago, and he used it when he had excess worry and nothing left to cook or clean. He was on it now, running at a pace that would make him throw up if he kept going much longer. He couldn't, though, because he had to shower before Damon and Spencer got there. Fucking Spencer. Jonah's knees quaked, and he hit the button to slow the treadmill down to a brisk walk. He had no idea what to do about last night. He'd bared his soul to his best friend, and while most people had best friends for that exact purpose, it wasn't how Jonah had ever navigated their friendship. or any other friendship, for that matter. It wasn't that he didn't want to let anyone get close. It was like he didn't know how. Last night had been a rare occurrence fueled by bad decisions, a smattering of embarrassment, and far too much alcohol. Jonah completed his cool-down and staggered into the shower. He ignored his stupid dick, the same idiot piece of machinery that wouldn't work last night when he needed it to, but had developed a Pavlovian response whenever he thought about Spencer. Jonah thought about canceling on his friends, but he couldn't think of an excuse that wouldn't raise the alarm. He felt transparent in a way he wasn't used to, like the reason for his every move was now something Spencer would know. If he told them not to come, Spencer would see right through him, and he'd probably show up anyway to check on him. But he was almost afraid of how his relationship with Spencer might change now that he'd gone and blubbered drunkenly all over the man. Jonah had done his best in his life to be as self-sufficient as possible, but no man was an island, and there were some things he couldn't take care of himself, like his virginity, or the yearning that crushed him some nights, alone in the dark, to have someone to talk to in hushed tones. There was no one there to whisper his dreams to, no one to push the hair off his face and smile at him. No one at all who needed him. The sound of his front door opening and closing got Jonah's attention, and he called out to his friends that he'd be right out. He quickly dressed and almost splashed on cologne, but decided that would be too much. Being nervous was stupid, but that didn't stop his stomach from turning into a whirlpool of anxiety. Damon and Spencer were in the kitchen. Spencer was putting the beer away in the fridge and fighting off a snoopy Damon who wanted to peek in the covered bowl. "Is that potato salad?" Damon asked Jonah. "It is," Jonah confirmed, much to his friend's delight. "Fuck yes." Damon grabbed a soda from the fridge and cracked it open. "You act like you didn't text me last week, specifically begging me to make it for you." Jonah waved off the beer Spencer offered him. "Not yet, thanks." Spencer put the beer back and grabbed a bottle of water for him, handing it over silently. Jonah took it so he'd have something to do with his hands. "You're not drinking?" Damon asked. It wasn't like Jonah was a big drinker, but he always drank when they did dinners. But today his stomach was a storming ocean, and he didn't trust the foamy beverage to stay where he put it. "I had a date last night, and it didn't go so well. I might have overdone it afterward." Damon frowned. "Sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do?" Not unless he was willing to pin Jonah down and take his virginity. The idea of Damon doing that was absolutely unappealing. Spencer, on the other hand, Spencer with his big, powerful hands that created beautiful things from nothing, that thought wouldn't stop rolling around in Jonah's brain. It wasn't his fault that he couldn't get Spencer's stupid hands off his mind. It was left over from the booze-addled hug last night. The embrace had put ideas into Jonah's head. Wonderful, awful, terrible ideas. "Nah, I'm fine." It was close enough to the truth that it didn't taste like a lie, but he sensed Spencer's gaze lingering on him questioningly. Cracking his water open, he took a tentative sip. It settled in his stomach just fine, which was honestly a miracle. "I should get the grill going. I'll be right back." Jonah ducked out the patio door that opened up to his postage stamp-sized backyard. The yards were all separated by a privacy fence that was tall enough to let him forget he had neighbors when he was outside. When the weather allowed, and he had time, curling up in his hammock with a book was one of his favorite ways to wind down. No wonder he'd never gotten laid, he thought. too busy reading and avoiding meaningful interactions with people outside of his direct bubble to form a relationship with a man that might lead to something other than small talk, shitty food, and bad dates that ended with Jonah and his right hand. As usual. Spencer slipped outside as Jonah finished getting the grill lit. "You okay?" Spencer asked, keeping his voice low. "I'm fine." Jonah mustered up a smile. "Thanks for asking. Where's Damon?" "Bathroom." Spencer took a breath, and Jonah did his best to keep his attention on the grill, but he could only dawdle for so long. "What?" he asked, closing the lid of the barbecue so it could preheat. "You know you don't have to keep everything bottled up all the time, right? I'm your best friend." "I know," Jonah nodded. "Thanks." He didn't know how to say more than that, even though he wished he could. Part of him wanted to sit down with Spencer, curl up into his side, and talk until his tongue fell out of his head. But he had no desire to burden Spencer with his silly bullshit. If Jonah's biggest problem in life was his lack of physical intimacy, then he had it pretty fucking good, right? Damon came outside and flopped down in a patio chair, ending any further questioning from Spencer. Leaning back, Damon draped himself in the chair like a king on a throne. He tossed a leg over the arm of the chair and turned his hat backward. "It's like you don't even know how to sit," Jonah said, taking a seat next to him. "It's the bisexual in me. None of us know how to sit properly." "Don't believe everything you read on the internet." Spencer shook his head and took the seat across from Damon, putting Jonah between them. "I saw another help wanted sign in the diner," Damon said, clearly fishing for the inside scoop. Jonah and his brothers had taken turns working at their dad's diner at one time or another, but it was Jonah's youngest brother, Taylor, who'd stayed on. At 21, when most of his friends were off at college, Taylor was happy working with their dad. He'd recently become accomplished enough in the kitchen that he could run it blindfolded with one arm tied behind his back. If you're looking for gossip, you won't find it. Jonah leaned back in his chair and craned his neck, trying to work out a kink he'd gotten sometime in the night. One of the staff went back to school, and they need to fill a gap in the schedule. There was no dramatic exit, no big juicy story to tell. Sorry to disappoint. "Taylor still works there?" Damon asked. "He practically runs the place now. He's a demon in the kitchen. It's like he was born with a spatula in his hand. He's worked hard to get as good as he is." Jonah had once asked Taylor if he wanted to do something with his life, and Taylor had torn him a new one about how ungrateful he was, how their dad had busted his ass in that diner and put Jonah through school, and how shitty it was of him to think that he was better than their dad just because he went and got a fancy teaching degree. Taylor didn't talk to him for a week, but it got the message through to Jonah that Taylor was happy where he was. So he went from questioning his brother's choices to defending them. "Do you think he'd deep fry a cheeseburger for me?" Damon adjusted his hat. "I think he'd probably drown you in the dish pit if you asked him to do that." "What about Oreos?" "Have you been watching cooking shows again?" Spencer took a swallow of his beer. Jonah found himself keenly aware of Spencer today, of how he sat, how broad he was, how his presence had made the whirlpool of anxiety in Jonah's stomach slow to a gentle slosh. "There was a special on carnival food." "Well, if you want to hop on down and ask Taylor to throw some Oreos in the deep fryer, give me a heads up so I can make sure I film your demise." Damon scrunched his face. "You're the worst best friend ever." "I'm getting that put on a shirt," Jonah said as he stood to check the grill. "I'll be right back." He slipped into the kitchen and grabbed the ribs. And if he took the opportunity to steal a long look at Spencer when he couldn't be detected, so what? It wasn't his fault he'd recently become obsessed with the idea of Spencer showing him how good sex could be. It was his stupid dick and his stupid inability to be a normal person who formed normal relationships with people. He shouldn't need a fucking marriage proposal before he got naked with someone, but something always stopped him. Maybe if he got it out of his system, saw what the big deal was, he could go back to being a relatively satisfied person. It wasn't like he was asking much from life. He wasn't asking for $1 billion or world peace or the moon. But somehow, asking for intimacy seemed unrealistic. Jonah pasted on a happy face and took the ribs outside and put them on the grill. Part of him was glad that his friends were there, but the other part of him wanted to go back to bed and lay in the dark with a stupid show that he probably wouldn't pay attention to anyway. He only had to get through the next few hours, and then he'd be able to breathe again. Jonah took his place at the table. Each inch that separated him and Spencer was a mile of agony. He'd never ached to be held before, but it was like last night had kicked down entire walls in his stupid lizard brain, and now it was all he could think about. He was fucking doomed. Chapter 6. Spencer. Spencer stopped drinking after one beer. With Damon not being one to drink often and Jonah probably still recovering from the night before, Spencer didn't want to be the only one knocking them back. Plus, the more he thought about Jonah, the more an idea took shape in his mind. But he couldn't bring it up in front of Damon, and he certainly shouldn't do it if he'd been drinking. It wasn't hard to determine that Jonah was off his game. He was quieter than usual, more withdrawn, like he was trying desperately to shore up the defenses that had crumbled last night. Damon sent Spencer a couple questioning looks when Jonah's back was turned, but Spencer shrugged and pretended not to know anything. At one point after dinner, Jonah excused himself to the bathroom, and Damon leaned over, whispering to Spencer while keeping one eye on the door in case Jonah returned. "He's acting weird, right?" Damon asked. "I think something is bothering him." Jonah so seldom opened up about anything that admitting even the smallest kernel of knowledge was a betrayal of epic proportions, so Spencer tread carefully. "Maybe we should talk to him." "I think both of us might be too much for him. You know how private he is." Damon nodded thoughtfully, and he glanced at Spencer. "Did you want to talk to him, or should I?" "I was thinking I'd take a crack at it, if that's okay." He needed Damon to agree to let him handle it. A flicker of possessiveness sparked to life inside him, and Spencer hoped he wasn't transparent. Jonah had come to him last night with his vulnerability on display, and it was up to Spencer to make sure he was okay. No one else. Whether or not Damon clued into Spencer's sudden flare of inner caveman, he nodded his agreement. "Yeah, that sounds good. We don't want to gang up on him." Damon took his hat off and scratched his head. He checked his phone and was tapping away when Jonah reappeared. He had 2 beers with him, and he handed one to Spencer and cracked the other one open for himself. "There's still that weird pineapple cocktail stuff you like in the fridge," Jonah said to Damon. "I'll pass." Damon tucked his phone away and stood up. "I hate to eat and run, but there's a person I've been trying to connect with, and they're free, which is rare for them. So I'm going to go." "That wasn't vague or anything." Jonah rolled his eyes. They were both well aware of Damon's healthy appetite for sex. It served as a good excuse for him to dip out early and leave Spencer behind. Damon smoothed his shirt down and adjusted his hat. "How do I look?" "You'll do," Spencer said, pretending he cared about Damon's appearance. No one denied the guy was attractive. His looks came to him the old-fashioned way. Good genetics. His grandfather was old Hollywood royalty, gracing the silver screen with his chiseled jaw and his stylish suits. He'd been tall and lean, sort of like Damon. Spencer swore they had the exact same smile that could charm the pants off anyone. Neither Jonah nor Spencer had ever fallen under the spell of Damon Acosta and his boyish charm, however. Spencer knew it was because Damon wasn't his type. Now the question remained of what Jonah's type was. Jonah's taste in prospective partners was hard to pin down. He rarely spoke of his dates, mostly, Spencer realized, because they never went well for him. Spencer had known it was a sensitive subject for Jonah, but he never recognized the depths of his friend's pain until last night. Damon bid them goodbye and made his hasty exit. Once they heard him honk as he drove away, Jonah's shoulders slumped and some of the air seemed to go out of him. It was like the only thing holding him together had been sheer determination. "He's worried about you," Spencer said. Jonah's eyes snapped up to meet his, and Spencer saw a flare of panic in them. "I didn't say anything to him about last night, Jonah. I'd never do that. I know you shared some extremely personal things with me, and I'd never betray you. But he is worried, and I offered to talk to you. He didn't want you to think we were ganging up on you and thought one of us checking in on you would be better." "I'm fine." Jonah crumbled after 2 seconds under Spencer's knowing stare. "I'm fine, adjacent. Mostly I'm embarrassed about last night." "Don't be embarrassed. You're not the first man to get drunk and emotional." Jonah scoffed and took a sip of his beer. He was drinking it slow and cautious. Probably more for appearances or to have something to do with his hands than because he actually wanted it. "That's not like me." "I know, which is probably why it needed to happen." "Yeah, because everyone needs to have a drunken pity party." Jonah rolled his eyes, and Spencer nudged his foot under the table. "Everyone needs someone to talk to, and you, my friend, don't do nearly enough of that. Not about things that bother you. I'm glad that I could be there when you needed me. And if you let me, I can be there for you in other ways, too." That got Jonah's attention. His gaze snapped up to meet Spencer's. He opened his mouth, probably to refuse or to change the subject, so Spencer forged ahead. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. "I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and you're going to listen. You don't have to respond, and if you ask me to never speak of it again, I won't." Spencer took a drink of his beer to give Jonah a chance to gather himself. Jonah sat up straight, his hands curled around his drink. He sat rigid and tense and took a deep breath before nodding his agreement to hear Spencer out. Great. The hard part was done. Now came the harder part, getting the words past his lips. It was a life-defining moment. The proverbial fork in the road lay ahead of Spencer. Down one path, nothing changed. Jonah stayed a virgin, and Spencer stayed out of his personal business. Spencer was okay with the status quo, but he wasn't okay seeing his friend hurting. "There's no handbook for this kind of conversation," Spencer began, "and I don't want you to think this is pity or sympathy or anything like that." Jonah grimaced, and Spencer had the feeling he'd already fucked it all up. But when Jonah said nothing and motioned for Spencer to continue, it gave him hope that he wasn't getting this all wrong. "It's as selfish as it is selfless, because I can't stop thinking about how fucking great it would be to be the first one to show you how amazing you could feel." Jonah's eyes widened, and he resembled a startled, slightly hungover owl. "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" "You need someone you're comfortable with, someone you trust. I'd like to think I slot neatly into both of those categories. We'd go at your pace, nothing you don't want, anything you do." "Anything." Jonah arched an eyebrow. "Within reason." Jonah seemed more relaxed, and he leaned back in his chair. "I have to admit, I'm relieved. Spencer scrunched his face in confusion. Relieved? I thought for sure you were going to show up with Damon, declare an intervention, and shove me into therapy. Not that I haven't been there before or won't go again. But it's not a therapist I need, unless he was going to offer his couch for other purposes. I'm relieved that you're relieved, if that makes sense. It's all I've been able to think about, and I was half terrified of bringing it up in case you hated me for it or were embarrassed. Jonah's laugh was tight and tinged with bitterness. Don't misunderstand, I'm absolutely mortified. But if I trust you enough to blubber all over you, drunk and sad, I can trust you enough to talk it out like adults when I'm sober. I'm glad you trust me, Jonah. I know you don't trust many people. I guess the question now is, are you willing to trust me with this? They lapsed into silence while Jonah thought it over. Spencer would give anything for a glimpse into his friend's mind. Jonah's fingers tapped out a rhythm on the top of the table, a nervous habit of his that Spencer had noticed a long time ago. Did I cross a line when I admitted that I wanted to help for not entirely selfless reasons? Jonah was slow to meet Spencer's gaze. He wet his lips, and Spencer saw the way he struggled to open up about this. It was written in a tension in his body and the tightness in his eyes, the set of his jaw, and the hard line of his mouth. No, it actually helps to think that you might get something out of it, too. That maybe the reason I'm still a virgin isn't because I'm this awful, ugly, completely unattractive person. Jonah, don't ever think that about yourself. You're pretty fucking hot, actually. Even in the fading daylight, Spencer saw the way Jonah's cheeks turned pink. It lit a fire inside him, a need to let Jonah know how desirable he was. Spencer set his beer down on the table and scooted his chair closer to Jonah's. He didn't touch him, not yet, but he leaned forward. Placing his elbows on his knees, he clasped his hands in front of him and looked Jonah right in the eyes. You might not believe me because you have shitty self-esteem, but you're wonderful, and anyone would be honored to know you. The only thing I've been able to think about is how much I want to be the one allowed to touch you, to show you how incredible sex can be. Jonah's throat bobbed as he swallowed. He seemed unable to speak, but his eyes were hooded. Spencer hoped what he planned to do next wouldn't totally fuck everything up, but he couldn't resist the fullness of Jonah's mouth, the thick, pouty lower lip. He yearned to see if it was as soft as it looked. He telegraphed his every move, giving Jonah plenty of time to say no or move away or stop Spencer if he wasn't into it. But as Spencer leaned forward, reaching for Jonah, grazing his fingers across Jonah's cheek, Jonah leaned forward too. It was just a kiss, a first of many steps. But Spencer had to know for sure that Jonah wanted this. Can I kiss you? I'd like that. Jonah's answer came quickly, as if Spencer might change his mind if he had to wait even a nanosecond longer than necessary. Then the corner of his mouth quirked up. You don't need to worry, Spencer. I have been kissed before. Yeah? Spencer pulled Jonah closer, narrowing the gap between them to mere inches. But not by me. Chapter 7. Jonah. It was a million years before Spencer pulled Jonah that millimeter closer and brushed their lips together, but even if it had been a billion years, it was worth the wait. Spencer's mouth was warm and soft and gentle, like he was. It was a damn good thing Jonah was already sitting down, or he might have fallen over. As it was, he put his hands on Spencer, sliding them up his chest and shoulders until he was cupping Spencer's stubbled, scruffy face and pulling him deeper. Holy shit. The world tilted on its axis when Spencer's tongue teased its way into Jonah's pliant mouth. He was being swept up in a tidal wave of desire. Where had this fire been last night when he'd needed it? Jonah didn't care, on second thought. All he cared about was getting closer to Spencer, who kissed him like he wanted to. Like maybe this wasn't a chore for him, or a pity kiss. Spencer pulled away, and Jonah tried to cling to him, to pull him back. Already he was addicted to Spencer's mouth, to the way he consumed Jonah. His brain, which usually whirred with one fear or another, had gone blessedly silent. Spencer's lips obliterated Jonah's ability to overthink. But now that they weren't kissing, Jonah's brain was going at top speed again. Was it bad? Jonah asked. Part of him was always terrified that he was bad at kissing, and that was part of the reason not many people seemed to want to try and go further with him. Spencer surprised him by drawing him closer with a gentle hand to the back of his neck. Before that moment, Jonah never realized how big Spencer's hands were, and a thrill went up his spine at being directed so gently but firmly closer so Spencer could kiss him again. This time a soft peck against the corner of Jonah's mouth. A tease. It was amazing, Spencer whispered reverently. That's why we need to take this inside, if that's okay with you. I don't want to give your neighbors a show. Jonah's face flamed hot with embarrassment. He'd been half ready to climb into Spencer's lap and kiss the living daylights out of him. They should probably talk about rules or boundaries or something. They should discuss the potential repercussions of fucking around with your best friend, whom you also had to work with. But Jonah was tired of thinking about 50 different ways to screw himself over. He wanted this. He stood and grabbed the beer bottles off the table so they wouldn't get knocked over by the weather or an animal or something. Let's go inside. Jonah hoped his voice didn't sound half as nervous as he suddenly was, but even if it did, he knew it would be okay. Spencer had seen him last night in all his messy glory. Nothing would ever be more humiliating than that. Spencer followed him into the house, and Jonah heard the door lock behind them. He kept his back to Spencer and set the empty bottles in the sink to be dealt with later. A presence, solid and warm, pressed up against Jonah's back. Those huge hands settled on his waist, and breath skirted over the shell of his ear, making him shiver. Is this okay? Spencer gently dragged his mouth down and kissed Jonah's neck. From head to toe, his body trembled under Spencer's touch, and he gripped the edge of the counter, willing his weak knees to hold him up. Jonah couldn't form words, so he tilted his head, offering Spencer greater access to his neck. Spencer didn't disappoint, and Jonah had never known the exquisite sensation of stubble prickling his skin until Spencer dragged a series of kisses up and down his neck. It was easily the hottest thing he'd ever experienced, and it took all his available resolve not to press his dick into the counter and rut against it. Tell me how far you want to go, Spencer asked, turning Jonah around. Spencer took Jonah's face in his hands and cradled it before leaning in and licking his way inside Jonah's mouth again. Breathless and boneless, Jonah had no words for Spencer. No rules, no limits, just a current of lust that threatened to sweep him away. Answer me, Jonah. Spencer stopped kissing him and stared into his eyes with concern. Jonah realized how worrying it might be for Spencer to have his friend pinned up against a counter, knowing that he didn't have a single clue what the fuck he was doing. Jonah couldn't speak. He didn't know how far he wanted to go. Part of him wanted to roll over and let Spencer slam his cock inside just to get it over with. But that was all kinds of wrong. That was his fear brain talking, making up nonsense to scare him out of doing things he wanted. I don't think I'm ready for the whole enchilada, so to speak. Spencer choked on a laugh and pulled Jonah closer with one arm suddenly wrapped around his waist. Then how about this? We take this to the living room and make out. I'll let you lead, and we'll go at your pace. It was hard to think with Spencer so close, smelling so fucking good. But Jonah managed to shake his head. I'm shit at leading the way. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, then I'll lead, but you'll stop me if I go too fast, okay? I trust you. Spencer's gaze softened at that, and he brushed a quick kiss against Jonah's lips before guiding him into the living room. Spencer sat on the couch and tugged Jonah down into his lap. Keeping one arm wrapped around Jonah's middle, he used his other hand to urge Jonah's mouth closer. It was surreal to be sitting on Spencer's lap. Jonah had been in similar situations before, but he'd always panicked, even though he knew it was foolish. It was just sex. It was kissing and touching, mouths and hands and bare skin. But he'd never been able to relax with anyone to let them get anywhere. Spencer pulled him closer and crushed their mouths together. This kiss was already miles different from the gentle ones earlier. Heat flared in Jonah's body, spreading like grass fire, sweeping through him from head to toe. He cupped Spencer's face and deepened the kiss. Their tongues tangled and danced, sliding back and forth. Jonah raked his fingers through Spencer's hair, then twisted around, repositioning himself so he was straddling Spencer. The groan that tore out of Spencer when their bulges pressed against one another was the stuff spank banks were filled with. Spencer took the cue from Jonah, and his large hands started to explore Jonah's body. Jonah rocked forward, chasing friction as Spencer's hand slid down Jonah's back. He caressed Jonah's ass through his pants and tugged him closer, making them rut against each other. Jonah's dick was so hard he could barely think. It was trapped in a slightly painful, but maybe painful in a good way, position in his pants. His balls were tight to his body, throbbing with the need to release already. "Slow down," Jonah begged. "Sorry." Spencer was quick to apologize. Jonah let out a breathless laugh. "Don't apologize. I was too close, that's all." Jonah's admission killed some of his desire. "Stop that," Spencer admonished him. And before Jonah knew what was happening, Spencer wrapped his arms around Jonah and flipped them over. Jonah was suddenly lying on his back on the couch, pinned underneath Spencer's much larger body. His dick twitched in his pants because, holy shit, that was the hottest thing that had ever happened to him. Which wasn't difficult, given his scant sexual history, but still. "It's okay to let go, Jonah. Let me show you." Jonah squeaked out a response, but it didn't matter whether he was understood or not, because Spencer's mouth covered his at the same time one of his hands skated down Jonah's body. God, Spencer's touch sent sparks through Jonah's body. He arched into the warmth of Spencer's hand like a stray, touch-starved cat. Spencer slid his hand across Jonah's untoned stomach, then lower and lower, slowly creeping up on Jonah's throbbing erection. The first brush of Spencer's hand on the front of Jonah's pants had him whimpering and pressing up into Spencer, too thirsty to worry whether he was doing anything wrong. Eventually, he'd have to think about reciprocating, but right now Spencer seemed happy to press his throbbing hard cock against Jonah's leg while he popped the button on Jonah's pants. He touched him over his briefs, which was both too much and not enough. Jonah was desperate for more, and less, and anything. He didn't know what he wanted or needed other than more of this. But he was overwhelmed with it, like it was going to consume him. Spencer's kisses slowed, and his touches eased off, and Jonah's lust slowed from a rolling boil to a gentle simmer. That's it. That's good. Spencer kissed his way up Jonah's jaw. The rasp of his stubble did things to Jonah that he didn't know were possible. He wanted to experience it scratching across every inch of his body. Someday. Not today. Today he wanted to come with Spencer's hand on his cock. Please, Spencer. Jonah's whole body buzzed with life. His pulse rushed through his ears. His heart was a drumbeat, pounding louder and faster the hotter he got. He writhed under Spencer's touch and, blessedly, Spencer kissed him again, silencing his fool mouth before he said something stupid. Being as old and inexperienced as he was had been a source of anxiety until now. Jonah had never had someone touch him the way Spencer did, like he might die if he didn't get to. At least that's what Jonah told himself, as Spencer's hand slid into Jonah's briefs and took hold of his throbbing, leaking cock. If Jonah had to describe his dick, he'd use the words exceedingly average. But Spencer didn't seem to mind. He growled his approval into Jonah's mouth and started to stroke Jonah's cock. He wound his arms around Spencer's neck and followed his lead. After a few strokes, Jonah was so lost to lust that he couldn't even kiss Spencer back. Spencer kissed Jonah under the ear instead, returning to that spot that made Jonah's body turn to static. Jonah whimpered and arched into Spencer's hand, chasing his release. Fuck, he was so close. Then Spencer dragged his tongue around the shell of Jonah's ear before he spoke. His voice was deep and sexy, gravelly in a way Jonah had never heard before. Let go, Jonah. Come for me. Let me see you. Spencer's breath was warm on Jonah's skin. Jonah couldn't have stopped it if he wanted to. Spencer's hand was too good, too big and strong and calloused in all the right ways. His voice too sexy, his mouth too talented, licking and kissing Jonah's neck. He never stood a chance. Jonah came so hard he forgot to breathe for a moment as his release ripped through him, flooding Spencer's hand with cum, which Spencer used for lube as he kept stroking Jonah's dick through the aftershocks, only stopping when Jonah whimpered in a not-sexy way. He knew he should release Spencer, but he couldn't make himself. He should reciprocate, or at least offer. Or maybe Spencer wanted to get up and wash his hands. There was probably some sort of post-orgasm protocol he should be following, but all Jonah could think about was how much he wanted to do that again. Are you okay? Spencer asked after an extended silence. Jonah's breathing had returned to normal, and he was aware of the cum drying on his skin, sticky and uncomfortable. But Jonah was fabulous. He just didn't know what was supposed to come after you let your best friend jerk you off. Chapter 8. Spencer. We should probably wash up. Jonah's voice was soft and stilted. Their afterglow had turned into something clumsy and awkward, and Spencer didn't know how to fix it. Stupidly, he hadn't thought this far ahead. If he let Jonah get up now, he had the sinking suspicion that Jonah would tuck and run, that his walls would go right back up, and Spencer didn't want that to happen. In a minute. There was one surefire way to make certain the awkwardness didn't overtake them. Spencer slanted his mouth over Jonah's again. It wasn't a hardship to kiss him. Far from it. Kissing Jonah turned Spencer's body into sunlight. He saw more sparks behind his eyes when they kissed than Spencer saw when he was welding. He was happy that he'd been honest with Jonah about what was in it for him, that he was doing this for himself as much as he was doing it for Jonah, because kissing him could easily become his new favorite pastime. His dick still throbbed, hard and unyielding in his pants, trapped against his zipper. It ached to the point of madness, but Spencer ignored it in favor of licking his way inside Jonah's mouth. He'd kiss the awkwardness away and show Jonah that they could do this and nothing between them would change. Their friendship would remain intact, and Spencer wouldn't think of what would happen when this ran its course. Eventually, they'd get to the main event, and then they'd have no reason to keep touching and kissing. Spencer would have to slide back into his old role, a role that was now too small to fit all the new emotions that bubbled inside him. Things he ignored in favor of kissing Jonah breathless, before finally pulling away and getting to his feet. He tugged Jonah up and tangled their hands together. "What are you doing?" Jonah asked, as they headed for the bathroom. "We're going to wash up," he said, pulling Jonah into the room. He shut the door behind them and dropped Jonah's hand to start the shower. "A shower?" Jonah's voice squeaked, and he cleared his throat. "But you haven't even, you didn't—" Jonah turned red and motioned to the obvious bulge in Spencer's pants. "You haven't come." "That's why the shower isn't for me. You're the one with cum all over yourself. I'll wash up in the sink." Jonah shook his head. "Spencer, you're not going to just—" "Just what?" You can't get me off and not let me return the favor, okay?" Jonah looked like he was 10 different kinds of mortified, but he forged ahead anyway. "It feels unfair and unbalanced, like you're only doing half the job you said you'd do." Jonah let out an anguished-sounding groan and swiped his hands down his face. "I don't understand." "Of course you don't. You've touched other people before. I've lived in a sexless bubble. You said you'd show me, but I thought you'd let me participate, not just lay there and hump your hand. I want to make you feel good, too." Jonah's frustration fizzled, and his shoulders rounded like he was already giving up. Spencer grabbed the hem of his shirt and peeled it off. "Well, it would be nice to have someone to wash my back." He didn't miss the way Jonah's eyes widened or the way he raked his gaze over Spencer's body. They'd been half-dressed around each other before, but they'd never been in a situation that was sexually charged, where they'd be open to looking at each other in that way. Spencer stood still and let Jonah take his time looking at him. It wasn't that Spencer didn't like how he looked, but he was well aware that he wasn't everyone's type. A lot of people didn't go for burly guys with thick midsections and enough fur on their chest to make a nice shag rug. Jonah didn't seem to mind, though, if the sudden color on his cheeks was any indication. Somewhat shy, even after Spencer had his hand on his dick, Jonah removed his shirt, but hesitated to undress the rest of the way. Spencer knew Jonah had walls, but this was some Fort Knox-level shit. Without any further hesitation, Spencer turned around to give Jonah the illusion of privacy and undressed the rest of the way. He didn't wait for Jonah, instead opting to step into the shower and turn the temperature up to a comfortable level. He closed his eyes and let the hot water rush over his skin. Part of him expected Jonah to leave the room, but he was also not surprised when his friend stepped into the shower instead. Jonah had been right to be frustrated earlier. If Spencer was going to do this, he couldn't only do it halfway. It wasn't that he didn't want Jonah to touch him. He'd gotten so focused on making sure Jonah had a good time that it didn't occur to him that part of that would be allowing Jonah to return the favor. It made him feel a little sheepish, and a lot stupid, that he thought of it like a one-sided thing. Seeing Jonah fall apart, being the one to make him happy, make him come, had been pleasure enough for him. It hadn't crossed his mind that Jonah would want to reciprocate. "Spencer?" Spencer cleared his throat. "Yeah?" "Why is this so awkward?" A ball of anxiety loosened in Spencer's chest, easing the spiky feeling that had been stabbing at him since he dragged Jonah into the bathroom. "Because it's new territory for both of us." Knowing that he needed to face this head-on, he turned and took in the sight of Jonah with his damp hair plastered to his forehead. He reached out and brushed it to the side, then let his hand slide down until his fingers curved around the back of Jonah's neck. With a simple glance down, he'd see his friend in all his naked glory. Spencer wondered if Jonah was as nervous as he was. Did he also feel far more naked on the inside, the way Spencer did? Spencer brushed his lips against Jonah's, but he didn't linger. He was still hornier than he'd been in recent memory, but he wanted to follow Jonah's lead. "Do you remember the first class you ever taught?" Spencer smiled at the way his question threw Jonah off. What?" Spencer glanced around and grabbed Jonah's loofah and body wash and popped the top open. The subtle scent suited Jonah. Spencer lathered the loofah and made a spinning motion with his finger. "I'll get you back while I explain." Jonah sighed, but turned around. Things were still slightly awkward between them, but it was easing off now. Spencer hoped some honesty would help the situation. "Do you remember the first time you stood in front of a room full of students?" Jonah nodded. "I was terrified. It's kind of hard to forget." "Yeah, you were scared. Most of us are scared on some level when we do something new, but we do it anyway." Jonah scoffed. "Yeah, okay. Sure we do. We doesn't include me and sex, obviously." "You haven't met someone you've been comfortable with. Let's face it, Jonah. Men are dogs, and you were looking for a unicorn." Spencer scrubbed at Jonah's back in slow circles. "I still maintain there's nothing wrong with being a virgin at 27. Says someone who isn't a virgin. Everyone around me is driving Ferraris, and I'm trying to get the training wheels off my bike. You can't measure your life by other people's milestones. Stan Lee was almost 40 when he published The Fantastic Four. Harrison Ford was a 30-year-old carpenter when he landed his role in Star Wars. Some people have raised kids and grandkids and then gone back to school and earned their degrees. My point is that whether you were 17 or 27 or 37, there's no shame in not being in the same place as other people. My cousin is 2 years younger than me, and she recently had twins. She's also a doctor who is married to a doctor. And I'm single, childless, and make shit in my garage when I'm not trying to keep teenagers from causing themselves bodily harm in shop class 5 days a week. I hear what you're saying, but it's just... Take your time." Spencer grabbed Jonah's wrist and put the loofah in his hand before turning around. "Get my back, will you?" It seemed like Jonah wasn't going to return the favor, but finally the loofah tentatively touched his shoulder as Jonah started to scrub in soft, slow-moving circles. I went so long without doing it that it became this big obstacle, this enormous roadblock. It occurred to me every time I went out on a date that there would be certain expectations if things went well. And it's not like I came out and said I'd never had someone else's dick in my hand. It was like they could tell. Spencer turned, and Jonah stared up at him. Water clung to his eyelashes, and his beauty nearly took Spencer's breath away. He looked down and grabbed Jonah's hand, gently removed the loofah from his grasp, and dropped it into the bottom of the tub. Spencer guided Jonah's hand to his dick, which hadn't even thought of going down. He watched Jonah's face, allowing a brief smile at the sight of Jonah's eyes widening and his cheeks turning scarlet. Spencer folded his own hand over Jonah's, curling Jonah's fingers around his cock and keeping his grasp in place. Jonah's hands were smaller, thinner, and far more delicate than Spencer's. He was used to his own hands, calloused and hardened from welding and woodworking. Jonah's gaze was pinned on Spencer's cock and, well, fair was fair, right? Spencer had already had Jonah's dick in his hand. He knew the weight and the shape and the way it fit in his hand, but it was pretty, too. Spencer wasn't sure if his friend would like being told his dick was pretty, so he didn't say that. "You're so fucking hot, Jonah," he said instead. And it must have been the right thing to say, because suddenly Jonah was tilting his head up, 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 and he rose on his toes and pressed his lips against Spencer's. His hand started to move under Spencer's, and he let go, reaching for Jonah, winding one arm around him to dip down and grab his pert little ass. He cupped Jonah's cheek and deepened the kiss, as Jonah fumbled a little, giving his first handjob. But that was the thing about sex. You didn't have to be an expert to get someone off, and Jonah's hand on his cock was fucking incredible. He backed Jonah up and pinned him to the wall, kissing him passionately, frantically almost, when his desire made him lightheaded. The world faded away, and there was only the sound of the shower and their own heavy breathing as Spencer buried his face in the curve of Jonah's neck and cried out, flooding Jonah's hand with his cum. Jonah laughed, and were it anyone else, Spencer might have been offended by that. But it told him he'd done something right. Jonah's laugh sounded lighter than it had in a while. Beyond happy, it bordered on joyful. Jonah washed his hand off under the spray, and he looked up at Spencer, a shy smile tugging at his lips. "Is it weird to say thank you after something like that? Because I don't want to be weird, but I want to thank you for what you've given me. I don't know that I could trust anyone else with something like this." "It's not weird." Spencer put his fingers under Jonah's chin and tipped his head up. He brushed another kiss against Jonah's lips, because he found that he liked kissing him. "And even if it was weird, be weird. I like you exactly the way you are." "You have to say that because I just had my hand on your dick." Spencer laughed. "No, I have to say that because you're my best friend, and it's true." Speaking of best friends, I don't want this to fuck anything up between us. Then we won't let it. We're both adults. We'll communicate often, and we won't do anything the other one isn't comfortable with. The minute one of us wants to stop, we stop. No hard feelings. Jonah bit his lower lip and nodded. He seemed hesitant about something, but Spencer got the feeling that he'd pushed enough for one day, and that if he kept going, Jonah would retreat into himself again. "Okay. Deal." Chapter 9. Jonah. Growing up, when other families were waking on Sunday morning and getting ready for church, Jonah and his brothers were already up and in the diner. Even as adults, it was no different. Sunday morning rolled around, and Jonah found himself getting out of bed and dragging his ass down to have breakfast with his family. The diner was the thing that held them together after their mom died. His dad still had the business to run, and Jonah had done his best to chip in and keep things going. He'd kept an eye on his younger brothers and even persuaded them to pitch in at the diner. Taylor was 16 when he started cooking. 5 years later, he was the diner's full-time cook. Like their dad, he'd practically chained himself to the place. Located on the outskirts of town, they didn't get many tourists, but they more than made up for it with a steady string of local customers. Even early on a Sunday morning, there were cars in the parking lot. Jonah parked around the back, out of the way of the paying customers, and slipped in through the back door. Taylor was in the kitchen and glanced over his shoulder to shoot Jonah a smile. Taylor was still the baby of the family, no matter how old he got, and Jonah always saw him as the same gap-toothed kid he'd grown up with. "Your admirer was here looking for you," Taylor teased with obvious mirth. "I will drown you in the dish pit." "No, you won't. That's against the rules." Taylor went back to scrambling eggs, frying bacon, and doing at least 50 things at once. It was 49 more tasks than Jonah could handle at any one time. Jonah's admirer, as Taylor had teased, was the uncle of one of his summer students. He'd taken custody of his nephew when he lost his parents, and Jonah had tutored him over the summer to help him catch up on the work he'd missed the year before. Jonah doubted that Grant was actually interested in him. It was most likely some kind of misplaced gratitude that made it seem like he was interested in Jonah. But that didn't stop his family from teasing him. Most of the time, Jonah bit back, but he was in too good of a mood this morning to care much about some gentle teasing from Taylor. "Can you do one of those bacon and eggers for me this morning?" Jonah asked on his way through to the front. "Yeah. Tell Dad and Colby that breakfast is in 15. Taylor always took a break first thing Sunday so they could all have breakfast together as a family. It was a tradition that none of them seemed to mind keeping, even as their lives changed and got busier. The diner was like another member of the family to Jonah. Coming here and being surrounded by the familiarity always comforted him. Jonah dropped down into their booth. Colby was already there, nursing a cup of coffee and scrolling his phone. The thing Jonah loved the most about the diner was how it always felt like home. Plus, it looked like a typical diner you'd see in the movies. Red seats, chrome accents, black and white checkered floor. "Morning, Colby." "Morning," Colby said without looking up. "Sorry, be right with you. I promised to give Sophie more responsibility at the gym. She's setting up the equipment for classes this afternoon, and she's nervous about getting something wrong." Colby had channeled his love of sports and his natural athletic ability into a career as a CrossFit instructor. At 25 years old, he managed one of the local gyms. "Morning, kiddo." Jonah's dad swung past with a pot of coffee, and he filled a cup for Jonah. He paused to top off Colby's, too. "Taylor said breakfast is ready in 15. Jonah passed the message along. "I'll get everyone squared away then," his dad said, ruffling Jonah's hair before taking off to make sure everyone had everything they needed before they sat down to eat. The locals knew of their Sunday morning tradition and were generally supportive of it, even if it meant they waited a few minutes longer for a refill or for their order to be taken. The other staff covered the diner while they ate as a family, and most of the time it was a quiet, uneventful meal. By the time Taylor appeared with 4 heaping plates of food, their dad had topped up everyone's coffee. One of their part-timers would be able to take care of anyone who trickled in. Usually they went around the table and shared any new developments in their lives. Most of the time there wasn't much to report, and even now the thing that was new in Jonah's life wasn't something he wanted to share with his family. Even if he was the sharing type, which he wasn't, he wouldn't even know where to begin. Connecting with Spencer in intimate ways had been mind-blowing, and Jonah was still trying to wrap his own head around it. They'd survived their first week as colleagues who had been naked together without a problem. Where Jonah expected there to be awkwardness, there was only a deepening sense of camaraderie and friendship. And though he didn't make plans with Spencer this weekend out of fear of becoming clingy and needy, Spencer was always on his mind. Jonah listened to Taylor and their dad tell stories from the past week while he demolished the breakfast Taylor made for him. Colby also seemed to be preoccupied, but once his phone was confiscated by their dad, he managed to be more sociable. Some Sunday mornings were slower than others, and this was one of those days when the crowd was thin. Jonah wished it were busier that morning so he could make a hasty exit. Jonah's phone buzzed, and he pulled it out of his pocket. It was Damon wanting to know if he was free after breakfast. Jonah tapped away a response, agreeing to meet up with him. "Why don't you take Jonah's phone away?" Colby asked, somewhat sullenly, and Jonah rolled his eyes. "Because I've already put mine away." "Of course you did, because you're Mr. Perfect." Colby often took his sour moods out on Jonah. It would be harder to take if Jonah thought there was any real malice behind it. He also knew from experience that Colby would put his body on the line to protect him. In school, Jonah had been frequently picked on. He'd been scrawny, quiet, and smart. He'd been an easy target until Colby hit a growth spurt. Then he'd used his size and his popularity to make people back off. Do I have to put you in a timeout? Their dad asked Colby. Colby stabbed a sausage somewhat violently. Couldn't if you wanted to. Taylor stood a tree there. Their dad's head whipped around, and sure enough, in the corner he'd threatened to make them stand in, but had never followed through with, stood a potted tree. It's been there all week, Taylor crowed happily. She got too big for my apartment, so she had to go somewhere. She's an orange tree. I've got a couple lemon ones almost as big. Their youngest brother had a green thumb. He was the kind of person who could stab a stick in the ground and the damned thing would grow roots for him. It was impressive. Years ago, Taylor had watched a video on the internet about how to grow trees from orange seeds and how to sprout sweet potatoes in a glass of water. Ever since then, he'd been an absolute menace. He still lived with their dad, and his above-ground basement apartment looked like a jungle. I thought I told you no plants in the diner. Their dad sounded tired, but slightly amused, and Jonah knew he wouldn't put his foot down over something as harmless as an orange tree. True, but it's not a plant. It's a tree. I can't plant it outside because our climate is wrong, and that's irresponsible anyway. I'm not sure if orange trees could be an invasive species, but it's not a good idea. Just in case. Just in case the orange trees spread and choke out the natural ecosystem? Colby jostled Taylor's arm. That's unlikely. Still, the winters here would kill her, and she's too pretty to die. Well, be that as it may, Taylor. No more trees or plants or sprouted vegetables in the diner. We're not a nursery. Taylor rolled his eyes. Yeah. We all know you're no fun, Dad. You don't have to go and prove us right all the time. Watch it, or I'll put you back in the dish pit. The threat didn't have teeth. Taylor practically ran the diner now. He'd stepped up over the years, following in their dad's footsteps, taking charge of the kitchen and the staff. Their dad still did the books and the hiring, but Taylor had definitely carved out a space for himself in the family business. He's more likely to put you in the dish pit, Dad. Face it, the kid runs the show. Colby grinned and chomped happily on a piece of bacon. Their dad reached over and ruffled Taylor's hair, earning him a squawk and a scowl from his youngest. The bells above the door jingled, and a group of people poured in. There were far too many of them for their part-timer to handle, so their dad got to his feet. Finish eating, Taylor. They can wait 5 minutes. See you boys in a week. Their dad hurried off to take care of business, and Taylor wasn't far behind. He scooped his remaining egg into his slice of toast and folded it in half. See you jerks in a week or whatever. Taylor bit into his sandwich and headed into the back. You're pretty quiet today, Jonah. Colby grabbed a cup of coffee and took a sip. He grimaced and looked down at the table in disgust. Fucking Taylor switched our cups again. God, if he put any more sugar in his coffee, he'd turn into a sugar cube. Maybe that's his intention. The first ever sugar cube short-order cook. With an army of orange trees. Colby shoved Taylor's coffee to the side and grabbed his own. But don't dodge the question. I wasn't aware you'd asked anything. Everything okay? Why wouldn't it be? Colby snorted. I forgot how fucking impossible you are sometimes. It's like pulling teeth with you. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Jonah frowned. Okay, he might have a small idea what Colby meant. He didn't exactly spill his guts to his family, or to anyone. He didn't want to bother them with his trivial bullshit. His emotional shit was his own to worry about, and he'd done fine for the past 27 years. Only that didn't ring exactly true. If he was doing okay, he would never have needed his best friend to show him how to be intimate with another person. But the thought of relying on anyone for any sort of sexual contact made Jonah's skin crawl. He'd expected to feel the same way with Spencer, but that feeling never came, and he didn't know what to do with that realization. I'm fine enough, Jonah finally added. Happy? Deliriously. Colby rolled his eyes. If you were on fire, you'd say you were okay and not to bother putting you out if it would inconvenience anyone. I'm not that bad. You're exactly that bad. You're about as emotionally available as a turnip. Ouch. Tell me how you really feel. Jonah didn't exactly love Colby at the moment. I worry about you, okay? I'm allowed to, aren't I? The fight left Jonah, and he let out a sigh. How about this? If I promise to let you put me out should I ever catch fire, will you take my word that in this moment I'm perfectly okay? Maybe slightly more than okay, but it's not anything I want to talk about. That the best you can do? Jonah nodded. Okay, fair enough. Colby nodded his agreement. You will tell me, though, right? Pinky promise? Warmth spread in Jonah's chest, mixing with sadness. After their mom passed away, their father had struggled to keep the diner going and raise 3 boys on his own. Colby and Jonah often teamed up together to lighten his load, taking care of Taylor when he couldn't, or helping at the diner, or agreeing to stay out of trouble and look out for each other. A pinky promise was sacred between the two of them, something that could never be broken upon pain of death. He supposed that was a touch dramatic now, but he understood that this was important to Colby, so he hooked his pinky finger with Colby's and shook on it. Chapter 10. Spencer. The bear was shaping up nicely, as it should, seeing as how Spencer spent the entire weekend in his garage, welding and grinding and cutting. He understood that Jonah needed to take things at his own pace, but that didn't mean he wasn't allowed to obsess over the memory of last weekend. Jonah's silence over the last 2 days had been expected. Understandable, even. But by Sunday night, Spencer found himself wondering if he'd somehow screwed up. Was Jonah pulling away from him? Had he started to regret allowing the dynamics of their friendship to change? Spencer flipped his welding helmet up and took a look at his progress. He'd gotten far more done than he'd anticipated, and his neck ached from the weight of the helmet. So now was a good time to stop. Besides, his concentration was starting to slip, and after spending hours in the creative zone, his brain was starting to turn into soup. He was proud of what he'd accomplished over the weekend, but the reason he'd been so focused on his work was starting to bother him. After putting his tools away, he locked his shop and trudged into the house. Cold pizza was on the menu, but not until after he showered. The problem with that was now that he'd showered with Jonah, he was all Spencer thought about whenever he stood in the spray and the steam of his shower. He remembered the way Jonah had blossomed under his touch. Hesitant, but still willing to trust Spencer with things he hadn't entrusted to anyone else. Jonah might have seen his virginity as a burden, but to Spencer it was a gift. Sure, Spencer had had sex before, more than his fair share, with people of varying experiences and genders. Jonah wouldn't be the first virgin Spencer had been with, but there was something about Jonah that made what they did go beyond sex. It was intimate in ways Spencer had never experienced before. He found himself craving his friend, and the way he looked when he was pinned under Spencer. It was the reason he was in the shower with the water cranked to cold. Not that it did much to curb his arousal. The only thing that made him go soft was when he let himself wonder whether Jonah was avoiding him. That thought got Spencer moving, and before he second-guessed himself, he was out of the shower, hair still wet, struggling to get clothes onto his still damp skin. He was halfway to Jonah's place when he thought of turning around. He pressed the gas pedal, inching it closer to the floor. Not that he could afford a speeding ticket, but he also needed to get to Jonah's before he questioned the sanity of what he was doing. Was it normal to offer to be your best friend's sexual tutor? What was supposed to happen after the proverbial cherry was popped? Spencer hadn't let himself think that far ahead before, and now the question was the blade of a guillotine, hovering hungrily over him. After was a thing that Spencer would deal with later. In this moment, he needed to make sure Jonah was okay. He pulled up in front of Jonah's townhouse and killed the engine. Dogs barked in the distance, but otherwise it was a quiet neighborhood. It wasn't quite a place where you could leave bikes out unchained or where you'd become best friends with your neighbor, but for the most part it was quiet and safe. Everyone there did their thing, tried to get by, and didn't bother anyone else. It suited Jonah's reclusive nature. Spencer knocked on the door. Most of the time he wandered in, but usually Jonah knew he was coming. Hardly a minute had passed when the door swung open. Jonah was wearing his glasses, something he only did when he was grading or had been doing lots of work at the computer. He reached to push them back up his face, and Spencer had to smile at the red ink on his fingers. He was also wearing the shirt he'd borrowed the night Spencer picked him up from the bar. "Spencer?" Jonah's brow furrowed. "Why didn't you use your key? Get in here." Jonah grabbed Spencer's wrist and tugged him through the door. "Did you lose your key? I can get you a new one cut, but if you lost it, maybe I should change my locks." "I still have it." Jonah stopped and blinked at him. He looked like one of those fuzzy owlets, all wide-eyed and cute. "Oh. I thought you might be avoiding me." Spencer cut to the chase. "We talk every day, Jonah. At school, on the phone. You text me, I text you. It's how we work. We've always stayed connected. But this weekend you dropped off the face of the earth. You haven't texted me or talked to me since Friday after school." It was only Sunday night, and suddenly Spencer's foolishness was a kick in the guts. He'd let his anxiety run away with him and convince him that they'd broken something in their friendship. It was the only possible explanation for Jonah's sudden silence. "I'm sorry. God, I'm fucking everything up." Jonah's cheeks were a violent shade of pink, and he clutched the back of his neck like he was tempted to wring it himself. "You're not," Spencer said, in what he hoped was a reassuring tone. "I didn't want you to think I was clingy or needy, or that I was only going to come over for other reasons." Jonah let out a pained groan. "I'm an idiot." "We're both mixed up, but neither one of us is an idiot. We need more honesty, that's all. Because I didn't like thinking that we'd broken something between us." Jonah sagged. "I actually was grading, though." "Need help?" "It's fine. I'm nearly done." Jonah's stomach rumbled, and he looked at Spencer sheepishly. "You would think that I never eat. I had breakfast with everyone this morning." "It's past 8 now. I can whip something up if you want to finish marking." Jonah looked at him with all the skepticism he had a right to, because Jonah was the cook between the two of them. Spencer could still make a stack of grilled cheese sandwiches, though. Spencer pointed his finger at Jonah. "None of that." "I didn't say a word," Jonah said, with a smirk. "My food is perfectly fine." "I never said it wasn't." Jonah smiled, and had the decency not to mention the chili incident. Spencer toed out of his shoes and left them by the door. Jonah had a second bedroom he had set up to be an office, but he never used it. He said he preferred to work at the table, and that spending too much time in his office at home was like being in a timeout. His grading was spread over the kitchen table in neat stacks, a bottle of water sitting off to the side. Jonah sat down and went back to work. Spencer rummaged around Jonah's kitchen, trying to make as little noise as possible. Not that he had to be quiet. Jonah was an expert in tuning things out. By the time Spencer had fried up the sandwiches, keeping them warm in the oven to prevent them from getting soggy, Jonah was packing up his work. Spencer scooped some salsa into 2 small bowls and plated up their dinner. Instead of eating in front of the television like they usually would, Spencer set the food down at the table. "Salsa?" Jonah asked as he slid into his chair. His work was done and put away, ready to be handed back to his students the next day. "It's good, trust me." Spencer made a show of dipping the corner of his sandwich into the salsa and taking a bite. "See?" Jonah did the same thing, though hesitantly. Spencer saw him think about the flavors and the way they worked together, before his eyebrows rose and the corners of his mouth tilted upward. Jonah didn't say a word. He just dug into his food like a starving man. They were mostly done when Spencer found the willingness to approach the subject he'd come there to discuss. His need to take care of Jonah had temporarily overridden his own desire to set things straight between them. "You're not allowed to ignore me, Jonah. We don't have to have sex just because we're in the same room, so there's no point in avoiding me. It makes me feel shitty because you're my closest friend." "Aren't you worried that you'll get sick of me, though?" Spencer scoffed. "I wasn't sick of you before, and I won't get sick of you now. Regardless of what you might tell yourself, I want to be around my friends. I like my friends, and you're my best friend. There's never a time that I don't want you around. There's never a time I don't want you to call or text. I like getting the memes you stumble on and your random thoughts. I like going out for drinks with you, and I like staying in and making grilled cheese while you finish your work." Spencer forced himself to stop talking before he started to sound like he was declaring his undying love. Sure, he loved Jonah, the way someone loved a friend. And now that specific fondness had a new layer to it. That's all. Salsa was a good move, by the way. Taylor's tomato soup ruined me for anything else, so I switched to salsa. It's not sweet like the way commercial tomato soup tends to be. "Oh, God, don't tell him that," Jonah laughed. "He already thinks too much of himself sometimes. Compliments go right to his head." Jonah dunked the last crust of his sandwich and popped it in his mouth. "I won't tell him if you promise to stop avoiding me." "Oh, you drive a hard bargain. But okay, it's a deal. I, Jonah Bennett, solemnly promise to send you no less than 5 memes a day, and to text you with every random toilet thought that crosses my mind. Okay?" "Okay," Spencer agreed, and held his hand out for Jonah to shake. But in a move that surprised him, Jonah twisted his wrist and hooked their pinkies together. He wasn't sure of the significance of it, but Jonah's face took on a more serious expression, and he held Spencer's gaze with a quiet resolve. "Just like always," Jonah pinky promised. Chapter 11. Jonah. Spencer lingered in the doorway. After he'd fed them dinner and made Jonah promise to stop dodging him, he said he had to go. They both had school in the morning, and they definitely weren't men who could easily share a closet. "Are you on supervisor duty this week?" Spencer asked, bending over to tug his shoe on. "Yeah, mornings, though. I have lunchtime the week after next." "Did you want company?" "I could stand that." Jonah shoved his hands in his pockets to keep himself from reaching for Spencer. "I'll stop by the diner and grab coffee and stuff." "You don't have to." "I know I don't have to, but I want to. Besides, I want to see if Dad noticed the plants Taylor put in the bathrooms." Spencer gave him a confused look. "Plants?" "Taylor's plant hobby has overtaken his apartment. He smuggled an orange tree into the diner, and it took Dad a week to notice. I was there this morning for breakfast, and I noticed there was a plant in the bathroom now, too." Spencer chuckled and shook his head. "Okay, then. You go on your reconnaissance mission. I won't stop you." A silence swelled between them, and the air tingled as Spencer stepped forward. Jonah was like a deer caught in the headlights when Spencer brought his large, calloused hands up and cradled Jonah's face. Tenderly, Spencer leaned in and brushed a kiss against Jonah's lips. The brevity didn't seem to matter when it came to how much it impacted Jonah. Spencer kissing him made his world tilt sideways. "What was that for?" Jonah squeaked, and then cleared his throat, earning a smile from Spencer. "For promising me." Spencer pulled his hands away, and Jonah was instantly colder. "See you in the morning." Spencer let himself out, and Jonah might have stared at the door longer than necessary before reaching up and throwing the deadbolt. A breath shuddered out of him. Jonah deflated and made his rounds through the bottom floor of his townhouse, turning lights off and locking the back door before he headed upstairs. It shouldn't have surprised him when Spencer showed up, but his sudden appearance had cheered Jonah up. He should have guessed that Spencer would seek him out. Jonah didn't ever go a day without talking to him, not since they met. It had been stupid of him to change the way he acted, but he couldn't help himself. He didn't want Spencer to get tired of him. Jonah walked into the bathroom, and not until he caught a look at his reflection did he realize he wore the clothes he'd borrowed from Spencer the previous weekend. It was also the first time Jonah witnessed the way his face turned pink when he was embarrassed. He'd missed Spencer, and that's why he'd slid into the oversized clothes that he'd promised to return after they were laundered. But they hadn't been washed yet and still smelled like Spencer, and now the blood rushed out of his face, going straight to his cock. Jonah swiped a hand down his face and set about brushing his teeth. He didn't look in the mirror again. There was no need to look in his reflection when he didn't need to reflect at all to know that he was dangerously close to developing feelings for Spencer. But was he catching feelings because Spencer had gotten him off, or was it the other way around? Had the feelings already been there? The biggest question, the one that killed his erection, was what would happen once Spencer showed him all that he'd promised. Where would they go next? If Jonah was already starting to have feelings for Spencer, it would probably only get worse the more they did together. Though it was a dangerous path, Jonah couldn't even think of calling it off without his chest tightening, cutting off his ability to breathe. Jonah had started something that he wasn't sure how to stop. Not that he wanted to, but he also didn't know how to keep it going. There was a finish line, and every touch and kiss brought them closer to it, increasing Jonah's urge to drag his feet. He threw the covers back and climbed into bed. After fluffing his pillows up, he got comfortable before grabbing a book off the nightstand. He opened it and tried to focus his attention on the words, but he couldn't stop thinking about that kiss downstairs. Jonah had been friends with Spencer long enough to know that he could be called a gentle giant, but the tenderness of the kiss still managed to blow him away. Kissing was something Jonah had some experience in, and no one had kissed him the way Spencer did. Even the soft kisses had an undercurrent of want that ran so deep Jonah could drown in it if he wasn't careful. Jonah put his hands to his lips. If he thought hard enough, he could still feel Spencer's mouth on his. He wanted to know what it would be like if Spencer kissed him everywhere. The thoughts he had about those lush lips and Spencer's stubble were indecent, bordering on lewd. But Jonah was alone in his room, where it didn't matter what he thought, because he was safe there, by himself in the dim light. Jonah put his book aside and clicked the lamp off, plunging the room into darkness. Closing his eyes, he dragged his hand down his chest, trying to imagine it was Spencer's, but the weight was off. The intent was different, too, he thought. He loved the way Spencer had pinned him down. The weight of Spencer on top, pressing him into the couch, had been comforting in a way Jonah wasn't prepared for. Of all the things Jonah had thought fooling around with someone might be like, safe and comforted weren't what he'd expected. He'd expected nerves, which he'd had an abundance of, and lust, which had nearly overwhelmed him. When Spencer pinned him down and took care of him, protected him, he wanted to wrap himself up in Spencer and burrow inside that feeling. Jonah's hand snaked down and skimmed over the top of his bulging briefs. A shudder tore through him, and he gripped his dick through the fabric, pretending that the scratch of the material was the same as Spencer's calloused hands. For less time than a blink, Jonah wondered if it was crossing a line to jerk off while thinking of Spencer. But then his grip tightened, and he moaned, arching up into the friction. After all, Spencer had offered to help him broaden his sexual horizons. Before he could think of a reason to stop, Jonah grabbed the seldom-used lube from his nightstand drawer and squirted a liberal amount into his palm. The shape and slide of his own hand was wrong after experiencing Spencer's touch, but he couldn't pretend that his own slender fingers were Spencer's larger, more powerful ones. Instead, he thought of what Spencer's face might look like if he saw Jonah. Biting his lower lip, he slid his hand into his briefs. He should have taken them off, but this was somehow hotter, like he was doing something he shouldn't be doing and didn't want to get caught. He bit back a groan as his dick hardened. Jonah was a guy, so of course he'd jerked off before. But something about this time was different, more illicit. Jerking under his briefs while still wearing the shirt that carried Spencer's scent. With his free hand, he lifted the hem of the shirt and brought it up to his face. If he closed his eyes and breathed deep, it was almost like Spencer was in the room with him. Jonah's breath caught, and his release barreled through him. He milked his cock with sure strokes, faster and faster, arching up into the pleasure. Cum mixed with lube, making a mess of his briefs, but Jonah didn't care. He'd never come so hard by himself in all his life. Even after his body had given up all it was going to, Jonah couldn't stop stroking until his dick twitched in a not-sexy way, and he gasped from how sensitive it was. Rolling out of bed, he ditched the dirty briefs and tossed them in the hamper. He washed his hands before taking Spencer's shirt off and quickly showering. Once he was out and dried off, his hand hovered over the shirt, and he only hesitated for a moment before sliding back into it and crawling into bed. Though Jonah usually slept naked, there was something about being wrapped up in Spencer's shirt that made him sleep like the dead, and he didn't hear his alarm go off right away. He cracked his eyes open and saw the time flying out of bed when he realized he was half an hour behind. How many times had he hit the snooze button? Having the shower the night before helped cut some time off his morning routine, and he was out the door, dressed and ready to go in less than 10 minutes. He tossed his messenger bag on the passenger seat and headed to the diner. It was out of his way, and usually he had more time in the morning. The diner was busy when he arrived, but he'd called from the car on the way over, and his dad greeted him with a brown paper bag. "I'll get your coffees, kiddo." Jonah rolled his eyes whenever his dad called him that, but secretly he still liked it, so he never said that he was too old to be called kiddo or that it was embarrassing. "Jonah?" He turned and came face to face with Grant Hastings, the uncle of the student he'd tutored, the one his brothers teased him about having a crush on him. "Grant, it's good to see you. How's Tyler doing?" Grant's face lit up, and it was easy to see that he adored his nephew. "He's doing great, thanks to you. You really helped him." He did all the heavy lifting. All I did was show him a few tricks. I'm glad he's doing well, though. Tell him I said hello." Jonah's dad came back with 2 coffees shoved into a drink tray. "Thanks, Dad. I'm running late. Can you put it on my tab?" "As if you have a tab. Get out of here. Go teach something." "See you Sunday, Dad." Jonah grabbed his breakfast and the drink tray and turned back to Grant. "It was nice to see you, but I have to get going. Remember to tell Tyler I said hi." I was thinking that if you came over for dinner one night, you could say hello to him yourself. Jonah wanted to climb into a hole and die. He turned around so fast he nearly lost hold of breakfast. I'm not... Once Jonah was sure he wasn't going to drop anything, he took a breath and continued. You're not single, Grant said for him. Jonah tilted his head. I'm not sure. Grant raked his hand through his hair. Well, when you are sure, you still have my number, right? Jonah nodded, somewhat stupefied as he watched Grant turn and leave. Jonah waited until Grant's car left the parking lot before he ventured out of the diner. He was probably going to be late now, but that couldn't be helped. For all intents and purposes, Jonah was single, but he also wasn't, because he had an arrangement with Spencer. One he couldn't even begin to think about at that moment, because he was about to step out of his car and be surrounded by a bunch of half-awake teenagers. But also because whenever he thought about it ending, his chest got uncomfortably tight. He didn't want to think about what that meant. Chapter 12. Spencer. Nothing between them had changed, yet everything was different. At least for Spencer. They kept to their routine, but Spencer now found that Jonah was on his mind more often than not. It wasn't like Spencer had never thought of his friend before. But this was different. More. Jonah's presence in Spencer's mind was often X-rated. The image of how he'd looked, face flushed with arousal, eyes sparking, biting that sexy lower lip of his, was seared into Spencer's brain. It was a damn good thing he was a grown man who had self-control. As it was, he was like a walking hormone when Jonah was around. It was easy to quell at school, surrounded by the scent of teenagers in various stages of personal hygiene and fragrance combinations. But on the weekends, when their extracurricular activities would take place, it was a different story. It was Spencer's weekend to host. Usually he ordered pizza, and that's what he'd done again to keep up appearances. Jonah and Damon were due to arrive any minute, and Spencer was about ready to climb out of his skin with nerves. He blew out a breath and took another one, a deeper one. He filled his lungs full of oxygen and wished it was that easy to fill his head with sense. In some ways it would be easier if Damon was aware of what they were up to, but Jonah didn't want anyone to know about his lack of sexual experience, and how else could they explain it to him? That they were fucking, but not a couple? Spencer frowned at the way he hated how those words sounded. Even in his own mind, they sounded crass and wrong, like they were incorrect. But that didn't make sense, because it was the truth. They weren't a couple. They were a couple of friends who happened to have insane sexual chemistry. So what if Spencer cared about Jonah? He'd always cared about him. That wasn't new. Spencer let the lie go unchallenged, since the man of the moment was climbing out of his car and walking up Spencer's driveway. The urge to greet him with a kiss nearly knocked Spencer off his feet. All he thought about all week was getting his mouth on Jonah. Here he was, right in front of Spencer, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling he was off limits. Spencer pulled the door open to greet Jonah, unable to keep what was probably a stupid grin off his face. "Hey," Spencer said breathlessly. Jonah looked stunning in a pair of dark jeans that clung to his form, and a button-up with the collar wide open and the sleeves rolled up past his elbows. It wasn't anything he hadn't worn before, but now Spencer was allowed to look. The way Jonah moved, not quite fluid and not quite confident, but with an endearing awkwardness, was something Spencer was allowed to notice now. The curve of his ass and the slashes of pink on his cheekbones when he saw the way Spencer looked at him were things he was allowed to notice too. "Get in here," Spencer said, opening the door wider to let Jonah slip past him into the house. Jonah hadn't needed to bring anything, but Spencer took the Tupperware container full of cookies out of his hands. He wanted to set it aside and cradle Jonah's face, to touch the blushes of pink on his cheeks and drag him into a kiss. But that wasn't part of the plan, and Spencer wasn't sure of the rules. Kissing Jonah was a treat, a gift, a fucking treasure that he wanted to gather more of and hoard all to himself. "You're early," he said instead. It was all he could do not to pin Jonah against the wall and kiss him senseless. I tried not to be, but I kept pacing in circles and acting like one big ball of anxiety. "Everything okay?" Spencer motioned to his kitchen. He'd set the pizza up on a timed delivery, and it wasn't due for an hour yet. Damon, however, would be there any minute. Guilt tore through Spencer when he realized he didn't want Damon to come at all. Not when it meant being unable to reach for Jonah at all. Not when it meant lying to him about what was going on. Okay, so maybe lie was a stretch, but they were still keeping something from him. Not that it was any of Damon's business, or that it was going to last. If they were a proper couple, Spencer could tell Damon. He could have them both over and have Jonah sit in his lap and hold his hand. Fuck. Spencer was in way over his head. But there was no going back now. He'd promised Jonah that he'd help him, and he would. He'd help his friend, and he'd keep all his big, dumb feelings to himself. "Spence?" Jonah held a can of beer out to him. By the look of concern on his face, Spencer would guess that Jonah had been trying to get his attention for a minute. "Sorry, thanks." He took the beer and cracked it open. "Got lost in my own head there. Did you see the new images the James Webb Space Telescope got?" Pride bloomed in Spencer's chest when he'd actually remembered the name of the telescope. "You can't distract me with science geekery, Spencer." Jonah cracked his beer. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It was a long week, that's all." Jonah frowned. He looked out the window that overlooked the front of the house where Damon was due to appear. "We don't have to, if you're too tired." "Should I be offended that you think I'm too old and tired to follow through?" Spencer took a sip of his beer. How could he say that he'd looked forward to this all week, and that his only regret was that Damon was coming over? That there were hours between now and when Spencer would be allowed to touch him? "I'm sorry we can't tell him," Jonah said, as if reading Spencer's thoughts. "It's kind of personal, I know he's our best friend, and part of me feels like shit for keeping this from him. I thought about telling him, but I can't. I'm sorry." Spencer had closed the gap between them because there wasn't a thing on this planet that could keep him from offering comfort to Jonah when he was upset the way he was now. Jonah so seldom let anyone past his wall of self-sufficiency that getting a glimpse behind the curtain was like winning the lottery. He cupped Jonah's cheek and did the thing he'd been thinking about all week. Kissing Jonah was like coming home, like their lips had known each other in a past life and were old friends, meeting again and again. There was a comfort to it, but also heat that spread from Spencer's core through his whole body like a flash fire. He had to force himself to pull away, a nearly impossible task when his body begged him to do the opposite. "Better?" Jonah cleared his throat. "Yeah, it's okay, Jonah." Spencer mapped the slope of Jonah's cheekbone with his thumb. "He's our friend, but that doesn't mean that everything is his business. It's your business, and it's mine for as long as you'll let it be. I'd never do anything to hurt you or make you uncomfortable. Damon will be fine not knowing things he doesn't need to know. Jonah nodded. Sorry I'm a mess. You're not. And if you are, everyone is, so you're not alone. Spencer forced himself to step away from Jonah, to put a respectable, friendly distance between their bodies. Okay? You good? Jonah was slow to nod, but he gave Spencer his word that he was okay. And by the time Damon showed up a few minutes later, Spencer even believed that it was true. Now all they had to do was get through the next few hours of not touching and not kissing, of not being anything but friends who didn't kiss so they could go back to being friends who did. Unfortunately, it seemed that this was a weekend when Damon wasn't going to cut out early to go see his mystery man. Spencer did his best to stay tuned into the conversations going on around him, but his mind kept going back to Jonah and how hard it was for him to share any small bit of himself with someone. But for some reason, he'd chosen Spencer. It was tough to not read too much into that. Jonah was his friend, currently with benefits, but that would come to an end one day. And Spencer was fine with that. He was. At least, that's what he'd have to tell himself if he wanted to not fuck up their whole friendship. Because it would be like a bomb going off between them if Spencer admitted that he'd like to do more than show Jonah how incredible it was to have someone suck his dick. If he admitted that he liked him, he worried that Jonah would shut it down and walk away. Not because he would want to, but Jonah didn't like relying on people. He didn't like people going out of their way for him. And someone having feelings for him would make Jonah afraid of becoming a burden. Jonah was a hard person to know, but Spencer had years of watching and listening, and he learned a lot from what Jonah didn't say. His dad had raised 3 boys by himself, and Jonah had done his best to not ask for things, to be quiet and out of the way, and to do things on his own so his dad had more time and energy available for everything else he had to do. When both Jonah and Damon bid him good night and left, Spencer was sure he'd fucked something up. He'd been quiet and introspective all night, unable to pry his mind away from picturing Jonah on his back, writhing and panting his name. When Jonah's car left the driveway, Spencer hated that Damon had to be there at all, which was uncharitable. Spencer sat down on the couch and leaned back. Closing his eyes, he let his thoughts drift to Jonah, because they were never far from him anyway. He was sure Jonah would make up a reason to stick around, but maybe Spencer was putting his own wants ahead of the reality of the situation, which was that Spencer was so absolutely fucked. Hell, he was so hooked on his best friend he could almost hear his voice. There you are. Spencer's eyes snapped open, and there stood Jonah, hands tucked in his pockets. Not casually, but to look casual. Jonah's nervous energy flared out, and Spencer sat up straighter. You came back. I made sure Damon got too far ahead of me to notice me circling back around. Jonah had already taken his shoes off, and he padded over to Spencer in his sock feet. Is that okay? Spencer could only nod. Jonah usually didn't tower over him, but Spencer felt almost small from his position on the couch. Jonah's approach happened in slow motion. He telegraphed his every move, so Spencer knew before it happened that it was coming. That still didn't prepare him for the sight of Jonah sinking to his knees. His hands were hot on Spencer's legs as he slid them from knee to hip, slotting himself in the space between. Their gazes met, and the question went unasked between them. They didn't need words. Not when Jonah's gaze flicked down, then back up, and his cheeks flushed red. Not when he waited for Spencer's answering nod. Spencer had the distinct feeling that if he started to talk, he'd say too much. "I've never," Jonah admitted, though he didn't need to. Spencer reached down and popped the button of his pants in a silent invitation. He didn't tell Jonah that it was okay, that he'd do just fine. He couldn't get a word out because Jonah's hands slid up under his shirt and skated, hot and hesitant, across his bare skin. Jonah rucked his shirt up, baring Spencer's chest. Like he'd read Spencer's mind and knew all about how insecure he sometimes was about his fuzzy chest, Jonah's eyes brightened. "I love how you look." Jonah's blush deepened, and his gaze caught Spencer's. Before Spencer could think, Jonah's hands slid upward over his furry barrel of a body, pausing at his chest to gently graze over his nipples. "Is this okay?" Jonah asked, leaning closer. "Anything you do is okay, Jonah." Spencer warmed at the way Jonah smiled, small and shy, and so very fucking sexy, as he leaned in closer, lips parting, tongue poking out between them. Jonah held his gaze up until the moment his tongue flicked out and made contact with Spencer's nipple. Then his eyes fell shut. Spencer watched him and his too thick, too beautiful eyelashes as they fanned downward. "That feels incredible," Spencer encouraged him, and he watched, his head spinning, as Jonah kissed his way lower, building courage as well as arousal. Spencer was turned upside down by Jonah. Never in a million years did Spencer think he'd see this, or that he'd want it as much as he did. But he was nearly ready to come apart at the seams by the time Jonah tugged his zipper open and looked up at him once again. Nothing in the world could have prepared him for the surge of lust that lit him up when his best friend leaned forward and mouthed the head of his cock through his briefs. Even after all this was over, Spencer would never be able to scrub the image from his mind. And a bigger gift than Jonah's impossibly warm mouth on his dick was the trust it took to allow him to put it there to begin with. Spencer's mind spun to a halt when Jonah tugged his briefs down enough to allow the head of his cock to escape. His heart hammered against his chest, and everything seemed to fall away when Jonah gently, hesitantly, timidly took the head of Spencer's cock into his mouth. Spencer was so fucked. Chapter 13. Jonah. Jonah had spent the whole week psyching himself up for this. He'd imagined it 1,000,000 times, and he'd almost jerked himself blind at the thought of this very thing. Of him on his knees, and Spencer's thick cock sliding past his lips. Jonah might have also tried to tame his gag reflex a bit, but deep-throating wouldn't be something he was capable of any time soon. Instead of trying to take Spencer's cock down his throat all at once, Jonah wanted to work up to it. He tried to stay in the moment, to not let himself wonder too much about his technique. He knew he didn't have one, after all, but he still wanted it to be good for Spencer. The first taste of Spencer's cock on Jonah's tongue made his own dick twitch, thickening uncomfortably fast in his pants. Jonah whimpered, and that's when Spencer's hand found his hair. Thick fingers carded through the short strands, and Jonah knew then that he was going to let it grow a bit longer so Spencer had something to grip onto. He dreamed of those hands doing exactly that, combing through his hair, gripping it tight as Jonah sucked Spencer off. God, his cock was thick, and Jonah pulled off to give his cheeks a rest. Grabbing hold of Spencer's pants, he gave them a tug. Spencer lifted his ass enough to allow Jonah to pull his pants down a bit. Carefully, he pulled Spencer's briefs down and freed his cock and balls from the tight confines. Spencer was hairy everywhere, and Jonah found that he liked it. The hair was thick but trimmed back around Spencer's cock. The creases of his legs only had a light dusting, but his chest and stomach had a dense coat of hair that was soft to the touch. Jonah licked the underside of Spencer's cock, pausing at the head to swirl his tongue around the tip before dragging his mouth back down, caressing the veiny shaft with his tongue. Spencer groaned, and his fingers flexed against Jonah's scalp. A delicious sensation zinged down his spine, right to his cock. It was all he could do not to free his own dick and jerk off, but he wanted to give Spencer his full attention. Jonah had never done anything like this before, but he'd seen enough porn to give him ideas for years, and he'd touched himself enough to know what he liked. Taking Spencer's cock in hand, Jonah laved his tongue over Spencer's sack, letting a smile slip when Spencer's breath caught. "That's amazing," Spencer said. He was practically petting Jonah now, but it was his words that soothed Jonah more than the steady touch. It was the truth that rang in the tone of his voice. Jonah wanted to do everything he could to elicit more of those delicious, happy noises from Spencer. But you had to walk before you could run, and he decided that trying to do too much too fast would be a bad idea. Besides, the slower he completed his list, the longer he'd get to have this. So Jonah went back to parting his lips and taking Spencer's cock in his mouth. He kept a hand on the base of Spencer's cock because there was no way he could take all of it. The heft of it in his mouth made his ass cringe to think of how much it would hurt going in, but even the thought of that bit of pain wasn't enough to make his erection go down. Jonah taught himself to suck cock with Spencer's gentle encouragement. Words whispered to him with a soft, sexy voice that oozed acceptance and affection. "That's it. God, that feels good," Spencer said. Even though he was aware of Spencer's gaze on him, he didn't dare look up. He kept his eyes shut on purpose and focused on using his tongue enough and his teeth not at all, on pumping his hand in the right rhythm and not going too fast or too slow. He wanted it to be good. He wanted to do this forever, if his jaw would let him. "Fuck, Jonah, I'm close. I'm close." Jonah knew it was a warning of courtesy, giving him time to pull off, because not every guy wanted cum in his mouth, but Jonah didn't know what he liked. Maybe next time he'd ask Spencer to paint his face with it, to unleash all over his lips and cheeks, to smear it on him and then kiss it off. But tonight, he wanted it inside him. Jonah put his other hand on Spencer's chest and reached up, flicking a nipple gently. Spencer bucked, and Jonah almost gagged when his cock went too deep, but then Spencer's other hand was on Jonah's head, and he was thrusting in and out in shallow thrusts, not going too deep, but sawing in and out with speed. "You're incredible, Jonah. Your mouth is amazing. Holy shit." Spencer's voice was tight, strained from effort and arousal. Jonah was good. The compliment touched something inside of him that he hadn't known was there. A desperate need to please existed, and Spencer had not only unearthed it, but also soothed it with his gentle praise. "So good, baby. I'm going to come." Spencer tried to pull away, but Jonah followed, leaning forward to keep Spencer right where he was. Oh, fuck," Spencer ground out as he came, pulsing hot and fast, flooding Jonah's mouth with thick, tangy cum. Truthfully, it wasn't the best thing Jonah had ever tasted, but he'd swallow 1,000,000 of Spencer's loads if it meant doing this again. Jonah didn't manage to swallow it all, though, and when he finally pulled back to catch his breath, he looked up at Spencer through a blur of tears. Spencer reached for him and swiped some cum off his chin and sucked it into his own mouth before dragging Jonah up off the floor. "You okay?" Spencer palmed Jonah's face with one big hand. Jonah nodded. He didn't trust himself to speak. Before he knew what was happening, Jonah was spun and suddenly in the position Spencer had just been in, and Spencer was now the one on his knees, fumbling with Jonah's zipper. I'm probably going to come embarrassingly fast. Spencer huffed a laugh. It was all I could do not to blow my load the minute you put your mouth on my cock. I haven't come in my pants since I was a teenager, but you almost managed to make me. Jonah didn't know what to say to that, so he said nothing. It wasn't like he could make a coherent noise once Spencer yanked his zipper open and freed his cock. Jonah yelped when Spencer took his cock into his mouth and down nearly to the root. Yelping wasn't the most dignified nor the sexiest sound ever, but Spencer didn't seem to mind, and, if anything, Jonah's outburst only fueled Spencer's appetite. Spencer kept Jonah's cock in his mouth, even as he struggled to yank Jonah's pants down farther. Once they were at mid-thigh, Spencer seemed satisfied and redoubled his efforts to wring an orgasm out of Jonah as fast as possible. Jonah couldn't breathe or think. His brain went fully offline, and he shoved his hands into Spencer's hair. Not to pull it or to control his movements, but because he'd always wanted to run his fingers through Spencer's hair. And now was a good chance when it wouldn't be weird or awkward. Spencer had a wickedly talented tongue, and he knew when to back off, because a few times he'd had Jonah ready to shatter, only to slow down and change his movements. Jonah was close when it struck him that the keening, shamelessly slutty moaning sounds were coming from him, and that he was writhing and wriggling so much that Spencer threw an arm across his stomach to pin him in place. Then he really did take him down to the root, hollowing his cheeks, and holy shit! Jonah came so hard, so fast, that he didn't even have time to warn Spencer. If he thought he knew what pleasure was, he'd been wrong. There'd been no way in hell he ever could have imagined something as good as this. He fought the urge to squeeze his eyes shut and ride out his orgasm in favor of pinning his gaze to Spencer and committing the sight of this to memory. Spencer kept his mouth on Jonah until he hissed in a breath, his cock far too sensitive to keep enjoying any sort of attention. Spencer leaned forward and put his head in Jonah's lap. "I'll move once I catch my breath," Spencer said. "No hurry." Jonah kept toying with Spencer's hair, gently carding his fingers through the strands. He liked that Spencer kept his hair shoulder length. It was softer than he imagined it would be, and he couldn't make himself stop touching it. Spencer hummed. "That feels good." Jonah didn't know what to say to that. "Your mouth on my cock was extraordinarily exquisite," sounded like it was too much. "Thanks for the blowjob" seemed too stiff. "I never knew anything could be this good, and I think I could suck your dick forever." Too clingy. He settled instead for saying nothing, which was awkward in its own way, but not as bad as he'd feared. Somehow, he'd survived both giving and receiving his first blowjob. No amount of porn could have prepared him for what came next, though. Because he had no fucking idea what he was supposed to do now. Was he supposed to get up, fix his pants, and leave? Was he supposed to stay for a chat? Was it rude to swallow cum and run? Jonah didn't know how to navigate something like this. "I can hear you thinking." Spencer suddenly lifted his head, then pushed himself off the floor with a wince and a groan, and flopped down onto the couch next to Jonah. He solved the awkward, half-naked problem by shoving his pants off, but pulling his own briefs up. "Your turn." Jonah followed suit, pulling his briefs up, but only too happy to get rid of his pants and let the stupid, constricting denim fall to the floor in a heap. Spencer tugged Jonah in next to him until he was safely tucked under his arm, against his chest. "Are you okay?" "Me? I'm fine. Am I supposed to leave now? I'm admittedly not sure what we're supposed to do after this, you know?" Though he meant after they orgasmed, it also stood true that he didn't know what they were going to do when Jonah had gone down the list and worked up the courage to lose his virginity. "Well, I was hoping you'd stay the night. I don't like the idea of you running home and overthinking everything until you tie yourself up in 10 different knots." Jonah started to argue, but he found that he was too tired to keep up the pretense. "I would do that. I think I like post-orgasm Jonah. He's far more agreeable." "Because you sucked my brains right out of my dick." "And I'd do it again." Spencer leaned over and kissed the side of Jonah's head, and more than anything else they did that night, that was the thing that terrified Jonah the most. How could he risk losing that easy affection Spencer had started to give him? He couldn't stop, and he wouldn't turn back the clock even if he was able to, because he'd never had this before. But he wasn't sure what he was supposed to do when it inevitably ended. For now, Jonah would bask in his post-orgasm glow, and he'd leave the problems he was creating for future Jonah to solve. Chapter 14. Spencer. Jonah left the next morning wearing the same clothes from the night before, and Spencer didn't have the heart to call it a walk of shame. Jonah looked anything but shameful as he walked down Spencer's driveway and climbed into his car. Not that Spencer watched from the window or anything. The idea of spending the entire weekend in bed with Jonah had crossed his mind, but Spencer wanted to stretch things out. He knew that everything they did was another thing Jonah had worried about doing, and one day they'd have done it all, and Jonah wouldn't need him anymore. Spencer refused to think of what would happen next, of Jonah with another man. The thought made Spencer's stomach ache, so he got dressed, climbed into his truck, and headed for the flea market. Spencer didn't often go in search of treasures the way Greta did, but he needed a distraction. Jonah had mentioned making a chandelier out of the pop tabs, but Spencer wasn't quite sold on that idea yet. Maybe he didn't have the right kind of artistic vision required to picture a light fixture made out of pop can tabs hanging in someone's house. He could make one, though, and if he couldn't figure out where to hang it, he could always give it to Greta. Spencer had spent the past hour walking the flea market, almost ready to give up and go somewhere else. He'd waded through an ocean of coffee mugs and mismatched dinnerware, old appliances, old tools. One table was heaped with romance novels, the old bodice ripper kind, and Spencer almost bought one for the hell of it. Then he turned around, and there, leaning against the front of a table, was a wooden ladder. After making his way over to it, Spencer crouched down and checked the price. He knew Greta meant for him to find a wooden ladder in some junk heap somewhere, not for him to spend his hard-earned cash on one. But even Spencer could see that this was perfect. It had been painted at one time, several times over, and the paint was worn off in the fashionable way, the way that made things look old and used and well-loved, the way that people paid a lot of money for their brand-new furniture to look. Spencer bought the ladder without haggling over the price, something else Greta wouldn't forgive him for. But what she didn't know wouldn't hurt him, so he loaded the ladder into the back of his truck and drove across town with it. He carried the ladder up the stairs to her second-floor warehouse conversion apartment and knocked on the door. A litany of curse words exploded from the other side of the door, and, after a minute, Greta appeared. Her hair was piled on the top of her head in a messy bun, and Spencer thought maybe he'd disturbed something, except for the electrical wire she had somehow tangled herself up in. "Oh, thank fuck, it's just you." Her eyes caught sight of the ladder then, and she let out a gasp. "Shut up! You did not!" "Can I come in?" Greta moved to the side, and Spencer had to smile at the way she only had eyes for the ladder. "Where did you find this? Oh my God, Spencer, it's perfect." "Now, see, I can't tell you that, but I can ask you where you want me to put it. Spencer looked around at Greta's place. It was a studio apartment, admittedly a rather large one, but Greta had decided that she wanted a space where she could put her bedroom anywhere, should the mood strike. She used furniture and decor to create different rooms. Her bed was behind a set of decorative screens at the far end of the room, and the rest of the furniture had been pushed to the outskirts of the space to create room for her work. Greta waded into the mess of electrical bits, wires and fixtures, a mix of older and newer. "Just put it down here." She used her feet to move a few boxes out of the way. "I've been sorting through this junk, trying to make sense of it all." "Is that what you were doing? Because it looks like a bomb might have gone off in here." Spencer laid the ladder on the floor. Greta kneeled beside it and ran her fingers over it, inspecting her treasure. "You and Jonah must operate on a similar wavelength. I told him about the pop tabs, and he suggested I make a chandelier." "That's a brilliant idea." Greta's eyes lit up, and Spencer knew she was already designing in her head. "I'm not entirely sold on the idea yet, so if you want them back, say the word." "And deprive Jonah of his chandelier? Never. If you need help, though, let me know." "Do you know what you're going to do with the ladder?" "It's going to be like a great big, long swag light. I'm going to hang it from the ceiling with these chains I have, and I'm going to fix these lights between the rungs of the ladder. I thought of doing fairy lights and hanging it over my bed, but I rearranged the space so often that having it in the kitchen makes the most sense. I can hang it over the island, and if I want to change it up, I can play with the fixtures or change them out altogether." "Did you want me to stick around and help you get it hung?" Spencer eyed the tall ceilings, and his stomach swooped. "I don't like the idea of you doing this by yourself." "And they say chivalry is dead. Sure, Spence, you can help. But I know how you are with heights, so you can stick to the floor and hold my ladder. And while you're down there, you can tell me why you got that weird look on your face when you talked about Jonah." Spencer looked at Greta, and for a minute he thought about trying to play it off as nothing, but she was as perceptive as she was artistic. One carefully arched eyebrow was all it took to make Spencer admit defeat. He couldn't tell her everything, though, not without betraying Jonah's confidence, and he'd rather eat those pop tabs than ever do that. "We've been doing things together. In bed." While Greta climbed the ladder with an agility and grace that Spencer admired, he spilled his guts. He told Greta all about the recent shift in his relationship with Jonah, but not the details of why it had come about. It was a temporary arrangement, a friend helping a friend. Only now Spencer's thoughts about Jonah were more than friendly. "It sucks that you have such phenomenal chemistry with your best friend. How hard it must be for you to be sexually compatible with someone you have a genuine affection for already." Greta finished fixing one end of each chain to the ceiling and came back down the ladder. "Men are so dumb. Tell him that you like him. If you can't tell him, you're both high school teachers. Write him a note. Ask him to go steady. Check yes or no." Spencer scoffed at Greta, earning him a dirty look. She shoved a strand of hair out of her face and shrugged. She had a point. One simple conversation could change everything. But what if it changed things in the other direction? Nope, Spencer wasn't going there. He'd stick to the plan, and he wouldn't think about it until they were there. They avoided the subject for the rest of the day, but Spencer knew Greta was curious. She was too perceptive, and wasn't nearly half as unconcerned as she pretended to be. Spencer found her looking at him when she thought he wasn't aware. He never called her on it, though. He'd let her have her concerns. It wasn't like he didn't know why she felt that way. Spencer had precious few friends. There was Greta, Damon, Jonah, and, by extension, Jonah's family, who tended to gather people into their fold. It was probably a byproduct of raising 3 boys on his own, but Jonah's dad, Ethan, never met a stranger who didn't become a friend. Being a diner owner suited him down to the fabric of his being. It took them a few more hours and more trips up the ladder than Spencer liked, but eventually Greta's vision of her ladder light came to reality. She flicked all the other lights in the apartment off and left that one on. It wasn't dark outside yet, but the day had clouded over, and the light cast a nice, cozy glow over the space. "It's even better than I imagined." Greta came to stand next to Spencer. She knocked her arm into his. "Even though you overpaid for it." Save it. I saw the sticker. I will pay you back for this." "I'm not worried about it. You wanted one, and I found one. I couldn't leave without it." "I'd pay you back now, but I don't have cash on me." "Save your money, Greta." Spencer threw his arm over her shoulder, and they silently admired the light. Over the years, Greta's warehouse conversion had taken on many different forms, but lately she was coming into her own, like she was discovering what she truly liked through trial and error. "It looks great, doesn't it?" "It's stunning," Spencer agreed. "You know you can tell me shit, right? And that I'm here for you?" "I know you're here for me, and I appreciate it, but I've got this under control." "Liar." Greta elbowed him in the ribs, not hard enough to hurt, but he flinched anyway. "Brat." Spencer tried to ruffle her hair, but she spun away. Things with Greta never would have worked, because even though she was attractive, Spencer had thought of her more like a sister, a friend, than anything else. They'd approached the subject together one day shortly after they met, and agreed that they were better as friends. That sometimes attraction was brief and flickered out, burning hot but soon extinguished like a match. He never regretted it. And he'd never regret allowing Jonah to become more to him than a simple friend. He might not be able to see what was coming around the corner, but he'd never look back and think that he could have or should have done things differently. Faced with the same choices, he knew he'd make all the same ones. He hoped they weren't mistakes. Chapter 15. Jonah. If the lack of sex in his life had plagued him before, the sudden uptick in sexual activity was all he could think about now. Spencer had become an addiction, and Jonah itched to be close to him again. Even more than the kissing and the touching, it was the way Spencer was like a warm blanket, wrapping around Jonah to keep him safe, that affected him the most. Not since Jonah was a hormonal teenager had he been so incredibly horny, but lately he struggled to control himself. Whenever he thought of Spencer, his blood ran hot, and his body responded, plumping his stupid dick without regard for where he was. A sharp kick in the shin reminded him of where he was. "Really, Colby? That hurt." Jonah resisted the urge to lean down and rub the spot on his lower leg that Colby had kicked. "Where are you this morning? You're a total space case." "Just thinking, that's all." Colby rolled his eyes. "That wasn't the whole truth, and you know it." "Well, it's what you're getting." "You're so impossible sometimes." Colby shook his head. "Would it kill you, to be honest? You sat there for the past 10 minutes on a whole different planet, Jonah. I know you're like your own island, a self-sustaining fortress or some shit, but seriously, what's up?" Jonah bristled at Colby's words. "Yeah, that makes me want to spill my guts to you. I don't care that you don't want to. You're going to." Colby might be 2 years younger than Jonah, but he'd always been more than willing to boss Jonah around. As teenagers with a dad who was always busy, Jonah tried his best not to be a problem. It was Colby who had swooped in to save Jonah from himself by making him work out with him. It helped that Colby was popular, but it also gave Jonah a reason to hang around Colby. His social circle had been small, even back then, and Colby was the type who always had friends to spare. "It's personal, Colby," Jonah hedged. He didn't care what kind of advanced torture techniques Colby could come up with. He wasn't about to tell him that he'd been fucking around with his best friend, or the reason why. "Is it bad? You're not, sick or some shit, right?" Colby's crass words were laced with genuine concern, and Jonah's sharp edges softened. "I'm not sick, Colby." "Good. Then you can start coming to the gym. I miss my workout buddy." Colby's eyes sparkled, and he looked too happy for Jonah to say no to him. "Sometimes I hate you." "You never hate me. I'm your favorite." Colby grinned at him as their dad and Taylor arrived with the food. "Eat up. You'll need your strength." "What does Jonah need his strength for?" their dad asked. "I'm dragging him to the gym after this." Colby looked like a kid in a candy store. "You're far too happy about my impending doom." "It's not my fault the only thing you lift nowadays are textbooks. Most people leave high school and never want to go back, but leave it to you to make school your job." Colby might have rolled his eyes, but his affection for Jonah was obvious, even to Jonah himself. Jonah switched back to ignoring Colby, and he slathered his pancakes with syrup and butter. He cut into them and took a bite. The pancakes were light and fluffy, and if Jonah died right then, he'd still be a virgin, but at least he'd have eaten the best pancakes on earth. He was going to have to bring Spencer by for breakfast soon. Damon, too, to keep up appearances. Plus, even though Jonah and Spencer were doing things Jonah didn't want anyone to know about, Damon was still his friend, and he felt guilty for the way he'd treated him lately. It wasn't even like Jonah had treated him badly, or differently. It was that Jonah often wanted Spencer all to himself. He could only be with Spencer the way he liked, when it was only the two of them. Guilt choked Jonah, turning the pancakes into this ugly mass in his stomach. It wasn't fair to Damon to think of him as a pain in the ass or someone who was in the way just because Jonah was horny and too pathetic to fuck someone he'd just met. Jonah knew his mood had turned and that Colby had noticed, but he didn't call him on it. Not until they were done eating, and Taylor and their father went back to work. Colby walked Jonah out of the diner. "Come on, Jojo, let's hit the gym. I'll help you sweat out whatever it is that put that look on your face." Sometimes Jonah wished he could confide in Colby more, but he felt small and stupid already, and he didn't want to add to his embarrassment. Besides, Jonah knew that Colby had plenty of sex, so this wasn't even something he could relate to. The gym was just as Jonah remembered it. Large, sweaty, and intimidating. "I can't believe I let you talk me into this," Jonah groaned as he watched all the hotter, fitter people perform impressive feats of athleticism, like climbing a rope to the ceiling with only their arms in a few seconds to pulling off box jumps that would have killed Jonah. Colby slung an arm around Jonah's shoulders. He was the little brother in name only, after all, and tugged Jonah over to the line of treadmills. "We'll start slow. Regardless of what you might think, I don't want to kill you." Jonah scoffed and got on the machine, starting it at an easy walk. "You don't? And yet you drag me to your torture chamber." Colby laughed and matched the speed of his machine to Jonah's. "I just feel like we haven't talked in a while." "We talk every week." "Yeah, with Dad and Taylor right there. You know what I mean, Jojo." Jonah groaned. "Do you have to call me that?" "Yes, actually. I need to remind you that I'm annoying but well-meaning, and that I actually give a fuck about you. I know Dad leaves you to your own devices because he's easy to fool where you're concerned, but you definitely need someone to check in on your ass sometimes to make sure your head hasn't gotten stuck there." Jonah barked out a laugh. Wow, thanks for that. I'm so glad you look out for me. Colby reached over and upped the speed on Jonah's treadmill. What are brothers for? They were quiet for a while, and Jonah knew Colby was biding his time, waiting for him to crack. But he wasn't going to. Not about this. He didn't want his brother to know how small and sad he'd been, how hard it was for him to form connections with people that allowed him to get closer to them. Casual sex wasn't something Jonah had been capable of before, and he doubted, even after all of Spencer's help, that he'd be capable of it now. Jonah was coming to realize that he wasn't wired that way, but slowly he was starting to accept himself more and more. He gave the credit for that to Spencer, who had been so sweet and patient with him as he discovered these things. If I promise that I'm okay, will you let it go? Jonah asked. No offense, but your idea of okay is different from the actual meaning of the word. So, no, not good enough. Colby made an annoying buzzer sound. Try again. How about I swear that I'm working through it, and it's nothing that you need to worry about, and that I have someone to talk to about this, but I really, really don't want to discuss it with you. Colby sighed. Yeah, that'll do, Jojo. Stop with the Jojo shit, please. I'm a grown man. If you were a grown man, you wouldn't have to say that you're a grown man. Colby mocked him, and before Jonah could form a response, Colby turned the speed of his treadmill up again. Asshole, Jonah managed to say as he forced his body to keep up with the machine. Never said I wasn't. Colby laughed and stopped pressing Jonah to open up. He put him through a gentle, but horrible, workout before shoving him toward the gym's showers with a bottle of water. Colby had a class starting in a few minutes and had to go prepare for it. Before I go, Jonah caught Colby's gaze. Thanks for looking out for me. If you were truly grateful, you'd let me call you Jojo. As if I could stop you, Jonah offered Colby a smile before heading for the showers. A quick rinse helped refresh him and soothe his tired muscles, but he was still going to pay for the workout later. Colby had gone easy on him, but not too easy, and Jonah's poor body wasn't used to the exertion anymore, which probably meant he should come here more often. But Jonah had class all day and grading after school, which left mornings, or weekends, when Jonah already had Sunday morning breakfast at the diner and the rest of the time he wanted to keep open to spend with Spencer. And there wasn't just Spencer. There was Damon, too. Jonah could hardly let one friendship languish just because he was horny and eager to spend every waking moment with Spencer. There needed to be more hours in a day because Jonah didn't know when he was supposed to be able to spend time alone with Spencer and spend time with Damon and Spencer like they always did. Then there was work, and his family, and workouts with Colby, because Jonah had the suspicion that the workout today had also been for Colby as much as it had been for him. The workout had successfully emptied Jonah's energy store, and he dragged his ass into his townhouse, dropping his keys on the table by the door. He got as far as the couch and lay down. He only meant to rest for a minute, but he blinked awake hours later. The light in the room was considerably different, and a glance at the clock confirmed that it was almost dinner time. Jonah's phone buzzed, and he fumbled to answer it. Hello? Jonah cleared his throat. Hello, he said again. Hey, you okay? Spencer's voice made Jonah grin like an idiot, and he was glad no one else was there to see it. I'm fine. Just woke up. Colby dragged my ass to the gym after breakfast. I think he tried to kill me. Jonah sat up, groaning as his body protested the movement. I think I need a new body. This one hurts. You should soak in the bath. Jonah laughed, then groaned again. I don't think I can move that far. He really tried to kill you, didn't he? Jonah sighed. I'm so out of shape. I probably went too hard, to be honest. Jonah tried to move, but all he did was make his body angry. Are you okay? Spencer asked again, sounding increasingly concerned. I'll live. Maybe. Hopefully. Or not. I'll be right there. Spencer, you don't have to. I'm okay. Yeah, and I'm coming over. See you soon. The call ended, and Jonah couldn't help how stupidly happy it made him to know that Spencer would drop everything and rush over to make sure he was all right. If he could have moved, he'd have gotten up and freshened up for Spencer. But he sat and waited, and tried not to hate Colby too much. Chapter 16. Spencer. Spencer found Jonah on the couch, sprawled out and not moving. He almost thought Jonah was asleep, then one eye peeled open, and he looked at Spencer. Everything hurts, and I'm dying. Spencer toed out of his shoes. You're dramatic, and the longer you don't move, the more it's going to suck when you do. Colby tried to kill me. Jonah still remained immobile. I think that's probably not what happened, but you can tell me all about how mean he is when you're in a nice hot bath. Spencer slid the backpack he brought off his shoulder. I brought supplies. Torture devices? Jonah's mouth twitched as he suppressed a smile. Epsom salts and massage oil. And suddenly I forgive Colby. Jonah moved, slowly. His discomfort was obvious, and Spencer felt bad for thinking that he'd been exaggerating. Something must have flashed on his face, because Jonah grinned at him. Stop looking at me like that. I'm 70% fine. I'd be better if I hadn't let myself get so out of shape. You look like you've had a bad day. Spencer reached for Jonah's outstretched hand and helped tug him to his feet. I probably let Colby get under my skin and went harder than I should have. Ah, sibling rivalry. And suddenly I'm not sad that I was an only child. Jonah looked at him with a sympathetic expression. I didn't know that made you sad. As often as I wished my brothers would fuck off into the sun, I can't imagine life without them. Even if Colby is a murderous bastard. It doesn't, really. I was always good company for myself. Spencer laced his fingers with Jonah's and towed him toward the bathroom. You strip while I get your bath going. I don't think I can lift my arms to get my shirt off. You might have to help undress me. Spencer looked at Jonah over his shoulder. He doubted Jonah was that sore, and the glimmer in his friend's eye pretty much proved his suspicions. Later he might call Jonah on it, but for now Spencer was willing to play along with his damsel-in-distress shtick. After getting the water to a suitable temperature, in this case just shy of lobster cooking, he sprinkled a healthy amount of Epsom salts in the bath and swirled them around in the water to make sure they dissolved. When he stood up and turned around, Jonah hadn't undressed at all, and Spencer arched an eyebrow at him. Really achy, are you? You poor thing, Spencer cooed, and he gently grabbed the hem of Jonah's shirt. Don't worry, I've got you. He tugged the shirt up, quietly encouraging Jonah to lift his arms. To be fair, he did move with the agility of an injured sloth. I'm never letting that maniac near me again, Jonah groused once Spencer had his shirt off and he could let his arms slowly drop down to his sides again. Do you need help with your pants? Spencer flicked his gaze to Jonah's gray sweats. They were actually his that Jonah hadn't returned yet. Not that he wanted them back. Spencer was only too happy to see Jonah wearing his clothes. Jonah pulled the drawstring and untied the pants. With a gentle nudge, they slid down his bare legs and pooled at his feet. Moving gingerly, He stepped out of them, and Spencer dragged his stare back up Jonah's naked body. "I might need you to steady me while I step into the tub, though." Jonah's laugh was weak and almost shy. "Or—" Spencer didn't finish the sentence. Instead, he scooped Jonah into his arms, lifted him over the edge of the tub, and set him in the water. He didn't let go of Jonah until he'd managed to lower himself fully into the tub. "Oh my God. I should have done this hours ago. But I was so tired I came home and slept, and I don't think I moved a muscle the whole time. I hate Colby." "You don't." "I know, but oh my God, everything hurts and I'm dying." Jonah leaned back. "Are you getting in?" "Maybe next time." Spencer grabbed his bag off the floor. "I have other plans tonight. You soak and I'll be right back." Spencer left Jonah to his bath and slipped into his bedroom across the hall. He didn't want to make a mess of Jonah's bed with the massage oil, so he took the time to strip the blankets off. He slipped back into the bathroom and grabbed one of Jonah's largest bath towels. After spreading it out on the center of the bed, Spencer put the massage oil on the nightstand. He had to take a deep breath to steady himself. The truth was that he liked looking after Jonah. He'd bend over backward for his friend. Coming over with bath salts and massage oil definitely wasn't a hardship for him. His hands practically itched with the need to get them on Jonah's body. It wasn't about sex, although his dick didn't understand that. It was about being allowed to care for Jonah, to see him weak and vulnerable, knowing Jonah never let anyone see him as anything but poised and perfect. To the rest of the world, Jonah wanted to be this rock, this island of a person who didn't need anything or anyone. But to Spencer, he let himself need things. He let Spencer look after him instead of snatching his vulnerabilities away and vowing to do everything himself. It meant more to Spencer that he could put words to that Jonah had opened himself up to him like this. "I think I'm stuck." Jonah's voice came to him, wavering with uncertainty. "Spencer?" Spencer went back to the bathroom and found Jonah still sitting in the bath, arms braced on the sides of the bath like he'd tried to get up but failed. "I think I'm stuck, Spencer," he repeated. "Here." Spencer bent down and cradled Jonah's arm behind his elbow. "Up you get." Spencer half-lifted Jonah as he wobbled to his feet and stepped over the edge of the tub. "Colby did try to kill you." "It was fun, actually. I missed the gym, I think, but I definitely overdid it." Spencer wrapped Jonah in a big, fluffy towel and rubbed him dry, then drained the tub. "Okay, one more thing to get your body moving again, and then I'll order some dinner." Spencer led Jonah into his room and motioned to the towel in the center of the bed. "Lie down on your stomach." "I get a massage?" Jonah went to the bed and slowly crawled up the mattress before flopping down gracelessly in the center of the towel. "I may never move again." "You won't have to." Spencer went to retrieve the massage oil to get started, but Jonah looked pointedly at him. "You'll get massage oil on your pants. It'll ruin them. You should definitely take them off." Jonah's voice caught, as if he couldn't believe he'd said such a thing. And maybe a few weeks ago he wouldn't have. But something in him had shifted recently. He'd become more confident, around Spencer at least, more willing to give a voice to the things he wanted. He was blossoming, and Spencer was thrilled to be the one to help make it happen. A sense of greed welled up in Spencer as he shed his shirt and shimmied out of his pants under Jonah's watchful gaze. He'd propped himself up on his elbows and craned his neck for a better look, not being shy at all about the way his stare raked over Spencer. Something more than admiration for his naked form lay in the depths of Jonah's gaze, but before Spencer could parse what it was, Jonah lowered himself down and relaxed into the mattress. A deep breath did little to prepare Spencer for what was likely to come next. He wanted Jonah so much it hurt. His chest ached with it. There wasn't a part of him that wasn't certain he was already so far in over his head. But he couldn't stop himself from knee-walking up the bed and reaching for the oil, or straddling Jonah, his lithe form pinned between Spencer's beefy thighs. He hoped the way his breathing shook wasn't apparent to Jonah, who was unaware of how fucking gorgeous he was. Spencer poured some oil into a palm, then rubbed his hands together, warming it. The first slide of Spencer's slippery palms up the center of Jonah's back pulled a groan out of Jonah that had Spencer's cock throbbing. He sank his hands in deeper, working the tension out of Jonah's shoulders. The muscles there were hard and tight, and it made Spencer think Jonah never truly relaxed. Adding more oil to his hands, he worked Jonah's shoulders until the tension unraveled and fell away. "That's so good." Jonah's words were muffled, and he sounded tired, but Spencer selfishly hoped he wasn't too tired. Spencer's cock was rock hard, and he'd ignored it this far, letting it sit on Jonah's ass as he rubbed his shoulders. He knew that Jonah wanted this with him, and he would be a liar if he said he didn't think about it nearly constantly. But what was supposed to happen next? He knew it wasn't anything he hadn't asked himself before, but he couldn't stop obsessing over it. Obsessing about Jonah. What came after they had sex? Would Jonah want to keep doing it, or would his mission be complete? Would he go off and find some nice guy to take him out? The idea of Jonah using all the things he'd learned with Spencer on someone else had his blood boiling. He wasn't a jealous person by nature, and the sudden surge of angry jealousy over hypothetical situations that hadn't happened yet nearly had Spencer climbing off Jonah and calling the whole thing off. This wasn't like him at all. Then Jonah wriggled beneath him and let out a horny little moan. And if that didn't wipe Spencer's brain clean, hearing his name come out of Jonah's mouth in that same breathy tone sure as fuck did. "Spencer, please." Spencer slid his hands down Jonah's back. Jonah had a nice back, Spencer thought. But Spencer liked every detail about Jonah. More than liked, probably. But he couldn't think about his own feelings when Jonah's fingers gripped the sheets, and he arched his ass up, tormenting Spencer's aching dick. "Please." Spencer couldn't say no. Didn't want to say no. He wanted this more than he'd ever wanted anything. And if it all fell to shit one day, then at least he'd have the memory of Jonah stretched out underneath him, comfortable enough to ask for the things he wanted instead of running away from them. "Tell me what you want, Jonah." Spencer kept rubbing Jonah's shoulders, but it was less of a post-exercise massage and more of a sensual rub-down. He slowed his movements and changed the amount of pressure he put on Jonah's muscles. Jonah moaned again, deeper and sexier than anything he'd ever heard before. "You..." Jonah already sounded ruined, and Spencer hadn't touched him in any of the ways he wanted to touch him. He had only intended to come over and help Jonah in his post-workout misery, but apparently their agenda had changed. "How do you want me?" Jonah huffed out a laugh. "Any way I can get you?" "Are you ready for that?" Spencer skated his hands down Jonah's back until they came to rest on his hips. He slid over them, grabbing handfuls of Jonah's ass, and gently squeezed. "Spencer, please. Just don't let me think, okay?" "You'll have to do a bit of thinking. You need to tell me what you want. Top, bottom. If you're not sure about that, there are a million other things I can do to you." "I don't want to think. I don't want any of those decisions. Please, I trust you." "Okay, Jonah. I got you." Spencer leaned forward, blanketing Jonah's back with his chest. He kissed the corner of Jonah's mouth, heat flaring when Jonah craned his neck to deepen the kiss, despite the awkward angle. Though Spencer worried about where they'd end up after all this, he never once considered not giving Jonah anything he wanted. And if Jonah one day wanted Spencer's heart, he was ready to give that to him, too. Chapter 17. Jonah. Spencer had magic hands. There was no other explanation for the way his entire body had gone boneless. Well, there was one bone in his body, and it throbbed incessantly to the rhythm of Jonah's heart, a heart that was in his throat. Spencer had rushed over to look after him, and that was more than Jonah could handle, apparently. His throat clenched around an emotion he couldn't name. But it didn't matter if he could put words to how he was feeling. There would be time for that later. Right now, Jonah had one goal, and that was to let this play out. Suddenly, he didn't care if what they did ended in penetration one way or the other, though secretly he wanted Spencer to take him like this, to stretch him open with his talented, slippery fingers before pinning Jonah down and sliding inside him. But if they didn't get that far, it evidently didn't matter to Jonah. All this time, sex had been this big roadblock in his life, but maybe it was a symptom, an excuse. Maybe Jonah's real issue was trusting people. He'd never trusted anyone the way he did Spencer. Magic hands stroked their way down Jonah's back. Powerful thumbs dug into Jonah's tired muscles and eased the knots out of them. Jonah was happy to not rush Spencer. If it took all night for him to get around to doing more, Jonah would happily luxuriate in Spencer's attention. But then they were kissing. Awkwardly, because Jonah was on his stomach and Spencer was straddling him, pressing him into the bed. It was lopsided and imperfect, and Jonah never wanted anything or anyone more than he wanted Spencer in that moment. Spencer pulled away, and Jonah melted into the mattress. One hand dragged down his spine, and the other... Oh. Oil drizzled down the crack of Jonah's ass, and Spencer shuffled around, changing positions. Thick fingers made their way down the crease of Jonah's ass, and he gently teased Jonah's hole with them. He'd touched himself there, of course. He'd even fingered himself. But Spencer's touch was the stuff fantasies were made of. Slippery and soft, but confident. Certain. Safe. Jonah nearly came right then, just from knowing that, no matter what, Spencer would never hurt him. Even if he'd wanted to say something, he couldn't, not when Spencer's ministrations continued. He paused only long enough to urge Jonah to shove a pillow under his hips and to carefully arrange Jonah's erection so that it pointed down. Now Spencer had access to it, instead of it being pinned to his stomach. "Tell me if there's anything you don't like," Spencer said. "Ha," Jonah managed to say, as if. "God, Spencer, I can't even think. I feel wonderful." "Good." Spencer's mouth was torturously close to Jonah's ear, and he shuddered when Spencer's warm, wet lips mouthed the shell of his ear. One finger, just the tip, pressed inside, and though he anticipated it, the intrusion was nothing short of shocking. And amazing. Though he'd anticipated that, too. But nothing prepared him for reality. Imagination only got him so far. Reality beat the shit out of imagination, Jonah discovered, when Spencer's fingers slid deeper, dragging sounds out of Jonah that he'd only heard in porn videos. His fingers flexed, and he gripped the sheets, then released them with a sigh as Spencer's finger retreated. He couldn't have stopped the whimpers and whines if he tried, but especially not after Spencer worked him open with that one thick finger, before carefully adding another. "That's right," Spencer said. "Let me hear how much you like this." Spencer's voice was a caress on Jonah's soul, soothing fears and insecurities that he didn't even know he'd had until they were gone. Spencer was in control, and therefore Jonah could do no wrong if he wasn't the one driving. All he had to do was lie back and try not to get into his own head too much. But there was little fear of that happening when Spencer's fingers brushed over Jonah's prostate. It was a firework of sensation, an explosion of bliss that stole his breath. Spencer kissed Jonah's cheek, his ear, the little patch of skin on his neck that always made Jonah shiver, even though it probably tasted like massage oil. If Jonah could have anything he wished for, he'd wish that he could have this forever. This moment. This certainty that he was safe. That Spencer would protect him and look after him and... Heck, maybe if he was granted 2 wishes, he'd wish that Spencer loved him for real. That he wanted this for more reasons than the fact that he was too nice to say no to Jonah. Too good of a person to let Jonah remain a tangled-up mess forever. Fingers, thick and delicious, spread Jonah wider. Spencer worked him open with quiet confidence. A practiced ease of someone who thankfully knew what the hell he was doing, because Jonah had no idea. The only thing he was capable of doing was lying there, panting and begging for things he'd only dreamed of. In all his wildest fantasies, it wasn't this good. It was always with a faceless entity, a ghost of a person. The mechanics of it were hot in his mind, but nothing compared to having Spencer's fingers inside him, stroking in and out. Spence... Jonah couldn't hear himself think past the want that ripped through him. He'd never been more ready or more sure about anything in his whole life. He wanted Spencer with a ferocity that made him claw at the bed, more like a feral cat than a person now. "I've never been with anyone, Spencer." Jonah's face flushed, hot with embarrassment and need. "Do we need condoms?" "I've been tested, but are you sure?" Spencer paused and waited for Jonah's answer. "I trust you. Please, Spencer. I want to know." He wanted to know what it felt like to have someone inside him with no barriers. Just skin and skin. But not just any someone. He specifically wanted Spencer. More than he'd ever wanted anything. Because Jonah had never been with anyone, and Spencer hadn't been with anyone recently. They'd decided that Bear was fine. Spencer had gotten tested to be safe because he'd never put Jonah at risk. "Please," he repeated. "Shh, I've got you," Spencer soothed, ever the calm one, ever the steady rock, always collected and sturdy. Jonah whined when Spencer's fingers disappeared. He sucked in a deep breath when Spencer straddled him again. "We'll try it like this." Spencer spread Jonah's cheeks apart with one hand and lined his cock up with the other. His nerves didn't abate when Spencer's cock nudged his hole. If anything, the noise in his head became deafening. Though he tried not to let it, his whole body tensed. "Shh, it's okay. I've got you." The sound of Spencer's voice soothed Jonah. Spencer's free hand slid up and down Jonah's back, and he edged forward. "If you need me to stop, I'll stop." Jonah did need him to stop, because once this was done, that was it. He wouldn't be a virgin anymore, and Spencer wouldn't have a reason to touch him after this. But Jonah couldn't speak, couldn't ask him to stop when he wanted Spencer inside him, no matter the cost. Deep breath, that's it. Spencer kept talking, whispering encouragement in low tones that had Jonah's pulse throbbing like a strobe light. The stretch. Fuck. It burned, stung in a bad way, and he hissed through clenched teeth. "It's okay. You're doing wonderfully." Spencer was inside him far enough that he could let go of his cock. He put both hands on Jonah, continuing the massage he'd started earlier. He entered Jonah so slowly that by the time he was fully seated inside Jonah's tight channel, Jonah was nothing but a puddle of sweaty want. "Kiss me, please." Jonah had to work up the courage to ask, but Spencer stayed true to his word, and he descended upon Jonah, kissing him deeply despite the awkward angle. Spencer started to move, and fireworks again exploded inside Jonah's brain. His body melted under the heat of Spencer's. Jonah moved his hands around on the mattress, searching. Upon finding Spencer's hands, he twined their fingers together and buried his face into the bed again. Because he couldn't let Spencer see how fucking gone he was already, how wrecked he was, how whole. Spencer moved, undulated, a slow, rocking rhythm that let Jonah get used to the feeling of having something inside him. Not something. Someone. Him. Jonah tightened his grip on Spencer's hands, not caring whether it was too hard. He knew Spencer was tough, and that Jonah couldn't hurt him. He gripped tighter and moaned as Spencer's glacial pace increased. Stars lit up behind Jonah's eyes. Spencer was everywhere. On him. In him. In that moment, Jonah knew that even if he'd had all the sex in the world, being with Spencer would be something new. Something better. Something deeper and far more different than anything he could experience with anyone else. He couldn't put a finger on it. Or maybe he didn't want to. Maybe Jonah wanted to remain oblivious. He rocked back as Spencer rocked forward, taking him impossibly deeper. Jonah gasped and writhed, using his body to beg for more. Spencer untangled one of their hands. Quickly repositioning them allowed Spencer to reach around and take Jonah's cock in his hand. "Oh, fuck," Jonah cried out as Spencer started working him, jacking him while fucking him. Jonah pushed himself up onto his elbows and pressed himself back into Spencer, kneading him deeper and deeper still. "Jonah, holy shit, you feel incredible." Spencer rested his forehead against the back of Jonah's neck. Breath puffed down his back, tickling his skin. Every movement was a caress. Every breath was love. Every inch he gave Jonah was another mile that he was changed. It was probably overly romantic hogwash to think that sex changed a person, but Jonah swore he was different now. Different in a way that would always be because of Spencer. Jonah's arms quaked, and his breathing shuddered, catching and releasing as he barreled closer to the finish line. "Jonah? Oh my God. Fuck. Spencer's pace broke from his carefully controlled rhythm to something wilder, something unrestrained. "I'm close, Jonah." In me, Jonah begged, reaching back with one hand as if it would be enough to keep Spencer inside him. "Want it in me." Spencer's next sound might have been a word. It might not have been. It didn't matter, because he was blanketing Jonah again, kissing him ferociously, deeply, fucking him with sharp thrusts that reached down to Jonah's soul. Then with a shout that reverberated through Jonah, Spencer was coming, fucking him harder and deeper, and only then did Jonah's body get the memo that he could come too. It was like Spencer's orgasm triggered his own. The knowledge that he'd been the one to cause Spencer to make those sounds, that it had been his body that had brought Spencer so much pleasure, made Jonah infinitely light. Spencer tried to pull out, to ease off of Jonah once they were done, but Jonah melted into the mattress, his body sore in remarkable new ways. "Stay there, just for a minute." Spencer kissed the corner of Jonah's mouth and did as he asked. Anything you want. Jonah closed his eyes and pretended that were true in all the ways he wanted it to be. He'd worry about it later. For now, he was content to lie in the afterglow and dream of things he had no business wishing for. Chapter 18. Spencer. Spencer dropped down into one of the deck chairs and took in the scene around him. He was miles more comfortable than the first time he'd attended one of Ethan Bennett's backyard barbecues. He'd been woefully unprepared to deal with all three Bennett brothers, plus all their friends. He'd been a fish out of water, a loner in an ocean of extroverts. Time would prove to him that they weren't necessarily all extroverts, but they were comfortable together, and, before long, Spencer had become comfortable too. Taylor and Ethan were by the grill, shoulder to shoulder, cooking enough food to feed an army. Colby and his best friend Nash were throwing a football back and forth in the yard, while Damon cracked a soda open and went to say hello to Ethan and Taylor. Jonah had slipped inside to put his famous strawberry biscuit sheet cake away for later. Even now that Spencer and Jonah had crossed all the lines friends weren't supposed to cross, Spencer didn't feel awkward like he'd expected to. Anxiety wasn't something Spencer often struggled with, but before coming here today, he had to admit that his stomach churned uneasily. His chest was fluttery in a way he wasn't used to. By the time he entered the backyard, though, his uneasiness had faded away. Even though things between him and Jonah had changed, this was still familiar territory. It soothed him to be here, Spencer realized. These people had become important to him. They treated him like family. Jonah came back outside, and Spencer did his best not to stare at him. That was new. Before all this, he wouldn't have cared how much he looked at Jonah, but he didn't want anyone to know how far he'd fallen for Jonah. Spencer's feelings were a neon sign blinking above his head for all to see, lighting up whenever he looked at his friend. So he tried not to. Ethan made it easier by calling Jonah over to the grill. Spencer knew he'd spend a couple minutes catching up with each of his kids one-on-one. Ethan was a good man and a good dad. His kids were lucky to have him. Taylor, the youngest Bennett, flopped down in a chair next to Spencer. He leaned back and stuck his feet out, stretching his limbs. The Bennett brothers all bore a resemblance to each other, but while Colby looked the most like Ethan, both in features and stature, Taylor and Jonah looked the most alike. They were nearly the same height, Taylor being the shortest one, and they had the same build and same general facial features. But Taylor's were softer. Even with a layer of scruff on his face, he had round eyes that were always kind and friendly. Today, though, they looked troubled. Spencer wondered if anyone else noticed, or if he did, because he was so in tune with Jonah and his moods that the connection translated to Taylor. Spencer scooted his chair closer. "Hey, you okay?" Taylor turned his head and gawked at Spencer, then quickly wiped the shocked look off his face. "I'm fine." Spencer stared without speaking until Taylor sighed. "I'm okay." Taylor looked like he was running something through his mind or trying to solve a problem. "Can I ask you a strange, possibly super vague question?" "You can ask me anything, and if you want, it can stay between us." Taylor glanced around. "My thing and your thing aren't transferable, but you're the most creative person I know, and I wondered, how do you put yourself out there like that? How did you even learn how to do all the cool shit you do?" Spencer got the distinct impression that there was something more to Taylor's question than he was letting on, but he wasn't ready for people to pry. "Well, it's like with any other skill. You start with the basics. I'm sure when you started cooking you didn't jump into the hardest things. You started small, cracking eggs, mixing things, learning to follow a recipe. Then once you had enough of the basics down, you moved on to other things and started experimenting." But I had someone to show me how to do all that. This is different. I don't know anyone who knows what I want to know. Then you find someone who does. Or you turn to the great and powerful internet. You start small and practice. Learn the basics, then build on them. It's the same way you learn how to do anything else. Art and creativity aren't much different. They're all a series of little skills piled together and practiced over and over until we can get them to do what we want. Most of the time. So, whatever it is, start with the basics and build on that. Taylor furrowed his brow, but he nodded. Thanks. Sorry I was so vague. Spencer waved him off. It's fine. And if you ever want to not be vague, you know where to find me. And I promise not to tell anyone. Even Jonah. It was strange to make that promise now, but he and Jonah were still just friends. Besides, even if they were more, Jonah wasn't privy to everything everyone told Spencer. He'd have no problem keeping Taylor's secret, no matter what it was. This new skill you want to learn, Spencer leaned in closer. It's not serial killing, is it? Taylor rolled his eyes. No, it's not serial killing. Just checking. Spencer looked over to the barbecue where Jonah stood, staring back at him with a questioning gaze. Damon bounded up the steps to the deck at that moment and sank into an empty chair on the other side of Spencer. I always forget that Colby and his stupid best friend turn everything into a competition when they're together. Damon turned in the direction of the grill. Hey, Mr. B, that smells amazing. Ethan turned around and pointed a set of tongs at Damon. Don't start with the Mr. B bullshit, Damon. It makes me feel old, but not too old to kick your ass. Whatever you say, Mr. B. Damon grinned at him, and the way he shook his head. You should go sit with your friends, Jonah. I've got this under control. Jonah cut his dad a questioning look. Are you sure? Ethan nodded and patted him on the back. Jonah was slow to approach the three of them. Taylor stood at the last second and gave up his chair for Jonah. Spencer and Jonah had never been the kind of friends that would have allowed him to pull Jonah into his lap without suspicion, but the urge was there now. Spencer was greedy for Jonah. Close wasn't close enough anymore unless they were touching. Touching wasn't close enough unless they were kissing. Kissing wasn't close enough unless they were... Spencer forced himself to stop that train of thought. Dinners in the Bennett backyard were sometimes chaotic with the three boys and their friends, but this afternoon it was peaceful. Everyone mingled with everyone else, and the boys jumped up to help their dad come time to get the meal on the table. There wasn't enough space for everyone around the table, so Spencer and Jonah, along with Colby, ended up leaning against the deck railing, balancing their plates in one hand and holding their forks with the other. Maybe it was because Spencer was busy hiding his own feelings and his own not-relationship with Jonah that Spencer noticed the way Damon looked at Nash and the way Nash looked back at him. That subtle yearning that Spencer wouldn't have noticed if he'd not been trying desperately to not look at Jonah that way. At least Spencer had solved the mystery of who Damon's secret Tom Ford cologne-wearing hookup was. The fact that Nash was Colby's best friend was probably why they were keeping things a secret between them. Spencer scanned the group of friends, because that's what everyone here was. A group of people who might not have ever connected if it weren't for a Bennett. He wondered how many secrets they all had between them, how many things they hid from each other for the sake of keeping this peace, this camaraderie, this little found family that the Bennetts had created around themselves. Would the secret that he and Jonah shared jeopardize the dynamic? Not for anyone but himself, Spencer realized. Jonah would always have a place here. But if things went south between them, Spencer would lose all this. He'd lose the comfort and the friendship of all the people here. They loved Jonah. He was part of the glue that held everyone together. It was Spencer who was expendable, replaceable. His own parents had ceased any interest in him the minute they learned he'd never continue the family line. The minute he came out of the closet, that had been the end of their relationship. They hadn't even tried to understand. His only saving grace was that he'd seen it coming. He'd always doubted they'd accept him, but he'd hoped. It had been stupid to hope. It was part of the reason Spencer loved how close Jonah was to his family. Being around the Bennetts made Spencer feel like he was part of a family again. Sometimes he missed his own, even though he doubted they shared the sentiment. Spencer's appetite died, and he spent the next few minutes pushing the food around his plate, making it look like he was eating. Jonah gently nudged his arm, earning him a glance from Spencer. "You okay?" Jonah's face was the picture of concern. Spencer managed a nod, even though he was anything but okay. He hoped he could keep this thing between him and Jonah from exploding. Jonah hadn't been in it for feelings or a relationship. He'd been scared off the whole dating thing. And Spencer, stupid as he was sometimes, thought he could be with Jonah and not love him. That he could kiss him and show him what pleasure was supposed to be, without handing over his heart in the process. He knew he was being stupid. That barring hurting Jonah, something he'd never do, Spencer wouldn't lose anyone. But he couldn't stop himself from dreading what would happen when they stopped being intimate. When Jonah decided he'd learned enough and was ready to put himself out there again. He wasn't a virgin anymore, and every moment after they'd slept together was one more moment closer to the inevitable one when Jonah would drop the axe. He'd thank Spencer, politely, as friends do, and he'd see someone else. And Spencer's insides turned to cold steel at that thought. Jonah wasn't a mistake, and Spencer wouldn't make a different decision if he could go back in time. He wanted his friend to be happy, to be safe. And if he had to sacrifice a piece of himself to make that happen, it was a small price to pay. Spencer had gotten over other hurts before. He'd get over this one too, though it had been a while since he'd put himself in a position to be hurt. Not since his college boyfriend had he been so heavily invested in someone else. But now those wounds were nothing more than tiny paper cuts. This hurt would be a gunshot wound in comparison. But he was getting ahead of himself. Jonah hadn't given him the parting speech yet, and Spencer would hoard every moment between now and then. He'd save them like treasures, and he'd go on with his life as Jonah would do the same. They'd go back to being friends who didn't kiss. And Spencer would be okay with that. He had to be. Chapter 19. Jonah. The best part about the big family dinners Jonah's dad still insisted on having was the bonfire. Everyone sat around on the deck until the sun started to dip low in the sky, and then they moved to the fire pit. Colby and Taylor argued over how to start the fire. No one trusted Colby to do it ever since the gasoline incident 3 years ago. Tonight the bonfire was especially enjoyable, because Jonah sat right next to Spencer. Being around him, but not being able to touch him, was torture. Jonah barely let himself glance at Spencer for fear of looking at him too much and giving away how much he cared about him, or the truth about what they were doing. It wasn't like Spencer was a dirty secret, but he was a secret. Not because Jonah was ashamed or scared of what people would think. Truthfully, Jonah didn't care about any of that. Everyone knew he was gay. It had never been a secret. But Jonah found comfort in the secrecy of this relationship. He liked having Spencer all to himself, and that feeling was what made him light inside. Like he was one of those paper lanterns, floating up to join the stars. More than anything, though, Jonah wanted to curl up in Spencer's lap and be able to have that feeling here, in this moment, surrounded by all the people who were most important to him. Damon returned from the house with 2 travel mugs and handed one to Jonah. "Hot chocolate," Damon said. "Figured I'd make you one while I helped myself." "Thanks." Jonah's dad knew Damon didn't drink, and he made sure to always have a wide variety of non-alcoholic beverages for people. Damon learned a long time ago to help himself to whatever he wanted. Jonah took a sip of the hot chocolate, which should have been strange to drink on a late spring night. Cocoa was generally a winter kind of drink, but Jonah supposed that it was silly to assign drinks to specific months and never enjoy them otherwise. Colby got up and disappeared into the house, and when he returned, he had their dad's old, beat-up acoustic with him. "Play us a song, old man." Colby handed the guitar over to their dad, who took a moment to tune it, plucking strings and turning the tuning pegs until the pitch was perfect. All the brothers could strum at least a couple of rusty tunes on the guitar, but they all preferred to listen to their dad play. Growing up, between keeping the diner going and the 3 kids alive, their dad didn't have a lot of time or money, so entertainment had to come cheap. The guitar was an old Yamaha that their dad had owned as long as they'd been alive. It was a run-of-the-mill, standard-issue acoustic with pale wood and a cheap case. Both items were battered and scuffed, but they were well-loved. Just like Jonah and his brothers. The opening notes of "Have You Ever Seen the Rain" swelled up, and their dad sang the words with his raspy voice. Creedence Clearwater Revival had been a staple in their house growing up. Though their dad wasn't quite as good as John Fogerty, he could hold his own. When he finished that song and started to play Bad Moon Rising, Colby and Taylor started to sing along. Every so often, Jonah would hear a few words warble his way from Spencer's direction. Neither he nor Spencer were big singers. Jonah, for good reason. He couldn't carry a tune in a bucket. Spencer, however, had an amazing voice. It was deep and gravelly, and so soulful that it nearly took Jonah's breath away. Sparks danced up toward the sky, flickering out one by one. Jonah could almost fall asleep like this. He was more at peace in that moment than he'd been in weeks, years, maybe ever. He had Spencer to thank for that. It wasn't that sex had changed everything in his life, but it had settled something inside him. The insidious voice that had whispered in his ear, growing louder over the years, telling him that he wasn't worthy, wasn't deserving, wasn't wanted or important, had gone quiet. Mostly. Sometimes it still tried to whisper things to him. But then Spencer would look at him, or he'd remember how incredible it was when Spencer touched him, and the voice would go quiet again. He wanted Spencer for more than sex, more than a gentle sex education. He wanted him for dates and dinners and companionship that was more than 2 friends hanging out. A log snapped and cracked in the fire, and sparks shot up like a firework. And Jonah realized at that exact moment he was irreversibly in love with Spencer. Jonah didn't know if Spencer would ever care about him like that, and there was no way he would ask. He'd already been a burden of sorts to his friend, using him to learn things about his body and the pleasure it was capable of feeling, and he couldn't keep doing this without falling deeper and deeper in love. He also didn't know how to stop, because he didn't want to. Stopping wasn't an option, but continuing on the path they were going down was a bad idea. But Jonah had no solutions. Maybe it was future Jonah's problem. "You okay?" It was Damon who asked him the question, and he turned his head to face his friend. "I'm fine. Just enjoying the fire. I got lost in the flames." "Well, it's good to know we're boring you, Jonah," Taylor laughed. "Dad sang your favorite song and you didn't even blink." It wasn't dark enough to hide Jonah's scowl. "I wasn't bored. I was relaxing." Taylor looked at him with obvious disbelief. "Because people who are relaxing make this face." Taylor crossed his arms over his chest and scowled at Jonah. "If Jonah says he's fine, he's fine. Jonah's dad stepped in. Catching his gaze, he winked at Jonah. "Leave him alone, boys." "Yeah, leave me alone, boys," Jonah parroted, feeling triumphant at the way his dad stuck up for him. He always tried to be fair and treat all his kids equally, but sometimes Jonah knew that because he often pretended to not need things, he was overlooked. Most of the time he almost preferred that, but having his dad make everyone back off was like being covered with a warm blanket. "God, we can't even be concerned." Taylor rolled his eyes. "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. Can we change the subject now? How about you, Taylor? Anything new?" Something flickered in Taylor's expression. "What could be new?" "Anyone want a drink?" Spencer stood and looked down at Jonah. A few people said they did, and Jonah rose to follow Spencer into the house. "Let me help." Once they were inside, Spencer opened the fridge and counted out the number of beers that had been requested, passing half to Jonah. "Are you okay?" Spencer asked him quietly. "I'd love to be alone with you, but other than that, I'm fine." Jonah swallowed down his sudden wash of embarrassment at admitting it, but if he couldn't confess even the smallest truths to Spencer, he had no business continuing their current arrangement, and he wasn't ready to let it go. "So long as you're sure." "Yeah. If anything, someone should ask Taylor what that look on his face was about earlier." Spencer shrugged. "Who knows with kids these days?" Jonah cackled. "He's not that much younger than you, is he?" "Well, I'm 5 years older than you, and he's 6 years younger than you. So that's 11 years. He's still not a kid." "Yeah, but did you have shit figured out at his age?" Jonah shrugged. "I thought I did. I mean, I was in college, studying to be a teacher. I had that much figured out. But Taylor decided a long time ago that he wasn't going to college. So, what was the question?" Jonah opened the patio door for Spencer, and they joined everyone back out at the fire. They'd ceased their conversation, which was fine. It wasn't out of character for Spencer to stick up for people, but it was rare for Jonah to think Taylor needed someone to stick up for him. Jonah was probably as much of a mess as Taylor was. The only difference was that because Taylor was 6 years younger, no one cared if he was a mess. The minute Jonah wavered off the path of the confident oldest child who had it all figured out, people noticed. They noticed and they worried about him. He shouldn't hate that, but he didn't like feeling judged. He wanted to not be seen. He was happy hiding in the shadows, not drawing attention or causing trouble. When Taylor had a bad moment or a bad day, everyone shrugged it off and blamed his youth. When Jonah had a quiet moment, not even a bad one, he attracted attention and worry. I think I'm going to head home," Jonah heard himself say. He'd made the decision on a whim, but now that the words were out there, he wished he was already gone. His dad stopped strumming and placed his hand over the strings to quiet them. "Everything okay?" "I'm tired. It's been a long semester." "Stop by the diner tomorrow for breakfast," his dad said. "We'll have coffee and catch up." "Sure." Jonah knew that if he said no, his dad would drag himself away from the diner and show up at Jonah's house. He didn't need to go to any trouble for him, so even though he'd secretly planned to hide for the rest of the weekend, Jonah knew he'd be at breakfast in the morning. Spencer's questioning gaze lingered on him, burrowing under his skin. He half expected Spencer to follow him out, but he simply nodded Jonah's way. "Drive safe," Spencer said. "I will. See everyone later." Jonah gave a half-hearted wave and went back into the house. If he left through the side yard, he'd have to walk past everyone, and he just wanted to get out of there. He let himself out the front door and was walking down the steps when he heard a noise to his left. Spencer stepped out of the shadows. "Jonah? If you want to come back to the fire, I'll make everyone leave you alone." "I'm fine," Jonah lied. But was it really a lie if the person you were lying to knew it was a lie? Jonah would have to try and decipher that later. Can I come over later? Jonah should say no. If he was going to keep Spencer as a friend, he should start to put some distance between them. He shouldn't swoon at the idea of Spencer coming to check on him late at night. But he did, and that's why he told him yes. Okay. Yeah. Jonah tried to keep the enthusiasm from his voice, to be steady and even as he always was, but he was having more and more trouble with that lately, it would seem. See you later, then. Jonah desperately wanted to close the distance between them. He yearned to wrap himself around Spencer and kiss him hard and deep. He'd wanted to do that all night. But he made himself give Spencer a friendly smile and a half nod before he tucked tail and went to his car. Already he was counting down the seconds until he was alone with Spencer. He had a feeling that with every kiss, every touch, and every encounter, he was dooming their friendship. But he couldn't make himself stop. Chapter 20. Spencer. Jonah's house was dark when Spencer arrived, but he'd texted him before he'd pulled out of Ethan's driveway. Spencer knew the day would come when Jonah gave him the old, "let's go back to being friends without benefits" speech, and he'd expected it. It was part of the deal. But it left a sour taste in the back of his mouth to think about losing Jonah. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe Jonah was having an off night that was completely unrelated to their current situation. Spencer let himself into Jonah's house with the spare key he'd been given a long time ago and locked the door behind him. After removing his shoes, he crept through the house and up to the second floor where Jonah's bedroom was. Jonah was curled up in bed, his phone screen illuminating his face. "You look like a glowworm," Spencer said. Instead of lingering uncertainly in the doorway, he went to Jonah's side and sat on the edge of the bed. He wasn't sure if he'd be staying or not. Maybe this was when Jonah would tell him that it had been fun. Adult female glowworms are the ones that glow, and they glow at the end of their abdomens. So basically you said I look like a woman's ass. I mean, I've seen some nice asses. Spencer grinned at Jonah, who shoved him playfully. You're the worst. You mean the best. Spencer liked how he and Jonah were still playful with each other, that their intimacy hadn't made their entire relationship different. For the most part, things were the same between them, but deeper. Yeah, I guess I do. Jonah's gaze raked over Spencer's body before flicking up to his face. Are you staying? Would you like me to? Jonah responded by shuffling over to the other side of the bed and patting the empty space beside him. Get in. Spencer yanked his shirt off over his head and stood to remove his pants. He didn't want to assume Jonah would want him, and he was about to leave his underwear on, but Jonah arched an eyebrow at him. Get those off and get in bed with me, Spencer. Jonah's voice was quiet, but it was full of meaning. Spencer couldn't guess why, but he also didn't want to. He'd wring every drop of pleasure he could out of this situation until Jonah called it quits, and then he didn't know. He couldn't picture not having this anymore, and maybe he should talk to Jonah about it. But the minute he climbed into bed, Jonah curled up into his side. An arm snaked over his chest, and Jonah tangled their legs together. Your toes are cold, Spencer said. Jonah moved his feet to press his toes against Spencer's legs. You can warm them up. Spencer wrapped his arm around Jonah and held him tighter. He dropped a kiss on the top of Jonah's head and wished this was his life. Any thought of domestic bliss vanished when Jonah's hand snaked down, lower and lower. His smooth palm grazed over Spencer's dick, which was half hard from lying next to Jonah. "Is this okay?" Jonah whispered. "Yeah, of course." Spencer smiled when he spoke. Jonah had come a long way since they'd started being intimate. And that's what it was, wasn't it? It was more than a quick tab A goes into slot B instruction. Spencer and Jonah had perhaps meant it to be that way, but even from that first kiss, that's not how it had been for Spencer. What they had was more than a simple exploration of Jonah's body. It went deeper for him than helping a friend. Spencer knew he had to say something, but he didn't want to yet. Not with Jonah taking initiative and kissing his way down Spencer's chest. He didn't want to interrupt his bravery, and it was selfish of Spencer. He knew that down to his bones, that he hadn't been fair with Jonah by keeping all his burgeoning feelings from him. But there was always later. Later and later and later. Spencer would keep his feelings to himself for eternity if he thought it would keep Jonah by his side and in his bed. But that was also a lie. Because more than sex and friendship, Jonah deserved to be in a relationship with someone he loved, or had a chance at loving. And though Spencer cared about him, he wasn't sure what Jonah's feelings were. The only way to know would be to ask. And Spencer would. Right after Jonah was done teasing him. His mouth was too talented, too warm and wet on Spencer's nipples, too nimble as it danced along Spencer's abdomen. Jonah's breath tickled Spencer's navel, and he found himself unable to think of anything but how fucking lucky he was to be the only one who knew how hot Jonah's mouth was. To be the only person who'd seen him wriggle down the bed and settle between their thighs. Jonah looked up at Spencer. "Tell me if I do anything wrong." Spencer huffed out a gentle laugh. "There's no such thing. Not with you. Just do what feels good." Jonah's lashes fluttered against his cheeks as he pulled his gaze away from Spencer's. A perfectly pink tongue darted out, and Jonah swiped it gently against the head of Spencer's cock. He mouthed the shaft, dragging his tongue down to the root, over the underside where the thick vein was, then back up again. In all his life, Spencer had never seen anything more beautiful than Jonah with that impish half-smile on his face. Light and love danced in his eyes, and it was on the tip of Spencer's tongue to tell him how gorgeous he was. But Jonah stole his oxygen when he put his mouth over the head of Spencer's cock. His tongue swirled over the crown, and Spencer sucked in a ragged breath. Jonah had one hand wrapped around the base of Spencer's cock, but the other one roamed Spencer's body. His touch was feather-light and sent shivers down his spine. He wanted to twitch away from the unbearably light caresses, but also to lean into them. In the end, he held as still as possible and let out a moan that was far needier than anything he'd heard come out of his mouth before. But something about Jonah made him yearn. Something about the way Jonah looked at him made Spencer want Jonah to look at him more. Jonah made him want, and wasn't that the terrifying truth of it? Ever since that first kiss, Spencer had wanted more. More and more and more, until he wanted everything. But he didn't have the words to ask for anything, not with Jonah taking all the air from the room. He slowly eased more of Spencer's cock into his mouth, not very deep, but that didn't matter when Spencer reveled in Jonah touching him everywhere. Spencer reached down and ran his fingers through Jonah's hair. Jonah purred, which made Spencer gasp and twitch from the sensation of feeling the audible pleasure vibrate up his cock. "That's so good." He stopped himself before he called Jonah baby. Not only was he suddenly unsure of what terms of endearment Jonah would be okay with, but he was keenly aware of the fact that this was temporary. Jonah wasn't his baby. He was his best friend. His very best friend. Losing him would gut Spencer. His plan to tell Jonah about the emotions that stirred within him was built on shaky ground. Jonah switched his attention to Spencer's balls. He laved his tongue over the sensitive flesh while slowly jacking Spencer's dick, using only spit as lube. "You're amazing." Spencer closed his eyes and relaxed into the bed, momentarily content to forget about the problem with his pesky emotions. It wasn't like he could think straight with Jonah's lips around his cock anyway. "Feels fantastic. Oh my God. Can I—" Spencer raised his head and opened his eyes. "Can you what?" Jonah's face was beet red, but he managed to power through his obvious embarrassment and ask for what he wanted. "Can I finger you?" "Do you have lube?" Jonah rolled his eyes. "No, Spencer. I, a flaming homosexual, don't keep lube in my bedroom. Top drawer." Spencer rolled over to grab the bottle of lube and toss it to Jonah. "Just go slow and use as much lube as you want." "What if I hurt you?" Jonah looked suddenly younger and more scared than Spencer remembered seeing him. "You won't," Spencer said confidently. "You have the skinniest fingers I've ever seen." Jonah rolled his eyes again. "Ha ha, very funny." Nerves made Jonah's voice tremble. "You won't hurt me," Spencer told him, his voice soft but steady and filled with conviction. With freshly lubed fingers, Jonah returned to his position between Spencer's legs. Spencer spread his legs wider, bending them at the knees to give Jonah a better angle to work with. Jonah kept his gaze trained on Spencer for a heavy moment before pulling his attention away from his face and focusing on what his hands were doing. Gently, maybe too gently, Jonah stroked Spencer's cock. But Spencer would bite his tongue off before he said anything Jonah might take as criticism. A finger slowly teased the rim of Spencer's hole. If the breath that quivered out of Spencer was slightly nervous, Jonah would never know. It had been a long time since Spencer let anyone play with him like this. Truth be told, a lot of the men he dated didn't have any interest in being anything but a bottom. Spencer was okay with that. Mostly he was a top, but sometimes, if the mood was right, and so was the person, he could be convinced to bottom. Jonah would never be the wrong person. Jonah sucked in a deep breath, as if he was the one about to get breached, and slowly slid the tip of a finger inside Spencer. "That's it. Keep going," Spencer whispered encouragingly. "You're so tight." Jonah's face was bright red, a mix of both lust and obvious embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "You won't hurt me," Spencer told him again. "It already feels good." Spencer wanted to keep himself propped up on his elbows so he could see what was going on, because watching Jonah explore was hot. But the more he looked, the more self-conscious Jonah appeared. Spencer lay down again, letting his eyes close, and exhaled a deep breath as Jonah's finger slid in deeper. "Holy shit, Spencer," Jonah whispered reverently. His free hand splayed out over Spencer's abdomen, then ran down his body. Jonah slid it lower to Spencer's inner thigh and nudged his legs further apart. Jonah leaned down, and his wickedly warm mouth sealed over the head of Spencer's cock again. He worked his finger in deeper, then slid it out, then in again, all while his tongue swirled and lapped at the head of Spencer's dick. He was going to come like a fountain soon if Jonah wasn't careful. The finger slid back in again, and this time another one joined it. The stretch burned enough to hold off his impending orgasm, but not forever, because Jonah's adventurous digits found Spencer's prostate. Spencer grit his teeth. His stomach muscles went rigid with the effort to hold back. But Jonah was pegging his prostate now, stroking with confident fingers as he sucked Spencer's dick. Spencer lifted his head. He needed to see. Jonah was stretched out between Spencer's legs. He couldn't see his face, but he admired the long, lean lines of Jonah's body and the way his hips wriggled and thrust as he pushed Spencer closer to release. That every night could be like this was Spencer's greatest wish. He dreamed every one of Jonah's touches were his to hoard. His breath caught in his chest, but he managed to croak out a warning to Jonah before he came. Jonah was undeterred by Spencer's raspy warning, and he tilted his head to look at Spencer. His lusty, hooded gaze was enough to tip Spencer over the edge and flood Jonah's mouth. Excess cum ran down Spencer's shaft, and Jonah pulled off, panting and gasping and humping the bed as his fingers still worked tirelessly in Spencer's ass, stroking and sliding, pegging his prostate until Spencer twitched in a way that Jonah understood wasn't a good twitch. Jonah exhaled a shaky breath and slowly removed his fingers from Spencer's ass. Before Jonah could say anything, Spencer reached down and tugged him up into his arms. He sealed their mouths together, kissing him long and hard and deep, licking the flavor of his own release off Jonah's tongue. The kiss ended with Jonah pulling away. I'm going to need to change the sheets. Sorry. You came without touching yourself. That's hot. Really? Spencer cupped Jonah's cheek and pulled him in for another kiss. Really? Jonah looked downright bashful as he kissed Spencer one more time before climbing off him, apologetically explaining that he was going to clean up and be right back. Spencer would tell him how much he cared about him when he got back, when they were snuggled in bed next to each other. He closed his eyes for just a moment. Chapter 21. Jonah. Jonah slid out of bed, leaving Spencer there sprawled out on his back, not so gently snoring. He barely resisted the urge to brush the hair off Spencer's face, not wanting to wake him. Quietly, he dressed in a pair of khakis and an old Henley, one getting worn out that he couldn't seem to part with, despite the pinholes in the bottom of the shirt. He left a note on the nightstand for Spencer, explaining that he was meeting his dad for breakfast at the diner and that he'd bring something back for him. Jonah wanted to find Spencer still there in his bed when he returned. He hoped the note wasn't too subtle, but he wasn't quite brave enough yet to come out and ask for all the things he wanted. Jonah arrived before the diner opened and slipped in the back using his key. Taylor was already there with headphones on, going through his morning kitchen ritual, whatever that was. Jonah admittedly hadn't worked in the diner in any capacity since his college days, certainly not since Taylor had taken over the kitchen operations. Jonah's dad was in the front, putting the chairs back on the floor where they belonged. Jonah jumped in to help. "Good morning, Jonah. Sleep well?" his dad asked. Ethan Bennett was about as subtle as a heart attack. What he really wanted to know was whether Jonah was still moody and miserable like he'd been the night before. "I slept fine, thanks. What's Taylor making us for breakfast?" Jonah wasn't sure how much he could eat on his nervous stomach, but he'd do his best to put on a good show for his dad. "I told him to surprise us." Jonah groaned. "The last time you said that, we got waffles shaped like dicks." "They were still good." His dad defended the waffle dicks, because of course he did. It was a bit much when he asked if he could put them on the menu. He didn't. They moved to the next table, took the chairs off, and put them on the floor. "He did. He had a good pout about it when I put my foot down. Then he got revenge in the form of an avocado tree that he left in my living room." "A fucking what?" "Yep. It's not quite a tree, but it's definitely sprouted. I swear that kid could plant a dead stick and it would grow." With all the chairs down, Jonah's dad waved him over to their usual booth. "I'll bring you coffee. Go sit." Jonah did as he was told, and wondered how long breakfast was going to take, and whether Spencer was still asleep. He hoped to find him there when he returned home so he could... Nope. He couldn't think of what he wanted to do with his sleeping giant when he was at breakfast with his dad. The last thing he wanted was a stupid erection in the middle of breakfast. Jonah's dad arrived with 2 cups of coffee. He set them on the table, then took the seat opposite to Jonah. From the kitchen, Jonah heard Taylor announce that breakfast would be ready in 10 minutes. A knock on the front door had Ethan getting up and quickly letting in 2 of his part-time employees. The diner would open in a few minutes anyway, so Ethan left the door unlocked and flipped the open sign on. "Sorry about that," his dad said as he sat back down. "2 part-timers today?" Jonah arched an eyebrow. "What's up?" "I wanted to ask you that same question. That's why I called them in. I know you think I don't notice when you're going through shit, and I know sometimes I don't, and I haven't. But I noticed this time, Jonah. I wanted to make sure you're okay." "I'm fine." Jonah's answer probably came too quickly, too snappish and forced. "I'm fine," he repeated, softer this time. His dad only nodded as he added 2 spoons of sugar to his coffee. "I think your definition of fine and my definition of fine are 2 different things. You know you can talk to me about stuff. I want to help." "I'm fine, Dad." Jonah's voice stayed steadier than he'd expected it to. Thankfully, it didn't crack, because something inside him was breaking, but he didn't know what, or why, or how to stop it. He had the sinking feeling that if he wanted to find out, he was at breakfast with the wrong person. "Don't worry about me." "I'm supposed to worry about you. You're my kid. I know you're an adult with a job and a house and all that adult shit, but you're still my kid. I wasn't always there for you the way I should have been. You did a great job with us. We always had a roof and food, and we know how hard you work and how much you love us." His dad shook his head. "I wasn't always there for you, Jonah." Jonah took a deep breath and willed himself to hold his shit together. "I'm okay, Dad. I don't want to go into detail because it's private, but I've been working through some personal issues. That's all. I promise that I'm healthy and reasonably happy and mostly well-adjusted. You don't have to worry about me." His dad regarded him for a long moment. One of the part-timers stopped by the table with their breakfast and scurried away. Only then did Jonah's dad respond. "The more you say I don't have to worry, the more I worry. You were sad last night." "Everyone is sad sometimes, Dad. Thanks for worrying, but I swear I'm fine." After catching the look his dad sent him, he amended his statement. "I'm fine adjacent, and I promise that if I'm not fine, that I'll come to you or someone, okay?" "I suppose it'll do." His dad picked up his fork. "Now, eat up and amuse your old man some more, and tell me about what's been going on in your life." Jonah obeyed the first part of that request with gusto, if only to avoid the second part. He had no intention of telling his dad that the only thing he'd been up to had been potentially ruining his most important friendship by being desperate and horny and convincing Spencer to not only cross lines, but obliterate them entirely. Taylor had outdone himself and made them both big, fluffy pancakes drenched in maple syrup with a stack of bacon on the side. Even Jonah's dormant appetite woke up when confronted with the first bite. He ate in silence across from his dad, who watched Jonah with the interest of a worried parent. Jonah wished he had a way to put his dad at ease about him. He was as okay as he was going to be. There wasn't a single thing his dad could do to help his current situation, and explaining the whole thing to him would be mortifying anyway. But he appreciated the concern. It was almost silly how much it brightened his formerly dour mood. He was pushing 30. He shouldn't need special attention from his dad, but he found himself smiling by the time he polished off the plate of pancakes. He supposed there was a worse fate than having a dad who gave a shit. Thanks for breakfast, Dad, and for being concerned about me. Both of those are my job, Jonah. To feed you and protect you. I'm 27. You're still my kid. All I want is for you to be happy and healthy. Well, I'm healthy, and I'm working on the whole happy thing. His dad pondered that for a moment, then nodded before repeating his line from earlier. I suppose that will have to do. Hey, I'm stopping by Spencer's after. Can Taylor whip something up for him? Sure thing. Any preference? One of those breakfast burritos? His dad pushed himself to his feet and clapped him on the shoulder on the way by. I'll be back in a second. Jonah scoped out the restaurant. Sometimes the nostalgia choked him when he sat in this booth. He'd studied here in high school. He'd worked here, too. So many of his memories were tied up in this place. The diner was almost like a family member. Across the diner, Jonah made eye contact with a familiar face. Internally, he groaned, but outwardly he smiled. Only to be polite. But Grant stood and made his way over to Jonah. His nephew stayed where he was, but offered Jonah a smile and a wave, which Jonah was happy to return. Good morning, Jonah. Grant, what brings you by? Does Tyler need tutoring? I still have some summer spots available. No, he's all caught up and excelling, actually, thanks to you. Grant tucked his thumbs into his pockets and rocked back and forth on the balls of his feet. He wasn't an unattractive man, but there wasn't anything about him that Jonah found appealing enough to say yes to going on a date. It was a shame that Grant didn't seem to know how to take no for an answer. Jonah could hear the question before Grant asked it. He knew it was coming. It always did. I was thinking, if you're free next weekend, I have tickets to this concert. It's a string quartet that covers rock songs. Jonah started to refuse. You should come with us. Tyler suddenly appeared, all bright-eyed and excited. He was a good kid who had been dealt a shitty hand in life. Grant was doing his best to help him adjust to all the changes he'd gone through. Go where? Jonah's dad appeared and slid into his seat. Nice to see you, Grant. Hey, Tyler. Uncle Grant has tickets to a concert. We're taking Mr. B, Tyler said, using Jonah's teacher name. Well, that sounds like fun, Jonah's dad said, his approval like a nail in Jonah's coffin. Jonah loves music. Another nail. Isn't that right, Jonah? I do, but... Great. We'll pick you up at 7 on Saturday. If it was just Grant, Jonah would have said no. But Tyler looked at him with big, expectant eyes. The kid didn't get excited about much of anything, and though it might be a cheap, manipulative trick, Jonah found himself unwilling to say no outright. I might have a previous engagement. Can I check in with you later? Jonah wanted to throw up. The sugar from the pancake syrup and grease from the bacon were a bad combination with being backed into a corner. Worse, Jonah couldn't find it in him to refuse Grant. Not because of Grant, but because Grant's nephew had suffered through many disappointments in his life. Jonah couldn't fix them all, but he was fond of Tyler, and didn't want to let him down. I still have your number from tutoring. I'll call you later. Jonah wanted nothing more than to get the fuck out of that diner and stay away from the kid with the sad backstory and the innocent doe eyes. Taylor appeared with a breakfast burrito all wrapped up to go, and Jonah sprang to his feet, eager to flee the situation. "I have to run. Thanks for breakfast, Dad. And the invite, Grant. We'll talk soon." Jonah hightailed it out of there, his heart a wild, frightened animal, thrashing against his ribs the whole way home. Disappointment nearly crushed him when he saw Spencer's vehicle was gone. Jonah checked his text messages and, sure enough, Spencer had to help Greta with an emergency. Jonah leaned forward, rested his forehead on the steering wheel, and let out a deep breath. He dodged a bullet only to be hit with a cannonball. And not for the first time, Jonah questioned the sanity of his decision to start something with Spencer in the first place. Jonah tapped out a message to Spencer, asking him to call the minute he was free. And then he waited. Chapter 22. Spencer. Spencer sent Jonah a text message explaining that he'd call when he could, before turning his attention back to Greta, who lay in a hospital bed, looking sheepish. "You should have called me. What were you doing up on the ladder anyway?" Greta pouted. "You're not allowed to be mad at me. I'm wounded." "You're lucky you're not dead, and all you have is a concussion. Seriously, Greta, whatever you were doing could have waited until I was available to help." "I don't need help, though. I was going to adjust the stupid ladder light. I wanted it higher. I got that all done, and it was fine. But then I noticed some cobwebs up in the corner of the ceiling, and I thought I could reach it with a broom. But, well, I reached and lost my balance. I hurt my head and my pride, and they won't let me out of here until I have someone to make sure I don't die." Spencer folded his arms over his chest. "I should teach you a lesson and make them keep you here." "Spencer, no, please, I hate these places. They scanned my head. I'm fine except for the massive headache I have. And my pride sort of hurts, too. But they don't want me alone. So unless they know I have someone to watch me for a couple days, I'm stuck here. And I hate hospitals." Spencer sighed and lowered his arms. "Of course I'll look after you." He dropped into the chair next to her bed. He'd have to call Jonah soon and apologize for leaving, but the hospital calling his phone had been a rude way to wake up. He'd planned to stay and wait for Jonah to come back, because it had been weird to wake up and find him gone. But Jonah had breakfast with his dad, and Spencer was supposed to wait for him. He'd wanted to tell him how he felt last night, but he'd fallen asleep instead. He couldn't even say that he'd dreamed about it, because he'd dreamed about nothing. He'd closed his eyes 1 minute and opened them the next to the constant buzzing of his phone and a cold spot in the bed where Jonah had been. The rest of Spencer's morning was taken up waiting for Greta to be allowed to leave. If he hadn't shown up, they'd have admitted her for sure. But as it was, she had to wait for the doctor to come around and give them some care instructions for her next 24 to 48 hours. By the time Spencer got Greta back to her place, he was starving and cranky and missing Jonah. "Okay, you heard the doctor. No screens, so we can't binge-watch TV. But we can listen to podcasts. I have to make a call first, so I'm going to step out onto the balcony. Do you need anything?" "I have a concussion, Spencer. I'm not in traction. I can manage." She waved him off and stretched out on the couch. "I'll be right here if you need me." Spencer slipped outside onto Greta's balcony. She'd redecorated it since he was last out here, and he was happy to make use of one of the chairs she'd repainted. Jonah answered on the first ring. "Spencer, is everything okay?" "Yeah, sorry about that. I'm Greta's emergency contact, and I had to pick her up at the ER." "Oh, fuck. Is she okay?" Spencer warmed at the genuine concern that bled through Jonah's voice. "She's fine. She's got a concussion, and they wouldn't release her without a babysitter. So I'll be playing nursemaid for a couple days." "Oh." Disappointment oozed out of Jonah. Even one syllable was enough to convey how upset he was. "Jonah, everything okay?" You can always come hang out here with Greta and me. We're going to be pretty boring, but you'd like her apartment, I think. She's pretty proud of it. No, that's fine. Listen, there's something I wanted to ask you about because while I was at the diner today, something happened, and I didn't know what to do or what to say. Slow down, Jonah. I'm sure whatever it is, it's fine. Grant asked me out. Again. To a concert. With his nephew. Grant asked you out again? He asks me out almost every time he sees me. Spencer wished they'd had this conversation face to face so he could get a read on what Jonah was thinking or feeling. Well, what did you tell him? Spencer's heart had stopped beating. He was pretty sure it had turned to dust. If Jonah wasn't interested in Grant, he'd have said no, right? If he'd said no, there was no reason for Spencer to need to be told about it. Unless he didn't say no. I said that I had a previous engagement. Spencer's heart soared. And that I'd have to check first. And then crashed. Jonah hadn't said no to Grant. We don't really have a previous engagement, though, Jonah. Not really. But him asking me out seems wrong when we're... Jonah trailed off as if he didn't know. And the worst of it was that Spencer didn't know either. What they were couldn't be easily labeled or boxed up. It was more than friends, but less than boyfriends, he supposed. More than two people fucking around together, but not quite enough to make Jonah turn down a date. I think you should go. Spencer choked the words out. It sounds nice. Spencer, The dead air between them was cavernous and deep, and Spencer wished it would open up and eat him alive and take him away from this awkward conversation, from the pain that slowly bloomed in him. Not bloomed, but spread like a virus, turning everything in him into rot. Are you sure? Jonah's voice was small and meek. Yeah, I mean... Spencer bit back all the things he could have said. If Jonah had wanted to be with him, he'd had weeks to say something. You're allowed to date, Jonah. It's not a date. His nephew is coming. It sounded like a date. If it was something he needed to run by Spencer first, it was something more than catching a concert with a pal. It's fine, Jonah. You should go if you want. Spencer tipped his head back and stared at the sky. It was far too pretty of a day to have his heart broken, but it figured that he'd be dying inside when the sun was shining. I have to get back and check on Greta. Tell her I'm glad she's okay. Will do. Talk to you later? Spencer hated that it sounded like a question. Like suddenly Spencer would cease to be important to him just because he had a date. It wasn't logical, and it wasn't who Jonah was. But that didn't stop Spencer from feeling the way he did. Like a bug crushed under a shoe. Of course. Bye, Spencer. Bye, Jonah. Spencer ended the call and took a few deep breaths to steady himself before he went back inside to check on Greta. Why do you look like the one with the head injury? Greta asked when Spencer sat down on the recliner. I'm fine. I'm fine, Greta mimicked. Yeah, okay, you're fine, and I don't have a concussion. You don't need to hear about my bullshit, Greta. Au contraire, I absolutely do. I can't watch television. I can't work. The idea of running a power tool right now makes my head swim. So the way I see it, I absolutely do need to hear what the hell is up. Jonah has a date. God damn it, Spencer. You had to go and get your heart broken when I can't even drink with you? Booze won't help. Besides, I work tomorrow. Do you have someone who can stay with you? Yeah, I got people, Spence. If you needed to take off and nurse your wound or go convince your man not to make the biggest mistake of his life, I could call someone. He's not my man, Greta snorted, then groaned. Don't make me laugh, okay? Everything hurts. You want him to be your man, though. It's obvious. So go tell him that. If he wanted me, he's had me. I'm right here. I've been right here the whole time, and now he's going on a date with some Uncle of the Year guy with concert tickets. You're pouting. I am not. Spencer took a deep breath. I'm pouting a little, okay? But I'm fine. This is what we agreed to. For the record, I'd like to say that I think you're being an idiot, but I won't stand in the way of you making your own bad decisions. I'm not the one who fell off a ladder while cleaning cobwebs and adjusting lights. Hey, no fair picking on the injured. Plenty fair, Greta. How about you call someone next time you want to scale the walls like a spider monkey? Where's the fun in that? Greta's apologetic expression softened Spencer's heart. I'm glad you're okay, but you should have called me. I'll always come help you. I know, Greta groaned. She closed her eyes and draped an arm across them. I didn't think it was a big deal. I'm used to doing stuff on my own. Spencer stood and closed the curtains. Is that better? Greta uncovered her face. A bit, yeah. Have you ever had a concussion? Spencer shook his head. I don't recommend them. Greta let the subject drop, but every once in a while she'd give him a look, and he could tell she wanted to press the issue. Thankfully, she left it alone. Spencer was heartsick enough without talking it to death. By the time Monday morning rolled around, one of Greta's other friends came to sit with her so Spencer could go to work. For the first time ever, Spencer dreaded going to their school and seeing Jonah. He didn't know how to reconcile his feelings for Jonah with the new reality of wanting and not having him. Jonah's date put an end to anything that was going on between them. Instead of sharing secret kisses and exploring each other's bodies, they'd be friends. Just friends. Like before. And Spencer should be okay with that. He was okay with that. But a part of him already missed Jonah more than he had any business doing. Part of Spencer knew Greta was right. He should go to Jonah and tell him how he felt. But if Jonah didn't return his affection, he worried their friendship wouldn't survive it. The only thing left to do was grin and bear it. Spencer had been through worse. He could stand to go back to being just friends. It was better than the alternative. Chapter 23. Jonah. Spencer was avoiding him, which Jonah had expected. It left Jonah feeling lonelier than ever, though, because he couldn't talk to anyone about it. No one knew about him and Spencer, and to tell anyone why they'd been hooking up, Jonah grimaced at that expression, he'd have to tell them how it started. It wasn't like Spencer never got caught up in his projects, which was the excuse he'd given Jonah all week. But Jonah knew Spencer wasn't happy, although he'd been the one to tell Jonah to go on the not date. It wasn't a big deal. He'd reassured him again Monday morning when Jonah ran into him at school. And since then, Spencer had done his best to dodge Jonah. He spent his lunch hour in the shop helping students with their projects, and he hurried home to work on his bear sculpture. The worst part was that this wasn't all that out of the norm for Spencer. He often lost himself in his love of creating, and usually it didn't bother Jonah. But the not date had bricked up a wall between them, and Jonah wasn't sure what to do about it. He couldn't cancel because Grant was bringing his nephew along, and despite not wanting to go with Grant, Jonah didn't want to disappoint the kid. He'd lost so much already, and Jonah knew how hard it was to lose one parent. He couldn't imagine losing both. So Jonah would go, and in the future he'd do a better job saying no to begin with. It's what he should have said in the first place. The more Jonah thought about it, because that's all he'd done since Grant asked. The more Jonah knew, he should have owned up to seeing someone. The quartet was playing a selection of rock music, which was one of Jonah's favorite things. So a small part of him was excited to go, even though sadness sat heavy in his heart. This was the kind of thing he wanted to do with Spencer. Spending so much time behind closed doors with him had been wonderful, life-changing, magical. But Jonah wanted to take him out and enjoy things with him, like a concert or a family breakfast at the diner. He wanted to be able to hold his hand at the bonfire while his dad played guitar, Colby put too much wood on the fire, and Taylor roasted an entire bag of marshmallows. Jonah dressed in nice pants and a plain black button-down. He didn't bother with cologne because it wasn't a date, but he did make sure his hair was neat and presentable. Grant had offered to pick him up, but Jonah insisted on taking his own car. Parking at the auditorium was always a nightmare on concert nights, so Jonah parked a couple blocks away and walked to meet Grant and Tyler at the entrance. Grant stood on the sidewalk and was glancing at his watch when Jonah approached. Right away, Jonah noticed that his nephew wasn't there. "Jonah, you came." Grant leaned in as if he were going to kiss Jonah on the cheek. Jonah took a step back. "I said I would. Where's Tyler?" Jonah furrowed his brow. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. "He decided to stay the night at a friend's house instead. Turns out pizza and video games are more appealing than joining a couple of old guys at a concert." "Grant..." Jonah didn't want to be angry, but he was livid. Not just with Grant, whom he was certain had manipulated him, but also at himself for giving Grant a window to do so and hurting Spencer in the process. "Grant, you need to level with me, and you need to do it right now." Unease flickered across Grant's features, and then his happy smile slipped away. "Look, I really wanted to take you out, but you always say no. Because I'm not interested in you. But you could be. I wanted a chance to show you how much fun we could have together." "This was shitty of you. You know that, right? What did you think was going to happen? That without your nephew here I'd be okay with your obvious manipulation? That we'd have a great time, and maybe since your nephew is conveniently gone for the night, that I'd magically fall on your dick?" Grant shushed him. "Keep your voice down, Jonah." Jonah stepped closer and did lower his voice, but he spoke through gritted teeth, because if he opened his mouth he might scream. "I don't want you at the diner anymore. I don't want you to ask me to tutor your nephew, and I don't want you to ask me out again. This was a shitty thing to do. I'd never have done it to anyone, and the only reason—" Jonah's temper flared, and he balled his hands into fists, clenching them tight. "The only reason I said yes was because I lost my mom, and I know how fucking awful it is to lose a parent. I know your nephew has had it rough, and I didn't want to disappoint him. And you're a fucking asshole for using that to get what you want." Grant looked like he was going to be sick, and any other day, Jonah might have felt bad for him. He might have at least felt bad for telling him off in public, but all Jonah could think about was how miserable he'd made himself and Spencer all week because of this. "Jonah, I'm sorry. I didn't think of it like that. I thought that we liked the same stuff, and I like you, okay? I like you a lot, and I just wanted a chance." "Well, we can't always get what we want now, can we?" Jonah's anger deflated. Not entirely, but enough to allow him to unclench his fists. He dropped his arms to his sides and shook the tension out of his hands. "You're not going to hit me, are you?" Grant asked. "No, Grant, I'm not going to hit you." "I'd have had it coming." Jonah shook his head. "No, you wouldn't. I should have said no to begin with." He shoved his hands in his pockets. "I'm going to go. But I'm serious, Grant. No more asking me out. No more tutoring. No more dropping by the diner. What you did sucked, okay? It was manipulative. And while I don't think it makes you a bad person, just a misguided one, it makes you someone I don't want to be around." Grant nodded. "I'm truly sorry, Jonah." Jonah nodded. He wasn't sure whether he accepted the apology or not, though. "I appreciate that. In the future, Grant, save yourself the embarrassment and take no for an answer the first time, okay?" Grant went red in the face and said nothing. "Goodbye, Grant." Jonah walked to his car without looking back. Guilt and shame curled in his stomach. Grant's little trick made Jonah feel small and stupid in a way he hadn't in a long time. Logically, he knew that Grant was at fault for being the manipulative party. Jonah hadn't wanted to say yes to begin with, but he'd questioned his own judgment. He'd let the fact that he didn't know where he stood with Spencer muddy the water, when in reality it didn't matter where he stood with Spencer, because he knew where Spencer stood with him. Jonah had been aware of his feelings for his best friend for weeks. Probably since that very first kiss, when Jonah's body lit up on the inside like a firework. And he hadn't said anything. He'd let Spencer think that he was just using him. And maybe that's how it had started. A mutually beneficial arrangement where no one was meant to get hurt. But Jonah had hurt Spencer. And himself. He'd known he'd hurt Spencer the minute he brought up Grant asking him out. He'd let himself do it. And for what? He unlocked his car and climbed in, but didn't start it. His hands still shook with rage, and he didn't trust himself to drive yet. He could call Spencer and sort this out. But Jonah didn't want to call him. He wanted to see him, to explain everything to him. All the little truths that Jonah had learned about himself, he'd learned because of Spencer. Before Spencer, Jonah thought the only way to be truly intimate with a person was to get naked with them, and that terrified him for reasons he still wasn't sure of. But now he knew that intimacy was a cup of coffee in the morning, a snuggle in front of the television. There were so many little ways to love someone, and not all of them had to include sex. But those were good ways, too. And maybe it was the experience with Spencer that had him finally brave enough to do some research. He'd known deep down that he was different. He wasn't wired the same way a lot of people were. His unwillingness to put a label on himself had been his dating downfall, because without coming out and saying that he was demisexual, or maybe even asexual, Jonah still wasn't exactly sure where he fit. He found that by setting no expectations, people often expected too much. Everyone but Spencer. Spencer, who was easy to talk to and be with, who had Jonah's back no matter what. Spencer was kind and loyal, and the best person Jonah knew. And that was before they kissed, before they crossed any lines. Jonah had been 1,000,000% comfortable with him. Sitting in a parking lot wasn't doing Jonah any favors. He could sit there for hours and let anxiety churn in his stomach until it made him sick. Or he could start the car and go talk to Spencer and set the record straight. Jonah was probably demisexual and definitely in love with Spencer. Now he had to tell him. The drive to Spencer's house seemed to take forever, and when Jonah pulled into the driveway, he was surprised to see the lights in the house were off and the driveway was empty. He'd expected to find Spencer in his shop, welding and sculpting and creating. Spencer wasn't there. Chapter 24. Spencer. He'd kept himself busy all week, which was probably shitty of him. Who knows what Jonah thought of him now? Part of him wondered whether Jonah would think Spencer had just been using him. It would be the logical conclusion as to why Spencer had pulled away. Except it wasn't the truth. The truth was that every day was agony. If Spencer thought too much about Jonah, his chest got tight and his throat ached from holding his emotions in check. In reality, Spencer had thrown himself into his art because it was his refuge. He'd completed the bear, and after trying and failing to do something with the pop can tabs, Spencer had loaded them into his truck. He'd bring them to the school and let the kids use them. Now that he didn't have a project to keep him busy, he was at his wits' end. Jonah's date was that night. The idea of him taking all that they'd done together and using that knowledge to be intimate with someone else sent a flare of jealousy through him. Spencer tugged at the collar of his shirt and let out a deep breath. He had to get out of there. After driving in circles for a while, he ended up at Damon's apartment. Damon sounded surprised to see him, but buzzed him into the building. When Spencer arrived at Damon's apartment door, his friend was already standing there. "Long time no see, stranger." Damon stepped aside to let Spencer enter the apartment. "I think I just missed the mystery man," Spencer said, noting the way Damon's shirt was buttoned crooked and the telltale smell of sex and cologne that wasn't Damon's. Damon rolled his eyes, but neither confirmed nor denied. "Forgive me for being blunt, Spencer, but you look like hell." "I feel like it." Damon closed the door and followed Spencer into the kitchen. Spencer leaned against the counter and crossed his arms in front of himself. "Care to share with the class?" "Jonah's on a date." Spencer nearly choked on the words. "A date? I thought you two were—" Damon trailed off and gave Spencer an eyebrow waggle. "You know. Wait. How did you know?" Damon snorted and grabbed 2 bottles of water out of his fridge. He handed one to Spencer and twisted the cap off the other. "I caught the vibe the two of you were giving off at Ethan's last weekend. It was obvious to me that you guys had been up to something. How'd that happen, anyway?" "Obvious how?" Damon waved off Spencer's comment. "Doesn't matter. So if you're together, why is he on a date?" "We're not together. We were just—" There was no good way to finish that sentence. They'd acted like they were together. They'd made plans to see each other. They'd talked and kissed and cuddled. Spencer woke up thinking of Jonah every morning and fell asleep thinking about him every night. Jonah was the best part of his day, and he was on a date with someone who wasn't Spencer. Stupid. I'm stupid is what I am. Damon furrowed his brow. "I'm pretty sure you had a whole conversation in your head that I wasn't privy to, but if you let Jonah go on a date with someone else so you could skulk around looking like your dog died, I'm not going to argue with your self-assessment. I'm not skulking. You're pouting." Spencer had no rebuttal for that. He was pouting, and he knew it. "So my question to you is, if you're so upset about Jonah being on this date, what are you doing here?" "Moral support?" Spencer blinked at Damon, who only shook his head. "You're about as swift as a puddle, Spencer. I love you, but you should be crashing Jonah's date. Go get your man." "You want me to crash his date? Or you could wait until he gets home. See if his date walks him to the door and kisses him goodnight." Spencer wasn't sure what his face did, but whatever it was, it made Damon bark out a laugh. "Do you know where this date was supposed to take place?" Spencer nodded. Disbelief rose in him like a tidal wave. Was he actually considering crashing Jonah's date? That would probably make him a bad friend. But Spencer wasn't so sure he cared. This week he'd experienced a taste of what it would be like to not have Jonah, and he wasn't a fan. At all. His heart was walking around outside of his body, and he was 2 beats away from crumpling at any given moment. So yes, Spencer was considering crashing Jonah's date. He pulled his phone out and checked the time the event let out. "If I leave now, I can probably catch him on his way out." "Then you should do that." Damon shifted his weight, suddenly looking uncomfortable. "Are you trying to get rid of me?" I have no idea what you're talking about. Damon wasn't a convincing liar, but Spencer let it go. Damon walked Spencer to the door. Go get your man, Spence. Spencer's determination waned the moment he wasn't around Damon, who had always been good at egging him on. Jonah had bad luck when it came to dates, so if he was on one and it was going well, Spencer didn't want to fuck things up for him. He could wait an hour or two to call Jonah and have his say then. Spencer took the long way home. The more direct route would have taken him straight past the venue and the temptation to crash Jonah's date. Because, despite Damon's advice, Spencer couldn't do that to Jonah. He deserved the chance to have a good time, even if it wasn't with him. Spencer was nearly home, and he thought of turning around and looking for Jonah after all. His dark, quiet house held little appeal. Usually it was his solace, but this week it had been filled with the ghost of Jonah. Memories assaulted him from every corner of his house, from before they'd started anything, and Spencer realized that he and Jonah had always been an eventuality. At least, Spencer let himself believe they always would have ended up together. Ever since that first kiss, Jonah had felt like fate. Like every wrong thing in Spencer's life was suddenly made right. Jonah's presence in his life had always made it brighter, and maybe Spencer had been an idiot for not being able to see the forest for the trees, but he was done being stupid. The minute he got home, he was going to call Jonah and find out where he was. The sight of a familiar car in his driveway filled Spencer with tentative hope, but also insurmountable worry. Spencer parked next to Jonah's vehicle, and a shadowy figure stood up. After sucking in a deep breath, Spencer got out of the truck and shut the door. You're here. He'd had a whole speech prepared that he'd thought of on the drive home, but it was all gone now, erased by the surprise of Jonah's presence. Jonah slowly made his way down the steps. His hands were tucked into his pockets. He'd dressed like he was on a date, in a pair of jeans that would look better on Spencer's floor and a shirt that could stand to lose some buttons. I never wanted to go out with Grant. I should have said no to begin with. Spencer opened his mouth to respond, but Jonah was there suddenly, covering it with his hand. Let me talk, Spencer, please. I've been sitting here for a while, and there's some things I need to say. Spencer nodded. Jonah removed his hand and tucked them both in his pockets again. He rocked back and forth on the balls of his feet, looking down into the dirt. Then finally he lifted his gaze to meet Spencer's. I didn't want to go out with Grant, and I was stupid to believe that it wasn't a date. His nephew wasn't even there like he said he was going to be. That's fucked up. Don't interrupt. Sorry. The corner of Jonah's mouth quirked up into a half smile. It's okay. I realized some things about myself. And about us. And about what I want and what I don't want. He raked his hand through his hair. This was easier when I was alone on your step. Come here. Spencer grabbed Jonah's hand and walked him back to the steps. He sat and tugged Jonah down next to him. You were saying you realized things about yourself. And us. I'd like to hear them, Spencer prodded gently. Jonah was quiet for a minute. He laced his fingers together. I've known for a long time that I wasn't wired the way everyone else was wired. I guess I was tired of being different, though, because I didn't want to admit it. Mom died, and Dad was alone raising 3 kids. I tried my best to always not take up more time and space than I needed to take up. I was too busy in high school trying to get into college to worry much about sex. I figured I'd do all that in college, only I didn't. And looking back now, the signs were all there, but I didn't have the language. And by the time I did, I didn't want to admit it. I'm not ashamed of myself or anything. I was tired of having one more thing to deal with, you know? Spencer put his arm around Jonah and tugged him close. Is this okay? You looked like you needed a hug." Jonah nodded and sucked in a deep breath. "I'm demisexual. It's why connecting with men was hard for me, especially because I didn't want to admit that I needed different things. I made something that wasn't a big deal into a huge thing. And then you came along." Let me finish." Jonah turned and their knees bumped together, but he stared right into Spencer's eyes. "And then you came along and showed me all the ways I could feel good that had nothing to do with sex. You showed me what it feels like to fall asleep with someone drawing patterns on your skin with their fingertips, and what it's like to wake up and have someone there to greet you with a smile. You showed me that sex can be good, amazing even, but I don't think it would be good with anyone else. I know some people would say that they've been ruined for anyone else, but I don't think you ruined me at all. I think you helped me find who I can be when I cut myself some slack, when I let myself depend on someone, when I let myself love someone." Spencer stared at Jonah, letting the words he said soak in. Jonah shifted nervously. You can say something now. I'm done." Now that he'd said his piece, Jonah's bravado was rapidly fading, and the nerves were setting in. Spencer watched him curl in on himself. "Jonah, Spencer took a breath. "Fuck it." He reached for Jonah, wrapping a hand around the back of his neck to pull him into a searing kiss. Chapter 25. Jonah. Jonah flailed, but only for a second before grabbing onto Spencer with both hands. He dragged his fingers through Spencer's hair, tangling and gripping, elated and yet still nervous, because he needed to know. More than oxygen or even kissing Spencer, he had to know how he felt. Jonah forced himself to pull out of the kiss, and he leaned his forehead against Spencer's, brushed his thumb over Spencer's cheekbones. "Spencer, I never wanted you to go on that stupid date." Spencer tilted his head so his lips pressed gently across Jonah's. "Since that first time we kissed, Jonah, I never wanted to stop." The laugh that bubbled out of Jonah was unexpected and half joyful, half incredulous. "Why didn't you say something?" "To put it in simple terms, I was being an idiot. But I'm done being an idiot about this, Jonah. I love you. I've loved you like a friend before we kissed. And then we kissed. And I can't imagine ever living in a world where I don't get to keep you. And I'm sorry for avoiding you this week." Jonah beamed and climbed into Spencer's lap, not caring that they were outside and that people might see them. Let them look. All they'd see were two men in love. "You can't avoid me now." Jonah looped his arms around Spencer's neck. He ghosted his lips over Spencer's and stole a kiss. "You're stuck with me." Spencer wrapped his arms around Jonah and pulled him closer, and suddenly Jonah was feeling not very G-rated. Things the neighbors would absolutely have an issue with. "Oh, the hardship." Spencer's smile softened. "Fuck, did I ever miss you this week?" "Yeah?" "Yeah." Spencer's answering voice was husky, and Jonah shifted in Spencer's lap. "We need to get inside before we get indecent." Spencer's meaty hands slid down his back and cupped his ass. Jonah had to wrestle his way out of Spencer's grip, and he laughed when they were both on their feet. Spencer slid an arm around Jonah and unlocked his front door. "When did you turn into an octopus?" Jonah was almost giddy with happiness. After spending a week in hell, not knowing whether he'd still have a friendship with Spencer, his relief made him weightless. It was only Spencer holding on to him, tugging him through the door and pulling him close that kept him from floating away. Jonah grabbed Spencer's shirt and pulled him closer. He loved the way Spencer was slightly taller and wider. It made Jonah hot all over to know that this beautiful, creative, wonderful man looked at him and saw someone worth looking twice at. Maybe it was because he worked around teenagers all day, but he had to quell the juvenile urge to beg Spencer to list all the things he liked about him. He bit his tongue from doing the same. There weren't words for all the rush of emotions that swelled in Jonah when he looked at Spencer. All the ways he loved him, and all the things he loved about him. Spencer brushed his mouth against Jonah's. "Missed you." Spencer tightened his grip on Jonah. "It was like I couldn't breathe without you." "Spencer," Jonah gasped, unable to say anything else. No words existed to convey how fucking much he loved this man. "You're everything to me." Jonah's answer was a kiss, long and deep. Spencer clutched Jonah's head, thumbs brushing over his cheekbones. Fingers danced, grazed the back of his neck as Spencer licked his way inside Jonah's mouth, teased and tangled their tongues, stole all of Jonah's oxygen, kissed him until he was dizzy, and only then did he pull away. Their gazes met, and Spencer looked at Jonah with an expression that he'd never seen before, a sort of quiet awe that warmed Jonah's insides. He knew what Spencer was going to say before he said it, but he held his breath and waited anyway. "I love the hell out of you." "I love you too." Jonah stepped closer, angling their bodies together. "Did I mention that I missed you?" Spencer whispered, his voice low and husky. He raked his gaze over Jonah's face, a thumb outlining Jonah's bottom lip. "You might have said something like that. Are you going to show me how much you missed me?" Jonah didn't know what he thought Spencer might do, and he shouldn't have been shocked when Spencer went to his knees in his foyer, but Jonah's jaw dropped open. "Here?" Jonah asked, barely keeping his voice from squeaking as Spencer popped the button of Jonah's pants open. "Here." Spencer leaned in, rucking up Jonah's shirt to press a gentle kiss against his abdomen. "Everywhere, if I could." Spencer looked up at him with a heavy, hooded stare. "Anywhere, if it wouldn't get us arrested." Jonah gasped in shock, and Spencer laughed at him. "Surely you're joking." Spencer didn't respond. He gently tugged Jonah's pants down to mid-thigh, then leaned in and pressed his open mouth to the throbbing erection that was still trapped in Jonah's briefs. "Fucking hell." Jonah moaned and sank his fingers into Spencer's hair. Spencer chuckled softly, then went back to mouthing Jonah's cock through the fabric, creating a damp heat that had Jonah squirming. Spencer freed Jonah's erection. Tugging his briefs lower allowed him access to all of Jonah, and he wasted no time. He buried his face in the crease of Jonah's thigh and kissed his way over to the base of his cock, then gripped it in his hand and kissed lower. Jonah trembled. Blood roared in his ears. The only sounds he heard were his own staccato breaths and the pounding rhythm of his heart. It was filthy and freeing to stand in Spencer's house with his pants down and Spencer paying loving attention to his cock. He licked a trail up the underside of Jonah's dick before taking the head into his mouth and teasing it with his tongue. Jonah had never imagined being comfortable enough with anyone to allow them to do half the things Spencer had done to him, which were only a fraction of the things he wanted to do with him. Jonah watched Spencer take more of his cock into his mouth. A breath caught in his throat, and Spencer dragged a guttural groan out of him when he took him all the way down to the root. Already Jonah's balls tightened and heat pooled in his core. "You'd better stop, or I'm going to come down your throat," Jonah warned. But Spencer moaned his approval, and Jonah nearly lost control as the vibrations caressed his dick. After a few deep breaths, Jonah found his ability to speak again. "That was mean," he said. Spencer shrugged a shoulder as if to say, "So what?" Jonah sank his other hand into Spencer's hair and stepped back, releasing his cock from Spencer's wickedly talented mouth. He tilted Spencer's head back and bent down, kissing him soft and open, tasting the salt of his skin on Spencer's tongue. Spencer's hands slid up the back of Jonah's legs, and he gripped Jonah's ass cheeks, then pulled them apart. Tenderly, tentatively, Spencer brushed his fingers over Jonah's hole. "I want you so fucking bad," Jonah panted against Spencer's mouth. Spencer stood, his motions hardly smooth or fluid, but Jonah didn't care. He was still the sexiest man Jonah had ever seen. What Jonah loved best was the way Spencer immediately swept him into his arms and didn't say anything else. He kissed him, quick and deep, a kiss that was hot and full of promise, before he reached back and locked the door with an audible click. Spencer led them to his bedroom. He grabbed the duvet and yanked it off onto the floor, and Jonah found himself grinning. A wide, feral smile of anticipation and satisfaction all in one. A smile that he couldn't contain and didn't want to. It slipped away when he turned and looked at Spencer in time to see him whip his shirt off over his head. He stalked toward Jonah in 2 steps, like a predator on the prowl. Jonah was suddenly very small and not afraid, but curious, excited. He hadn't bothered to right his clothes, and he bent over and shoved his pants and underwear off. Losing his balance, he nearly toppled over as he pulled his socks off, but managed to stay up. He straightened and started undoing the buttons of his shirt. But Spencer was there, batting his hands away and looking Jonah in the eyes as his fingers worked their way down Jonah's shirt. Spencer pushed Jonah's shirt off his shoulders and helped him out of it the rest of the way. "It probably makes me a Neanderthal, but I want to burn that outfit. I don't want to look at that shirt again and think of you wearing it to go on a date with someone else when I haven't even been able to take you on a date. We can burn it in the backyard, or you can rip it up and use it for rags in your workshop." Jonah placed his palms against Spencer's chest and splayed his fingers. Spencer reached up and placed one of his hands on one of Jonah's. He examined the differences between them. Spencer's hands were thicker and calloused, likely stronger than Jonah's. He'd been told more than once that he had piano-player hands, long, slender fingers, but Jonah discovered early in life that they weren't meant to make music. "You have sexy hands," he told Spencer, because it was the truth, and keeping things from Spencer had been exhausting. "Yeah?" Spencer reached out and cupped Jonah's cheek. "You think so?" Jonah nodded, suddenly breathless. "What do you want me to do with them?" Spencer walked forward, herding him toward the bed. When the backs of his legs hit the bed, he sat down, suddenly face to crotch height with a half-naked Spencer. Jonah's mouth was cotton ball dry, and he dragged his gaze up Spencer's body to meet his eyes. "Touch me." Jonah wet his lips as Spencer stepped closer, slotting himself between Jonah's spread legs. "How do you want me to touch you, Jonah?" Even as he asked the question, he was reaching for Jonah, cradling his face, sliding calloused skin over Jonah's cheekbones. "Like you love me?" It must have been the right thing to say, because Spencer practically growled as he bent to kiss him. Strong arms came around him, and Spencer heaved him up the bed. A shocked laugh escaped Jonah, but it died when he watched Spencer pop the button of his pants. Jonah nearly swallowed his tongue as Spencer shoved his pants down. He couldn't help but ogle him. He'd seen him bare before, and his naked body wasn't new to Jonah. But now that Spencer knew how much he cared about him, he didn't fear giving himself away for looking too long. His feelings wouldn't be exposed by his hopeful expression. "Fuck, I love you, Spencer," Jonah whispered, as Spencer knelt on the bed and slowly lowered himself over Jonah. The tip of his nose brushed against Jonah's cheek. Lips grazed the corner of Jonah's mouth. Spencer teased Jonah with a few more near kisses. They were both breathing heavy, and Jonah's chest was so light he thought it might explode, like his body was suddenly too small to contain all his happiness. Chapter 26. Spencer. God, you're so beautiful, Jonah. Spencer's desire made it hard to breathe. He wanted Jonah so bad. He couldn't believe this was real, that Jonah was here and he got to keep him, or that Jonah loved him right back. He didn't know what that meant for the future, only that they had one. The rest could sort itself out later. For now, Spencer wanted to drown himself in Jonah. He kissed him then, a real kiss, a kiss with all the things poured into it that he'd ever felt for Jonah. His unending loyalty, his affection, his lust, his love. Every ounce of joy that surged through him he gave to Jonah in a tangle of tongues. Spencer had him pinned to the bed with their cocks lined up. Jonah arched up into him, grinding their bodies together. One hand tangled in Spencer's hair, the other found its way to his hip, and Jonah grabbed it, urging him to move. "Something you want?" Spencer asked, kissing his way across Jonah's freshly shaved cheek. A spark of jealousy burned in his gut, until he reminded himself that Jonah was here, not out with someone else, and the reason he shaved didn't matter anymore. Not when Jonah was naked underneath him. Jonah chased Spencer's lips with his own, brushing tenderness across them. He gazed up at Spencer, and for the first time, Spencer knew they were being completely honest with each other. No more secrets were left between them. Jonah was stunning in his vulnerability. Even now, after all they'd done together, after all the confessions they'd made, Jonah needed to be reassured. Maybe Spencer did too. Maybe what he saw in Jonah's eyes wasn't just Jonah's insecurities. Maybe his own fears were being reflected back at him. "What do you want, Jonah?" Spencer whispered the question against Jonah's skin. "You. Just you." Jonah sighed, angling his head away from Spencer to give him better access to his neck. Spencer took the hint and left a trail of kisses down Jonah's throat and back up again. He toyed with Jonah's earlobe and let him writhe underneath him, chasing friction, touch, love, chasing Spencer. But Jonah didn't need to chase him at all, because Spencer was already caught in Jonah's snare. Spencer kissed his way down across Jonah's clavicles and his chest, which only had a bit of hair, sparse but wiry and coarse. Spencer flicked his tongue over a nipple and chuckled quietly when Jonah squawked and squirmed. "Spencer, please," Jonah said, half laughing, half panting. "Please." "Please what?" Spencer moved to the other nipple and kissed, sucked, licked, until Jonah was writhing all over again, squirming underneath him. Desperate to get closer, Jonah wrapped his legs around Spencer's waist and yanked him up, then slanted their mouths together. Jonah's desperation was such a turn-on for Spencer. Never before had he felt so wanted, like he was necessary to someone's very survival, a cornerstone of their happiness. "Spencer, need you in me." Jonah tucked Spencer's hair behind his ears to keep it out of his face. Soon he answered Jonah's pleas, then retrieved the lube off the nightstand. He looked at Jonah, hoping that his face said all the things he couldn't, about how much he loved experiencing this with him, how important Jonah was to him, had always been to him. Spencer knew he couldn't live without him. After giving Jonah a smile with his soft, love-filled eyes, Spencer sat back on his heels and fumbled with the lube, squirting an ample amount into his hand. He reached down and spread it over Jonah's hole, then worked a finger inside him. Watching him breathe and squirm and stare at Spencer with lust and awe in his eyes. He opened his mouth and shut it again without saying anything to Spencer. Jonah tilted his head back, elongating his neck. and Spencer leaned down and kissed his throat, mouthing over the skin, feeling Jonah's breathing change as he inserted 2 fingers into his ass. "Fuck, you're so tight." "Need you in me," Jonah croaked, his voice already hoarse. "Please, please, please, please." Jonah raised his arms and gripped onto the headboard, anchoring himself as Spencer continued to work him open with gentle strokes. "You're still so tight. I don't want to hurt you." "You won't. Please. Trust me, okay?" Jonah's eyes snapped open, and he looked at Spencer, pleading. Spencer pulled his fingers out and lubed his cock. "You sure?" he asked, once he'd lined his cock up with Jonah's hole. He'd rather eat glass than hurt Jonah, but the way Jonah looked and moved and begged Spencer with his body, pushing back on him, opening himself as more pleading words poured out of his mouth, Spencer didn't doubt Jonah knew what he wanted or how he wanted it. Spencer slowly pressed forward, and Jonah's mouth dropped open. He remained silent for a few seconds before a groan ripped out of him, increasing in volume the more Spencer slid into him. Jonah pulled Spencer down into a kiss. He wrapped his legs around Spencer's waist and urged him closer and closer until Spencer was fully seated inside him. Jonah pulled out of the kiss and panted a few times. "God, you're fucking big." He reached between them and gave his dick a few strokes. "Move," Jonah begged. "I need you to move." Spencer grabbed Jonah by the hips and slowly slid out until just the head of his dick remained inside. Then he slid back in, fast and hard, and Jonah's back bent like a bowstring. His hand flew over his cock, working it fast and furious. Sweat already beaded on Jonah's forehead, and Spencer slowed down to a glacial pace, letting himself feel every contour of Jonah's insides, until Jonah was a sweaty mess of desperation beneath him. "Spence, I need... Jonah furrowed his brow. His face and chest were pink and rosy. Spencer pulled out and helped Jonah flip over. He pressed his chest to the bed, leaving Jonah's ass up in the air. He settled behind him and put one hand on Jonah's lower back. The other he used to line his cock up and slid it back inside. Jonah cried out and pressed himself into Spencer, taking his cock down to the root in one move that left Spencer wound tight and out of breath. Then Jonah fucked him. He braced his arms on the bed and used the leverage to rock himself back on Spencer's cock. "Holy fucking shit, Jonah. God, you're so hot like this." He stroked his hand down Jonah's back, sweat sliding under his hand. He didn't care. Jonah whimpered as he fucked himself with Spencer's dick. Spencer let him go on for a few more minutes, but when he couldn't take it any more, he leaned forward, gathering Jonah tight against him, blanketing him. He braced himself with one arm on the mattress and reached down with the other, wrapping his hand around Jonah's cock. "Love the way you feel," Spencer whispered in Jonah's ear. "So hard for me, so wet and needy." Spencer smeared his thumb over the head of Jonah's dick, spreading his pre-cum around. Jonah moaned. He might have said something in response to Spencer, but nothing that had come out of his mouth sounded like words. "I love this. Love you. Love being the only one who's ever heard you like this. Seen how fucking gorgeous you are. How incredible you are. So tight." Jonah whimpered. "I love you, Jonah." Jonah cried out and came, bucking furiously into Spencer's grip, flooding his fingers with cum. Spencer jerked him through his orgasm, then pulled out. He was perilously close to his own orgasm, and it only took a few strokes of his own dick with his cum-slick grip. His balls tightened and he shouted, coming on Jonah's ass. Ribbons of cum painted his skin, and Spencer kept jerking, then slid his still hard cock back inside Jonah. It sucked him in like it was meant to be there, and Jonah let out a needy, mewling sound. He trembled under Spencer, and, after a few more thrusts to ride out the rest of his orgasm, Spencer pulled out. Instead of jumping up to wash his hands or clean up, because that didn't matter, Spencer flopped down next to Jonah and tugged him into an embrace. Jonah squirmed until he was on his side, facing Spencer. They kissed again, this time slower and more tender, without the desperation from earlier. Spencer grazed Jonah's cheek with the tips of his fingers. "Are you okay? I didn't hurt you, did I?" Jonah smiled, soft and sweet and almost shy. "It was amazing. So hot. Holy fuck." Jonah let out a shaky breath. "I need 10 minutes before I can go again." Spencer laughed and held Jonah tighter. "I'll need 20. "I'm sorry," Jonah said. "I shouldn't have gone on that date." "You didn't, though. You showed up, but you left. And you came here. I don't care about that. Not anymore. But if you really need to hear it, I accept your apology. And I'm sorry that I didn't speak up sooner and save us both the heartache." Jonah let out a sigh, but the residual tension in him fell away, and he went soft and pliant in Spencer's arms. "I love you. I feel like a teenager because I want to say it over and over again until you're sick of hearing it." "I'll never get sick of hearing that." "Are you sure? I can be pretty annoying." "Says who?" "Colby, Taylor." Spencer scoffed. "Siblings don't count. Boyfriends do. And this one says he loves you too. And you can tell him that you love him as often as you want. I love hearing you say it." Jonah tilted his head back and looked at Spencer. "Boyfriend?" "Well, it seems logical. I love you, you love me. We do boyfriendy things together. Except..." Spencer frowned, and when Jonah's expression matched his, he made himself smile and kiss Jonah's worry away. "Except what?" "Except I've never taken you on a proper date yet. We kiss and have sex." "Amazing sex," Jonah countered. "Amazing sex," Spencer agreed. "But I want to take you on a date. Something nice. Something special." "Anything with you is special." "How did I get so lucky?" Spencer asked, barely resisting the urge to start kissing Jonah again. "I could ask myself the same thing." This time, Spencer didn't resist. Jonah's mouth was soft and warm, and they traded lazy kisses until Spencer was dizzy with breathlessness. "So, what now?" Jonah asked a few minutes later, still tucked close, happily wrapped up in Spencer's arms. He drew hearts on Spencer's skin with the tip of his finger. "Now we shower, and I cook dinner for you, and I convince you to sleep over." Jonah snorted. "Like it's hard to convince me to stay at a place when I never want to leave." One day soon, Spencer would probably talk to Jonah about their living arrangements, but not yet. He couldn't imagine a life now that didn't have Jonah, though. The unused bedroom would make a good office for Jonah, and Spencer would still have his workshop. His yard was larger than Jonah's, but he didn't want to assume that Jonah would want to move in with him so soon, or that if he did want to live together, that he'd want to live here. But he would talk about it with him. Soon. He wouldn't make the same mistake he did about his feelings. He was done keeping anything from Jonah. "I love you," Spencer kissed Jonah again. Because he wanted to. Because he could. Because he loved Jonah, and the way he loved Spencer right back, just as fierce. Chapter 27. Jonah. Jonah wasn't nervous. Not really. Excited. Elated, maybe. Not nervous. His clammy hands told a different story, however, and he wiped them on his pants. Spencer glanced over at him and took his hand like it was normal. like holding hands in public was a thing they always did. But it was their first time. Another first from Spencer that had Jonah smiling and nearly forgetting where they were and what they were about to do. Jonah had brought Spencer to family breakfast at the diner before, but not as a boyfriend. Not as the most important person in his life. They entered through the front, Spencer pulling the door open for Jonah and placing a hand on his lower back as he passed. He followed after, linking their hands again. Jonah's dad wasn't at the table, and there was some kind of ruckus going on in the kitchen. Jonah looked at Spencer and furrowed his brow. "Come on." Jonah tugged Spencer into the kitchen. Taylor was at the grill doing his thing, scrambling eggs and frying bacon. He was good at what he did, and usually he enjoyed his job, but today Jonah saw the tight set of his jaw and the redness in his face that didn't have anything to do with the heat. Colby stood off to the side, his arms crossed over his chest. "I said I was sorry, okay? It's not a big deal, Taylor." Colby's gaze swept over to Jonah and Spencer. He immediately clocked where Spencer and Jonah's hands were joined, but he didn't comment on it. "Let's ask Jonah if he thinks it's a big deal. I bet he doesn't." Taylor whirled on Colby, pointing his metal spatula at him. "Don't you dare. You've already... God, I fucking hate you sometimes." Taylor threw the spatula down on the stove and stormed out the back door. "Well, fuck." Colby took his hat off and raked his hands through his hair. "I have to go fix that." "Can you man the stove, Jonah?" Colby asked, but he didn't wait for an answer before following Taylor outside. "Well, so much for our big reveal," Jonah joked. He was disappointed, in truth. He'd come with good news, with something important to him to share, and yet again his life was overshadowed by his brother's bullshit. Because other people's lives were always more interesting, more worthy of attention than Jonah's was. Jonah quickly washed his hands before grabbing the spatula. He checked the tickets and picked up where Taylor had left off. He sniffled a few tears back and tried to get himself under control. It was a stupid thing to be mad about, but he couldn't help but feel like he was the least important person in the room. The kitchen door opened, and Jonah's dad came in. "Are those two idiots still fighting?" Jonah said nothing, not trusting his voice not to break. "They went out back," Spencer offered. Jonah heard his dad grumble under his breath, but he wasn't paying much attention. It had been a long time since he'd manned the kitchen, and he was rusty, which was good because it took all his concentration, leaving no room for him to feel sorry for himself. Spencer's presence at his side was comforting. A familiar hand swept down Jonah's back. "We can leave if you want." Jonah opened his mouth to say something, but the back door swung open, and the familiar sound of Taylor and Colby bickering flooded the kitchen. "I said I was sorry, Taylor. Jesus, don't be such a baby." "You're such a jerk, Colby. Stay out of my face." Taylor scrubbed up in the sink, then stepped into Jonah's space and took the spatula from him. "Thanks, Jonah." Jonah stepped away from the stove. "You're not welcome. Neither one of you are. Fuck you both. I wanted one day. One fucking minute where my shit mattered. I even texted that I was coming to breakfast and had something to tell everyone. But no one cares. And most of the time I don't care that you ignore me. But I just wanted 10 fucking minutes today to tell you that I'm in love with Spencer and we're really fucking happy. And I come here and you two have to act like little bitches all the time. It's always about Colby and Taylor because they're the youngest and they need the most. And when we were kids, that was fine." Jonah sniffled, and to his absolute horror, he realized that everyone was staring at him. His cheeks were wet, and his throat burned with the need to scream at them. "Fuck you both." Jonah pushed his way past them and went out the back. He hated himself for losing it like that. Hated that he might not have if he'd gotten more sleep, but he'd been up half the night with Spencer. The fresh air didn't help Jonah feel better, but it was an improvement over being inside, where he was always an afterthought. where even when he'd said he had something to say, his brothers had to have center stage. "Hey, kid, wait up." Jonah's steps faltered at the sound of his dad's voice, and he came to a stop. He didn't even know where he'd intended to go. Instead of saying anything, his dad swept him into a hug. It took Jonah a few moments to catch up and make his body move. He put his arms around his dad and let himself be hugged. He felt suddenly small and stupid, and a little better, because it was his dad that had come chasing after him. Jonah sniffled again. "Are you going to tell me what this is all about?" Jonah pulled away and wrapped his arms around himself. I wanted 5 minutes of those assholes being happy for me. And I show up, and they're so self-absorbed in their own little bubble of bullshit that they just overshadow everything. Jonah sniffled again. He wanted Spencer to come out and take him away from this. His appetite was ruined now, and he just wanted to go home, to climb under his covers and let Spencer hold him and pretend that this morning had never happened. "I don't even know why those two assholes are at each other's throats, but I'm sorry they spoiled your morning. If it makes you feel better, they've promised to shut the hell up and be happy for you if you'll come back inside for breakfast. Taylor's whipping up French toast for you." French toast was Jonah's favorite. He almost said no, and his dad must have seen what was coming, because he slid an arm around Jonah and tugged him into his side. "Let them fawn over you a bit. Let them be sorry, okay? You might as well milk it while they feel like the assholes they are." Jonah's laugh was weak, but it was a start. He nodded, and his dad ruffled his hair. "That's my boy. And for what it's worth, I'm glad to see you happy. I'm glad you found someone who makes you want to stand up for yourself." "Thanks." Jonah sucked in a deep breath and followed his dad back into the kitchen. Colby and Taylor were at the stove, cooking side by side, whispering to each other. Taylor glanced over his shoulder and smiled at Jonah. Well, it was sort of a smile. His mouth made the right shape, but his eyes lacked their usual sparkle. Maybe Jonah wasn't the only one having a shitty morning. It should have been comforting because he was mad at them, but he didn't find any joy in it. "Spencer is waiting for you at our table. We'll be out in a minute. And we're sorry, Jonah." Taylor frowned, and Colby mirrored his expression. "When you guys make that face, you almost look like twins," Jonah said, as a way of accepting Taylor's apology. "We didn't mean to steal your thunder, man. We're sorry." Colby looked like he was twice as miserable as Taylor. "Let's just—" Jonah exhaled heavily. "Let's pretend that Spencer and I just arrived. We didn't walk into the kitchen. We're waiting for you out front. But I still want my French toast, okay?" Taylor and Colby nodded in unison, but it was Taylor who spoke. "Okay, Jonah. Whatever you want." Jonah turned on his heel and went out front to their booth. He slid in next to Spencer and squished himself into Spencer's side. Spencer wrapped an arm around him and kissed the side of his head. "You okay?" Jonah nodded and let himself relax in Spencer's comforting arms. "I'm okay. My brothers are assholes sometimes. Sorry I got all emotional and shit back there. You don't have to apologize for having feelings, Jonah. I love all of you all the time, even when you're having a bad day." "It's not a bad day. Just a bad moment." Jonah turned so he faced Spencer. He stole a kiss, not caring that they were in public. "In fact, I'm already feeling a little better." Jonah kissed him again, because he could. Because he was happy, and even his shitty brothers couldn't take that from him. "Well, if it isn't the lovebirds." Colby walked up to the table carrying 2 plates heaped with French toast. "It's on the house." Jonah rolled his eyes. It's always on the house. Taylor came out a minute later with 3 more plates. Their dad followed, dragging a chair over to the end of the booth. He liberated a plate from Taylor, leaving the youngest Bennett to glare at the empty space next to Colby. Reluctantly, he sat down next to his brother. "So, what about your date with that Grant guy?" Taylor asked, pointedly ignoring the sad little glances Colby shot him. It was odd for those two to be on the outs, but clearly Colby had said or done something to upset Taylor. "It never happened. My heart wasn't in it." Jonah doubted he'd tell his brothers the whole story of how he and Spencer came to be. "I can see why." Taylor smirked at Jonah, his gaze darting back and forth between them. "When did this happen, anyway?" "It's been in the works for a while." Spencer put his hand on Jonah's leg and gave it a gentle squeeze. "We're happy for you, Jonah," Colby said. He still looked sad and sheepish, but his smile was genuine enough. Whatever was going on between him and Taylor could stay there. "Thank you." Jonah's cheeks warmed. "So, how'd you two crazy kids meet?" Taylor asked, using his fork to cut a bite of his French toast. Jonah rolled his eyes, but to his surprise, Spencer spoke up. "He walked into the staff room one day before the school year officially started. The big staff meeting was that day, and I knew we were getting a couple new teachers. I'd met the other ones already because they'd been hired at the end of the year, but Jonah was a summer hire." Jonah gaped at Spencer. He almost didn't remember the first time he'd met Spencer, the man who became his best friend, and more. The ink on his diploma was still wet, and he was so full of hope and enthusiasm, it was impossible not to like him. There was more affection in Spencer's gaze than Jonah knew what to do with. "Oh, gross," Colby groaned. "They're all in love and shit." Taylor choked on his breakfast, and their dad reached over to slap him on the back. "You okay, kid?" Taylor nodded. "Colby, you're such a romantic. How do you stand yourself? Anyway, I think they make a nice couple." Taylor looked around. "There's no fucking coffee to toast with." "We'll have everyone over for a barbecue this weekend, and we'll toast then. How about that, Tay?" Their dad's suggestion seemed to please Taylor, who started to chatter on about what he'd cooked to celebrate the happy couple. It made Jonah warm inside, like maybe his brothers gave a shit after all. That feeling stayed with him even after breakfast was over and they were getting back to Spencer's truck. Jonah climbed into the passenger seat and buckled up. He let out a deep breath and looked at Spencer. "Next time I want to be the center of attention. Remind me how fucking exhausting it is." Spencer leaned across the seat and stole a kiss. "You liked it." Jonah shrugged. "It was okay. Mostly I'm looking forward to spending the rest of the day alone with you." Jonah reached over and put his hand on Spencer's thigh while he drove. He let his head rest against the seat as he looked out the window, closing his eyes as the sun washed over his face, bright and warm. Chapter 28. Spencer. "What did you want to show me?" Jonah's hand was linked in his. Their fingers were threaded together, and Spencer had tugged him out of the truck. "If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise. Now, be a good boyfriend and close your eyes." Jonah sighed, but did as he was told. Spencer led the way to the backyard, going slow so Jonah wouldn't stumble or trip. They'd made their relationship official a month ago, and Spencer had wanted to do something special for Jonah. And that's where the pop can tabs and a few classes full of eager students came in. "Almost there." Spencer led Jonah around the back of the house. "Wait here, but no peeking. You promise?" "Pinky promise." Jonah grinned from ear to ear, but his eyes remained shut. Spencer had kept Jonah away from the house for the whole weekend, sacrificing their alone time to put together the surprise for him. Spencer flicked on the string of lights. He wasn't going to bother with them, but the kids in his classes insisted that he needed the proper aesthetic. In the end, he'd caved, but he couldn't say that he regretted it. The final result was stunning, if he did say so himself. Okay. Spencer took a deep breath. You can open your eyes. Jonah cracked one eye. Then they both flew wide open, and he gazed around. Spencer, what the... Jonah turned in a circle and took in the scenery. What are all these? And, oh my God, you finished the bear. Jonah didn't know where to look first. Spencer had decided to keep his bear sculpture, but he wanted to do something special with it. And that's when he hatched the plan to get the students involved. It took a few weeks, but eventually Spencer had a bunch of flowers fashioned from garden stakes and pop tabs. They'd even spray-painted them, and the result was impressive. The kids in my classes helped with the flowers. They were very happy to be included in our 1-month anniversary celebration. Jonah slowly made his way over to Spencer, stopping to look at all the different flowers the students had managed to create. Daffodils and lilies, forget-me-nots and roses. I can't believe you did all this for a 1-month anniversary. You're worth it. Jonah closed the distance and put his hands on Spencer's chest. Setting the bar awfully high, aren't you? Jonah rose up on his toes and brushed a kiss against Spencer's lips. I love you. I love you too. Here's to the first of many, 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 many months. How many? As many as you'll give me. Jonah hummed his approval. This is seriously cool, though, and the lights are a nice touch. Spencer swept Jonah closer to him, and vowed never to admit the lights weren't his idea. Are you disappointed that I didn't make you a chandelier out of the pop tabs? Jonah snorted. God, no. The flowers are stunning. I love flowers, but I don't have the green thumb Taylor does. Oh, speaking of, he got Colby. Spencer laughed. Taylor had been slowly breaking into everyone's houses and leaving tiny orange or avocado trees that he'd started from produce seeds. He'd already gotten the diner and his dad. Eventually he'd probably get Jonah, or even Spencer, but for now he seemed to have his sights set on tormenting Colby. I thought he already got him, Spencer asked. He did, but this time he got the gym. He sneaked into the gym right before closing and left like 10 plants in Colby's office. He took it in stride, though, and actually moved them to the front of the building and set them up at the big window. Took the wind out of Taylor's sails. Sounds like your family had an eventful weekend. My weekend could have been a lot more eventful if a certain someone hadn't barred me from coming over. Well, the Jonah ban has been lifted. And seeing as how I picked you up, you're sort of stuck here with me. Jonah wound his arms around Spencer's neck. Oh no. Whatever will I do? What will the neighbors say when they find out you have a man trapped in your house? They'll say plenty if we don't get inside. I'm sure they don't want to see all the things I want to do to you. Jonah led the way this time. Linking his fingers with Spencer's, he meandered to the back door and waited while Spencer unlocked it. They kicked their shoes off, and Spencer watched Jonah make a beeline for the bedroom, pulling his shirt off over his head on the way. And to think, once upon a time you were a shy little virgin. Spencer leaned in his bedroom doorway and admired the view of Jonah bent over, pulling his pants off his ankles. Jonah stood and glanced at Spencer over his shoulder. What a difference a little trust can make. Is that what it was? I thought I was just irresistibly sexy. Spencer's breath caught when Jonah turned around. One hand slid down his chest, his abdomen. Spencer watched as it slid lower, and he took his cock in hand and gave it a tug. He was already hard, and his pants were suddenly uncomfortably tight. Strip for me, Jonah purred, not moving toward him. Spencer straightened and popped the button of his pants and tugged the zipper down. He watched Jonah watch him with hunger and lust. And when Jonah's gaze flicked up to meet his, he saw the love there, too. He couldn't help but smile at Jonah. His life was better with Jonah in it, right from that first moment until now. He was worth the anxiety that crawled under his skin when he didn't know if they were going to become a thing or not, and he was worth every ounce of love Spencer had in him, and then some. "God, you're so gorgeous," Spencer said, as he shoved his pants down and stepped out of them. He reached for the hem of his shirt and yanked it off over his head, and in a blink, Jonah was there, his hand cupping Spencer's cheek, tugging his mouth down to meet his. Jonah kissed him like he'd been away for years rather than a couple of days. "Don't ever ask me to stay away again," he ground out, as if he'd read Spencer's mind. "Okay. Promise me, Spencer." "I promise. My home is your home, and I'll never ask you to stay away again. Happy?" Jonah tilted his head as though he were still thinking about it. "I think I need you to make it up to me. The eternal flower garden isn't good enough?" Jonah started to shake his head but stopped. "Is that what you're calling it?" Spencer shrugged. "Well, they'll live forever. Kind of like my love for you." Jonah groaned and stepped into Spencer's waiting arms. That was the cheesiest line I've ever heard. "That's why I'm a shop teacher and not an English teacher, I guess." "You might not be smooth, but you're sweet, and I'm really lucky that I found you." "I'd like to think that we found each other. I've never been as happy as I am with you." "Now you're just getting sappy." Jonah laughed and tugged them toward the bed. He fell back, pulling Spencer down with him. "I had to make up for the cheesy line somehow. I don't want that to be the thing you remember about tonight." Spencer buried his face in the crook of Jonah's neck and breathed deep. Jonah rutted up against him, practically purring in his ear. "Trust me, love. That won't be what I remember." Spencer dragged his lips across Jonah's neck, peppering his skin with kisses. "And what will you remember?" "How incredible you make me feel. How loved. How necessary." Jonah nearly choked on those last words, and Spencer slanted his mouth over Jonah's. He kissed him hard and deep, pouring every bit of himself into the kiss. Their tongues tangled and danced, and finally, when Spencer was too breathless to continue, he pulled away. "You are necessary, Jonah. You're the most necessary thing in my whole life." Jonah exhaled. Then his face broke into a huge smile. "You're pretty okay, too." "Just okay?" "What's one step above okay?" Spencer narrowed his gaze. "Really?" Jonah laughed and hauled Spencer down into another kiss, and never did come up with the word he was looking for. And that was perfectly okay with Spencer. This concludes The Virgin by E.M. Denning. Narrated by Kurt Graves. Copyright 2020.